Okay, I'm here, even though my wife hates the rock hawk. She has been sitting here, going, just saying rock hawk over again. I love the rock, but 6 minutes of rock hawk is too much. Wrong. Wrong. It's an objective fact that Glitzville is the best part of Paper Mario. She is denying this fact. She is denying. She's saying she's not, but she is. Keep an eye on her, even though it's her fault that we're in this situation too. All right, let's go. Oh, here we can watch the silly intro too. I would say that it's so dramatic for such a stupid game, but it's like the exact amount of serious that the stupid game deserves. Diagram! German! No, that's it. That's the whole vibe. This is the loudest intro known to mankind. It's... There we go. Last time we see this. I like how they put every single one of their like CG animated sequences in the intro. They were like, look, we spent half the budget on this shit. Watch them as many times as you can. Who am I? I don't know. Alright, let's go. Will the continue just work for us? Okay. Oh, that would have been truly one fear. Truly one fear. Me? What have we missed? Alright, you know. Why did I feel such unease towards me? Takashi, finally conscious for one moment of his life. Am I the problem? If you stared at something for a long time, it could seem to warp and change. The unnaturalness I felt right then seemed a lot like that phenomenon. And though I was taking something for granted that I shouldn't, it was probably just my mind playing tricks on me, and not thinking any more of it. I shook Coco's shoulder. She was asleep next to me, head down on the table. Hey, get up! It's morning. Rubbing her eyes, Coco got up slowly. Good morning, Oni-chan. Huh? Oni-chan. Oh, I see. You have a brother, Coco? But I'm not your brother. No, Oni-chan. We need to get ready or we'll be late for school. Coco is still half in dreamland. Late for school? What are you talking about?
そういう設定なんだよ。
Well, that's just the setting it is. Listen. Stop messing around. We're going to eat.
オッケー、タケピョン。
Ha! Okay, Takepyon! When Coco and I made it to the kiosk, everyone had gathered there. Tsugumi, Sora, you, and the kid. All of them. I made my way into the submarine and opened up the refrigerator. Oh! I spotted sausages hidden in the back. I decided to make everyone hot dogs. Soon after I'd made breakfast for everyone, I leaned out over the counter and said, "All right, whoever wants to eat, get in line.
じゃあ、ここ一番。
I'm first." Oh, well, here you go.
Thank you.
Help yourself to ketchup and mustard.
あ、僕にも一つください。
Oh, I'd like one too.
ちょっと、並びなさいよ。次は私。
Hey, wait in line. The next person is me. That was probably the way things usually were at the shop. There still wasn't any schedule as to when we might get out of Lemu, but in the meantime, we'd stopped thinking about the difficult negative things.
なんか知らないけど楽しそうだね。
Not sure why, but looks like you're having fun. Who, me? You think so? Fun? I guess. Maybe?
なんか暮らし生き生きって感じ。
Yeah, you look like you might even be enjoying your life here. I wonder how that'd feel. Guess it'd be kind of fun owning a stand like this.
屋台系
Owning a stand.
タケピョン、本物の屋台のお兄ちゃんみたい。
Takepyon, you really do look like you work here. Hot dogs, get your hot dogs. They're on the house.
ひょっとすると、前世がホットドッグ屋さんだったかもね。
You don't think that maybe you could have sold hot dogs in a past life? Aw, shucks, dear customer. You're just saying that.
違うってここミスターホットドッグというよりは
No, I don't think he was a hot dog man. I think he
サン
was...
ドイッチマン
Sando man. Aw, come on, you. Three of them took their hot dogs and walked a short distance from the stand laughing. As if they had traded places, Tsugumi came up.
何かあったの？
What just happened? Everyone was eating hot dogs. I got one for you too. Tsugumi took it without a word of thanks and went to the corner of the room. Sora was talking with the kid. I was a bit sad that I couldn't make anything for her because I still haven't come to completely understanding what hologram and computer AI means. Still leaning over, I greedily stuffed my own hot dog into my mouth and watched everyone from where I was. It was May 3rd. It'd been 3 days since we'd been trapped. But everyone was bright and showed no feelings of fatigue or sadness. Especially Coco. It was hard to believe she had suffered so much that first night. For no reason, Coco was playing with Pee-Pee's tail. Looking at her smiling face, I suddenly remembered how we had bumped into each other again. After I got her out of the elevator, I seemed to remember. Ah!
あの時の
You're that guy from before! Oh, here's some shit that never happened before, actually. You're that girl from before. The girl and I pointed at each other and froze. It was like the Spider-Man meme, because I am a simpleton. I spotted the scruffy face of a dog circling around her feet. Popo?
ポポじゃないよ
His name's not Popo.
この子はピピ私はココごっちゃにしないでよね
This guy's name is Pee-Pee, and my name's Coco. Try not to mix them up, okay? But what are you doing here?
なんでって言われても
Well, what do you expect me to say to that?
下のフロアに行こうと思ったら 突然このエスカレーターが止まっちゃって。
I was trying to get to one of the lower levels, and all of a sudden this escalator stopped, and... Oh, this isn't an escalator, it's an elevator, alright?
間違えちゃった。エベレーターね。
Oops! I meant evelator, okay? No, not evelator. Elevator. If you're on a moving staircase, that's an escalator. If you're in a box that goes up and down, that's an elevator. Except the other elevator here, because that's called I. Maybe it is confusing. Anyway, don't get them mixed up. No.
まあそんなのどっちでもいいでしょ。
Does it really matter?
とにかく理由はわからないけど、いきなりこの箱の中に閉じ込められちゃったの。
Anyway, I don't know why, but all of a sudden, I was trapped in this box. Really?
ね
Huh?
え、早く出してほしいんですけど。
I'd kinda like to get out of here soon? Oh, sorry. I said that and got down on my stomach from atop the elevator. I leaned down from the small hole and stuck my hand out to Coco.
先にピピをお願い。
Help Pee-Pee first, please. Coco held Pee-Pee up to me, stretching as far as she could to make him reach. I grabbed onto Pee-Pee's front legs and pulled him out from the hole in the ceiling. Okay, your turn next, Coco. I stuck out my hand again. Coco jumped over and over, reaching out for my hand. But either she was too short or just couldn't jump, because she didn't even reach my fingertips.
うりゃ。えい。や。あと。
Next, I looked over to where Sora was. She was standing next to the kid and talking with Sugumi about something. Couldn't hear what they were talking about from where I was. Akanagasaki Sora. It was hard to believe she was only an illusion generated by RSD. I stared at her again from a distance. I remembered what we'd talked about the day before.
ところで倉成さん、
By the way, Kuranari-san,
倉成さんは月を見たことがありますか？
have you ever seen the moon? Yeah? Are you kidding?
では満月の晩、倉成さんが月を見上げていたとします。
Well now, let's say that you've seen a full
その
moon.
時、倉成さんが目を閉じてしまっても、月はそこにあると思いますか？
And let's say that you close your eyes. Do you think the moon would still be there? Why are you asking such obvious questions? Of course it would. See, and this is why you can't actually ask him if a hot dog is a sandwich. He'd be confused for like 15 minutes until somebody came up with some Greek philosophy about like why sometimes something is two things at the same time.
ならば、世界中の人間が一斉に目を閉じたとしたらどうでしょう？
And how about if everyone in the world closed their eyes all at the same time? I don't know what your point is, but even if everyone in the world closed their eyes, the moon wouldn't disappear.
本当ですか？
Really? Yeah?
どうやって確かめます？
How can you be sure? Just open your eyes, right?
それでは家庭に背くことになります。
That goes against the purpose of this exercise.
私がお尋ねしたのは、観測せずに月があるかどうかを確かめる方法は存在するかということです。
My question was whether or not there's any way of verifying that the moon exists if someone closes their eyes.
倉成さんが目を閉じた時にも、世界は本当にあるのでしょうか？
When you close your eyes, do you think this world still exists?
もしも私の画像だけではなく、このレミューの一切合切が全て RSD による幻影だとしたらどうしますか？
What if I told you that not only myself but all Alemu was nothing but an RSD-generated illusion? What would you do then? I don't know, but I don't like that you've brought this up twice. Game. Son of a bitch.
倉成さんが今ご覧になっている壁や天井やその他の景色の全てを実像だと証明することができますか？
Can you prove that the walls, the ceiling, and all of the scenery that you are observing actually exist? No, and I hate that.
ごめんなさい。冗談ですよ。
Sorry, I was only joking. That's a joke? That's a joke?
ええ。レミューは確かに実在します。
Yes, Lemu really does exist.
倉成さんがあまりにも自信たっぷりのお答えになったので、ちょっとからかってみたくなっただけです。
You sounded so full of confidence when you answered. Thought I would tease you just a bit.
しかし、これだけは言えます。
However, I can say this.
人間が世界を認識するためには、五感のうちのいずれかを使う以外に方法はありません。
For humans to know the world around them, they must use one of their 5 senses.
すべての感覚を失ってしまったら、世界があるのかどうかさえわからなくなってしまうのです。
This is surely unrelated to that part of the opening that splashes the third eye across the screen. If they lose all of these, they lose the ability to tell whether or not this world exists.
逆に言えば、視点こそが世界を作っていると言えるかもしれませんね。
Another way of putting it might be to say that the perspective is in the eye of the beholder.
この場合の視点とは、視覚のことだけを指しているのではなく、聴覚、嗅覚、味覚、触覚のすべての感覚を指しています。
In this instance, it doesn't mean just sight, but hearing, smell, taste, and touch as well. All of the senses.
物事を知覚するポイント、それが視点なのです。
The point at which we perceive the world, that is perspective.
そして私は
Sora, you've gotta stop having these talks with Takashi. Do you not remember when you tried to explain the fourth dimension to him? That went so badly you had to try and kill him.
私は月と同じなのです。
I am the same as the moon. Her existence disappeared when I closed my eyes. But I felt that Sora had just as much as... No, maybe even more human warmth and caring than the rest of us. And that's why I die for her in all of my endings. Then again, there was Tsugumi's coldness.
見かけによらずまともなことも考えられるのね。
Guess you're not as dumb as you look. You might actually be a little bit dumber. What do you mean by that?
そのまんまの意味よ。
I mean exactly what I said.
あなた、頭悪そうだから。
You don't look that smart.
これは罠よ。
This is a trap.
きっとあなたは出られない。
And you probably aren't going to get out.
いえ、あなただけじゃなく、他の4人も、全員。
Not just you, but everyone else as well. All 4 of them.
みんな同じよ。
You're all the same. Well, what about you then, Tsugumi?
私は、そうね。ここで死んでもいいかな。
Yeah, I suppose I could die in a place like this.
それも悪くないかも。
It wouldn't be that bad at all, I guess. I couldn't forget the cold smile she had on her face as she said those words. I was thinking that and looking at her. I wasn't sure if she could feel my gaze, but she turned to look over at me. For some reason, I felt like she could see what I was thinking, and I avoided her eyes. The next person to jump into my field of view was you. You had finished eating her hot dog and was dancing hand in hand with Coco. Wondered if it was some kind of folk dance. She smiled so brightly that it seemed like her face might split, and she laughed boisterously. Her eyes shone so brightly. But I knew. There was a sad past hidden behind those eyes. Her father had disappeared 17 years earlier, and died another 17 before that. Okay. I thought about the talk I'd had with you the day before. Maybe the reason she carried that album around with her was that she wanted something to connect her with the memories of her father. I'd bumped into you and Coco in front of the Lemurian ruins the previous day, May 2nd. In the palm of Yu's hand was some kind of journal or notebook. She had it opened and was staring at a page. Coco was standing next to her, peering over her shoulder. What you looking at?
お写真
We were looking at these pictures. Pictures?
見たい？
You want to see them? Sure.
じゃあ見せてあげよう。
Okay, I'll show you. What you handed over to me was neither a journal nor notebook, but a single file. One small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. It was already open, and it had several pictures taken from an instant camera stuffed between the pages. They were baby pictures. Oh, it can't be. Your baby?
バーカ。
No, stupid.
私まだ18よ。独身なのよ、独身。
I'm 18, okay? And I'm single. Single! Oh, we're finally at the end. Maybe things will finally make sense now, Hacky. Maybe. I have my serious doubts about that. Yeah, right. Which means that this baby is... Oh, your baby. Only the finest masterpiece ever created.
だよ。
It's not you, dummy.
ナッキュがちっちゃかった頃のお写真なんだって。
These are from when Nakyu was a little bitty baby. So this is what you were laughing about.
いけない？
Something wrong with that?
だって可愛いでしょ。子供の頃の私。
I mean, they're adorable, right? My baby pictures.
もちろん今でも可愛いことに変わりはないんだけどね。
And, of course, the fact that I'm cute hasn't changed a bit.
それからちょっと貸して。
Oh, and, can you give those back? Saying that, you snatched the file out of my hands.
これが七五三の時の私で、
This picture is from when I was dressed up in a kimono as a kid.
これが運動会の応援団長をやった時のやつで、
And in this, I was head cheerleader for an athletic event at school.
それからこれは中学校の入学式の時の写真でしょ。
And, oh, this one's from my first day of middle school. You continued to flip through the pages.
これは高校の文化祭の時に撮ったやつ。
And here's one that I took at the talent show my freshman year in high school.
ケイコ、ニンニン、ベティ、ちーちゃん、ビーフ、山本。あ、これは一応先生ね。
Here's Keiko, Min Min, Betty, Chi-chan, Beef Yamamoto. Are we not going to talk about Beef Yamamoto? I demand backstory. Oh, and I couldn't forget my teacher, right? Yeah, I don't know how much, here are my precious memories of my childhood. If I drop them, they're all destroyed. Surely we don't need to do this in a dry part of the place.
花火大会でしょ。温泉旅行でしょ。アミちゃん家に泊まった時の写真でしょ。
And the fireworks festival, my trip to the hot springs. Oh, and one from that time I stayed at Ami-chan's.
それから。
Yeah, that's gonna be the twist. Beef Yamamoto's behind this whole thing. And here we have... Huh? What is this?
はい。夜中に学校に忍び込んだ時のやつだ。
Oh, right. This is when we sneaked into school that one night.
卒業式のはね、確か最後の方に、
Of course, graduation. There was one more.
これブサイクでしょ。泣いちゃった後だから。
Here it is. It's hideous, right? I'd been crying and crying. So much of Yu's history was there. Smiling faces, sad faces, silly faces, surprised faces, even shy faces. There were girlfriends, boyfriends. Get it, Yu. Teachers, people, afternoons, nights, good times and hard times. Lager times, whiskey times. Went without saying, but shown in those photos were people I didn't know, places I didn't know, and a you I didn't know.
あとはね
Oh, and? You looked like she had no intention of stopping, so I rushed to get a word in. You. So what is this? Your life history album or something?
アルバムね。そんな風に呼んだことはないけど。
History album? Well, I'd never called it that before.
ジャンルとしてはアルバムに分類されるのかな。
But if you had to label it, I guess you could call it that. So why are you carrying that with you?
なんでそんなこと聞くの？
Why do you even need to ask?
タケピョン知らないの？女の子はみんなこういうの持ってるんだよ。普通。
Takepyeon, don't you know? All girls carry around things like this. It's normal. It's so weird that this, predates smartphones. At this point, everybody carries around something like this, not even necessarily voluntarily. We simply all do, and that's kind of weird that this was, strange enough to have this character be like, why the hell do you have your own baby pictures? Fucking society motion, man. You don't say.
少なくともここの周りにいる女の子はみんな
Well?
持ち歩いてるよ。
All the girls I know carry them around. Granted, for all we know, all the girls Coco knows are contained within this building right now. But Coco's sample size notwithstanding.
みんな今頃何してるのかな。
I wonder what everyone is doing right about now. You murmured softly to herself as she flipped through the pages.
私のこともしかして心配してくれてたりするのかな。
Do any of these people ever worry about me?
そうだ。
Oh, yeah!
タケピョンはさ、ママとパパと一緒に住んでるの？
Do you live with your mom and dad, Takepyeon?
それとも一人暮らし？
Or do you live by yourself? Coco threw the question at me abruptly. Before answering, I tossed the question back. How about you, Coco? You're probably still living with your parents, aren't you? Since you're 10?
ココ14
Okay,
歳なのよ。
14.
当たり前でしょ。
Well, I'm 14, aren't I? Of course I am.
だけど今パパは家にいないけど。
Well, right now my dad isn't at home, but that's what happens when you got bleed from every orifice. Why not?
出張中だから。
Because he's on a business trip, that's why. Oh, I see. What about you? Are you living with your parents, or? Oh, why did I ask that? I realized it'd been a mistake to ask that. Yu's dad was missing. But it didn't seem as if she cared one way or another.
私はお母さんと一緒に住んでる。
I'm living with my mom.
でも心配なんかしてないと思うな。
But I doubt she's really worried about me.
そういう人だからあの人。
That's just the kind of person she is, my mom. What do you mean?
楽観的っていうかなんていうかあんまり物事に動じるようなタイプの人じゃないのよね。
I guess you could call her a positive thinker. She isn't the type to really let herself get caught up in things. I can't remember which is the you that's her own mom. I don't know. I think this is the you who has you as her mom.
普段外泊とかしても全然平気みたいだし、
She doesn't care if I stay out all night.
今まで18年間あの人と付き合ってきたけど、うるさく言われたことなんか一度もないんだ。
I've been living with her for 18 years and she's never once raised her voice at me.
私、放任主義で育てられたの。
I grew up pretty much doing whatever I wanted.
だからこんな風になっちゃったのかもね。
I suppose that's why I turned out the way I did. You showed me a page from her album she'd turned to. There was you, putting the hurt on some wrestler. The guy looked like a bulky jock of sorts. Coming out of my reverie, I noticed the scene had changed a bit. You and the kid had taken off somewhere. Maybe they'd gone to the rest area next door? Oh, are we just blacking out now? We're like, anyway, then I was somewhere else entirely. What? It's only been 2 days and so much has happened. Just being trapped here is an unusual state of affairs. I said those words to myself without thinking. Just then. Ah, further chaos. Oh god, was it just so long a flashback I forgot we were flashed back? It's honestly, it would fit in perfectly fine in the game if you were just like, oh. Then I blacked out and woke up back at the kiosk. That would be a completely understandable chain of events in this game, so I wasn't even going to question if that's what it was. It was a dull, muffled sound. What was that?
少し揺れたわね。
This whole place just shook a little. Coco ran over to Sora. Pee-Pee was clutched to her chest. Coco was hugging him so hard he seemed about to rupture. Oh, we don't need any more of that. I guess the dog would be a little more impressive, but... Hey, did something just happen? There was an awful sound just now.
フロアを支えるシャフトの一部に歪みが発生しました。
One of the shafts that supports this floor has started to warp.
海流の乱れに影響された模様です。
It appears as if the ocean currents may have caused it. See, and now this becomes suspicious, though. The ocean currents caused it. You can extrapolate that to the moon caused it. Normally I would be like, this is a crazy jump to make in something, but no, not in the Zero Escape universe. You want to notice Sora. There is zero trust for Sora. How dangerous are we talking here?
誤差の範囲内だと思いますが。いえ、待ってください。
Well, it should be within the margin of error, but... No, wait a second.
ツバイトシュトックの倉庫、圧力制御用の配管に異常があります。
Yeah, she'll either drown me again or, like, go full GLaDOS again. She'll be like, what's in that room? Whoop, it's neurotoxin. Takashi, go in the neurotoxin and I'll show you my AI boobs. He'll fall for it. What are pressure regulating pipes? I don't know, Takashi. Do you think it's in the name?
レミューを覆っている多重隔壁、その内部の圧力調整を行っているパイプです。
These pipelines are responsible for adjusting the pressure inside the multi-layered bulkheads comprising Lemu.
万一これが破損していた場合、私の力ではこれを修復することができません。
If any of them should rupture for whatever reason, I am incapable of repairing them.
異常は軽微ですから、緊急は要しませんが、倉庫の状況をご確認いただいた方がいいと思います。
The anomaly is only slight, so you shouldn't have to hurry, but I think it is best if someone goes to check on it.
お願いできますか？
Would you please go for me? Sure, leave it to me.
私も行くわ。
I'll go too. Tsugumi, you sure?
修理するなら工具類が必要なんじゃないの？私ならいろいろ扱い方を知ってる。
Well, if we're gonna fix something, we'll need tools, right? I know my way around a workshop. Alright, let's go.
ココも手伝うよ。
I'll help too. Pee-Pee's on the case. Okay, you can come too, Coco. By the way, does anyone know where you and the kid went?
田中さんと少年さんは現在警備室にいらっしゃいます。
Tanaka-san and Shonen-san are in the security office. What the heck are they doing there?
レミとのコンタクトを試みているようです。
They're trying to make contact with Lemmy. With Lemmy? What am I thinking? I got other things to worry about. Alright, the three of us are going to the warehouse. Sora, give you and the kid an update on the situation, will ya?
わかりました。
Understood. We opened the door to the storage room to find the floor covered in water. Water level came to the tops of my shoes. We could hear a hissing sound coming from somewhere in the back of the room. The sound drew our attention. There was a faint crack in the pressure-regulating pipe, and water was dancing out of it in a fine mist. That was all it was. It didn't seem like we had anything to worry about. Seemed like we'd be able to fix it in no time. Sugumi had opened up the toolbox that was in the corner of the room and started spreading a few tools out in front of her. What should I do?
パイプが少し歪んでしまっているわ。金具を締め直すから、パイプを持って支えてくれる？
The pipe is bent a little bit. I'm going to clamp a metal sleeve on it. Would you support the pipe for me? Roger that.
ここは
What should I do?
向こうのこのパイプがつながっているバルブがあるの。わかる？
On
あれ
the
を
other
少しだ
side
け
of
緩めてほ
this,
しいの。
there should be a valve attached to this pipe. You see it? I want you to loosen that a bit.
了解
Gotcha! In that way, the three of us started working in unison. We opened and closed a number of valves, connected and repaired pipes, and welded shut cracks.
たけし、ぼーっとしてないで。次のパイプをお願い。
Takashi, don't just stand there. On to the next pipe. Huh? Oh, okay.
まず、そこの青いバルブを。
First, take that blue valve and
そしたら、次に赤いバルブをひねって。
now twist the red valve. We'd fixed a number of pipes, but the sound of escaping steam still hadn't stopped.
それじゃここ、少しそこで待ってて。
All right, Coco, wait just a bit.
準備 OK だよ
Okay, I'm ready.
たけし、今言った順番でバルブをお願い。
Takashi, turn the valves in the order I told you.
ちょっとたけし、聞いてるの？
Takashi, are you listening? Huh? Yeah, all right. I'm sorry. Blue, then red, right?
そうよ。緩めて、それから閉めるの。
Yeah, loosen them, then shut them again. I set to work on the blue valve in front of me. I was supposed to loosen it? I was supposed to turn it counterclockwise, yeah. I turned the blue valve with all my strength. The sound of rushing steam grew softer. Next, close the red valve. The strength of the steam blowing from the pipe weakened. All right, that does it. Okay.
ここ、あとちょっとだけ支えてて。
Coco, hold on just a little longer. Opening up her left hand to shield her face, Sugumi operated the welding torch with her right hand. Osho would not like that. Crack in the pipe closed visibly.
たけし、ここをつけたらすぐにそっちのバルブを元に戻して。
Takashi, after I finished attaching this, return the valve to its original position right away. Okay. Sugumi finished welding.
バルブを
The
早く
valve! Hurry! Right, jeez! I quickly turned the valve back in the other direction. I could feel the steam flowing through the valve.
ここ、そのパイプはもういいわ。次はお願い。
Coco, this pipe's done. On to the next one.
OK どこ
Okay, where is it?
そうね。ちょっと待って。
Hold on just a second. The water underfoot still hadn't gone down at all and was swirling around like a whirlpool. The air conditioner on the wall was sucking in water and gurgling it out. It appeared it had also shorted out. I could see the blue-white sparks jumping around inside. I hoped it didn't shock me. As soon as I thought that, it sounded like the air conditioner was about to break apart. Smoke started pouring from the exhaust vent. And from the intake port, murky water started gurgling out. Area around my legs was quickly getting grimy.
水が、
Water.
吸気口に吸い込まれた水が逆流してる。気をつけ
Water
て
in that suction pipe is starting to backflow. Be careful. My leg got caught up in the jet of muddy water and I lost my balance. I reached out to grab something. I caught onto a stack of crates and old containers laying nearby. It made an ominous sound. My body draped awkwardly over the containers. I lifted my gaze. The top of the stack was wobbling precariously. I looked to Sugumi. Our eyes met. She was frozen in place, holding her breath. I shot a glance over at Coco. Yeah, we raw danger now. She had her back turned to me and was grabbing onto a pipe. I looked up at the ceiling again. It all happened in an instant. The containers, having lost their balance, started to rain down. Chunks of metal, rusted pipes, thick iron cylinders. There was no sound. I perceived everything in vivid slow motion. Countless pieces of metal, all pouring down quietly. Although my mind was spinning, my body couldn't catch up. I couldn't talk, I couldn't move. Crashing metal. A raging monster. With its sight fixed on that small frame. Pouncing, devouring. All of it headed for... Coco! The sight that flashed before me was a mountain of metal. The old pipes broke apart into thousands of pieces. The containers splintered apart, their sharp corners flashing. I landed in the water. I'd thrown myself out of the way, arms and legs flailing. The pipes on the wall were cracked. They'd been damaged from the shock. And out of the cracks, water was gushing out. And fallen nearby was Sugumi. I ran over to her. Coco looked around at the spectacle and hugged Pee-Pee to herself tightly, her hands trembling. Yes, I'd seen it all. Just before the metallic objects had crashed down on Coco's back, Sugumi had thrust her out of the way. She'd protected her while risking her own life. A metal shard had dug deeply into Sugumi's right thigh. It didn't look like she could move. Guess I messed up. Sugumi grimaced and pushed down on the wound. She was losing a lot of blood. The murky water was getting redder by the moment. Hey, you okay?
これが大丈夫に見えるの
Does this look okay to you?
まったくバカなこと聞くのね
Always asking stupid questions. Stop laughing. I'm gonna get that stuff off you. Just wait. I tried to lift the metal off of her. But no matter how hard I tried, the heavy chunk wouldn't budge. Damn it!
無駄みたいね
Looks like it's no use. In the meantime, the water level had risen from ankle to knee height. Coco started to get closer to Sugumi.
来ないで
Get away from me! Stung by Sugumi's cold words, Coco stiffened and stopped.
逃げなさいここ
Get out of here, Coco.
たけしも早く逃げた方がいい
You too, Takashi. Get out while you can.
このままだとこの部屋の隔壁が持たない
At this rate, this room's partitions won't last.
みんな死ぬことになるわ
You'll both die if you stay.
だから
So
早
hurry.
く逃げなさい
Get out of here. Stupid idiot. You think I can just leave you?
しょうがないでしょここから動けないんだし
There's nothing you can do, right? I'm stuck here.
この怪我じゃどうせ手遅れ
And with this injury, you can't help me anyway. Shut up! I roared out. I won't let you give up on me now, damn it! Coco, what are you standing there for? Get on the intercom and contact the others. With all her might, Coco moved her trembling legs to get closer to the intercom.
ダメ壊れてるボタンを押しても通じないよ
It's no use, it's broken. I pushed the button, but nothing happened. So run up and tell the others to get over here.
わかったよ
Okay, I'm going. Although she looked flustered, Coco nodded and ran off. The door to the warehouse closed. Soon, water came up to the bottom of the door. The water continued to rise. From her waist down, Sugumi was almost completely underwater. The water level was almost over my knees.
何突っ立ってるのよ
What are you trying to prove?
意味もなくそんなとこにいないでよ目障りだから
It doesn't mean anything. Just leave. I don't want you here. I wouldn't be here if there wasn't a reason. I can't just leave you here.
どうして
Why not? I've taken nothing but abuse from you, and you still haven't thanked me properly yet.
ああそういい心がけね
Oh, really? Ha! That's reason enough, I suppose. Sugumi laughed weakly. Her lips were trembling. The murky water was spreading.
ちょっと寒 寒くなってきたかな。
It's gotten cold in here. Alright, Tsugumi. I need you to stay with me now. I chose my words as carefully as possible.
正気よ、私。
I'm perfectly sane. You'll be okay. The wound isn't that deep, so don't worry. I was lying. Even I could tell that her wound was life-threatening. Tsugumi's white femur had broken through and protruded from her flesh.
大丈夫なんて。何を根拠に言ってるの？
You'll be okay. What makes you think that?
どうかしてるわね。
You're the one who's crazy. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention, and you got hurt. The water level was rising up to Tsugumi's head. A section of the partitioning had broken and seawater was rushing in. The water was ice cold. The water volume increased mercilessly. Her face contorted with pain. In agony, she labored for breath. There wasn't any time. Making up my mind, I dove into the water. I couldn't open my eyes. All I could do was search the bottom using my intuition. Damn it! Using all my strength, I heaved up the large mass of metal sinking into Tsugumi's leg. Aided slightly by the buoyancy of the water, the metal hunk moved slightly. Tsugumi pulled her leg out at once. I lifted my face out of the water, gulping greedily for air. The flooding wouldn't stop. The water level was already above my shoulders.
あなたって。
You are such a stubborn idiot. Every day is drowning time in Ever17. Shut up. Just keep quiet. With her leg injured, there was no way Tsugumi could swim. Holding on to her, I headed for the exit. But the door was already underwater.
ねえ。助かりっこないわ。
Look, there's no way you can save me. I told you to keep quiet. There's gotta be another exit. I'll look for it. It'll be okay. We'll find a way out of this.
また大丈夫って。無責任ね。
There you go again, saying it'll be okay. You're so irresponsible. Would you keep quiet? I probably could have forced the door open if I had tried, but it would have put the second floor in danger of flooding. I searched desperately for an emergency exit. My legs wouldn't touch the floor. I could hardly breathe. I was at my limit. Ah, there's a ladder. In the corner of the room, there's a ladder. We can use it to get to the emergency passage. We're gonna make it, Tsugumi. I burst into the infirmary. I set the injured Tsugumi down on the bed. She was no longer conscious. She'd lost so much blood. We have to take emergency measures immediately. Hey, what are we gonna do? Get out of the way! You, who'd been waiting in the room, pushed me aside. A tourniquet was taken out from the rack of medical instruments on the wall and fastened around Tsugumi's thigh.
ちょっとまずいわね。
This is bad. What's the status? How bad is it? Can't we use that scanner to check it out? I pointed to the
あ
LMRI.
れはダメ。
It doesn't work.
故障してるって空が言ってたでしょ。
Sora already told us it's broken. Zero trust. Oh, yeah. Well, what can we do? What are we...
私が見ます。
I'll have a look. Sora put her hand on Tsugumi. A holographic window appeared in the air. A small sensor or camera started moving on the ceiling.
あくまで生体スキャンの応用ですから、はっきりとは申し上げられませんが、
Well, this is just a bioscan, so I can't tell for certain, but...
大腿骨に損傷、複雑骨折しているかもしれません。
Her femur is fractured, and it looks like it might be a complex fracture. If it protruded from her skin, it is by definition, but I guess you're just a computer and not a doctor, so...
それと動脈が切れています。切体縫合が必要でしょう。
That, and the artery is severed. She'll need sutures.
私、自分の指くらいなら縫ったことあるよ。サバイバルキットでだけど。
I've stitched up my finger before. It was with a survival kit, but...
では田中さん、お願いできますか？
Well, Tanaka-san, do you think you can assist me?
なんとかやってみるよ。まずいわ。
I'll do my best. Do we have anesthetic?
用意します。他にもレーザーメス、監視、縫合紙、必要なものはすべてこの部屋にありますから。
I'll get it ready. The laser scalpel, forceps, and sutures. Everything we need is already in the room. Sora moved the electric wagon and used its robotic arm to gather the necessary surgical tools. Yu flipped up Tsugumi's skirt and fearlessly plunged her hand into the wound.
クラナリ邪魔
You're in the way! Yu pointed angrily at the exit. Yeah, sorry. Take care of her, okay? Using your I sewed up a cut in my finger skills once to repair an artery and a femur fracture. Fully equivalent. Godspeed.
任せなさい
Leave it to me. You looked determined to show us all what she was capable of. As soon as I left the tense atmosphere of the emergency room, my fatigue hit me. I set myself down on a nearby chair.
つぐみんは
Is Tsugumin going to be... Coco was gripping Pee-Pee, but looked as if she was having a hard time relaxing. You let him know right away, so she should be fine.
本当
Coco's eyes were moist. It was hard to tell, but she had probably been crying moments earlier. Even still, she tried to smile.
ねえねえつぐみん
Hey, you think Tsugumin's...
つぐみん大丈夫だよね
Tsugumin's gonna be okay, right? Still looking worried, she tilted her head as she asked me. Yeah, she'll be fine. Absolutely fine. Coco put her head on my shoulder. I held Coco close and patted her head softly.
大丈夫だよね大丈夫だよね
She's gonna be okay, right? Right? Her body trembling, she asked me that over and over. I thought maybe she'd been trying not to cry until that moment. Coco, head pressed against my chest, started crying. Not nearly as good a crying sound, but okay.
は何泣いてんの少年
Kid, what are you crying about? Huh?
誰かにいじめられたの
Did someone pick on you?
わかったたけしでしょ
I know, it's Takashi, isn't it? I shook my head back and forth.
ってことはナッキュ先輩が
Oh, so it's not you then. I kept shaking my head. I was in another timeline and I was a moron.
そっかつぐみね
Alright then, Tsugumi. Sarah's like, just tell me who it is, I'll kick him in the nuts. Again, I shook my head back and forth.
それじゃあまさか空が
Well, it couldn't be Sora? Nobody's picking on me.
じゃあどうして泣いてたの
So then why are you crying? It's... I was looking wildly around in all directions. We were in front of the emergency room. Sarah was standing right in front of me. But I didn't see anyone else. I said nothing but ran into the room. No one was there. She wasn't lying on the examination table.
こらなんで逃げるのよ
Hey, why'd you run away? Sarah's eyebrows were raised questioningly. I didn't run away. I just wanted to check something, that's all.
何を
What? I stood to the side of the table and slid my hand across its surface. There was no warmth.
大腿骨に損傷、複雑骨折しているかもしれません。
Her femur is fractured and it looks like it might be a complex
そ
fracture.
れと動脈が切れています。
And the artery is severed. She'll need sutures.
なんとかやってみるよ麻酔は
Dr. Yu on the
Yoichi.
case, laser
他に怪我なり
scalpel.
邪魔
Get your dumb ass out of here, Takashi! All those voices jumped back and forth in my head. Voices. Voices! There are so many shenanigans afoot. What the fuck? I twisted my head and turned, looking around the inside of the emergency room. Looking slowly. The noise from before seemed like a dream. Seemed? What am I thinking? It was only a dream. Just a dream.
ねえ、教えてよ。
Hey, tell me.
何を確かめたかったの？
What did you want to check? I looked straight into Sarah's eyes and answered. I wanted to see if it was real or a dream.
え？
What? I had a terrible dream.
怖い夢って？
About what? Sugumi hurt her leg really badly. There was flooding in the storage area, and then she went to fix it. A big chunk of metal fell on her. And speaking of the warehouse in disaster, so on Sarah's route, the kid goes into the warehouse, sees the moon shining through the window in the back room with the ominous door that you see in all the Sugumi scenes there, and has a fucking meltdown. The moon. Yeah. I swear to God, if this game is like and then they were on a moon base the whole time, I'm gonna quit gaming. And then Sugumi, her leg got trapped by the metal. And she got a huge gash on her right thigh. I could see the yellow of her fat, the red color of her muscle, and the white of her bone. Her blood vessels, lymph nodes, nerve endings were all hanging out and pulsating like rubber tubes. This is a little visceral to be like, damn. There was all kinds of shit just hanging there, right? Sugumi like burst into the room like, excuse me? My thigh fat? The whole area was covered in a sea of blood.
うえ
Sarah speaks for all of us.
なんか聞いてるだけで貧血になりそう。
Makes me feel sick just hearing about it.
そんな残酷な夢、よく平気で見れるよね。
How can you talk about that kind of dream so calmly? Well, it's not as if I wanted to see it.
それで悪夢にうなされた少年は思わず救護室の外に飛び出しちゃったってわけね。
So, that's why you decided to run in here all of a sudden?
まあ確かにそんな夢を見たらワンワンワンワンと泣きじゃくるのも無理はないか。
Well, guess it's possible you'd start bawling your head off after seeing a dream like that. Bawling? Was I crying?
泣いてたじゃない。3歳児みたいにヒステリックな声上げて。
Oh, of course you were, like a hysteric 3-year-old or 14-year-old, 10-year-old. That was when I realized. On my cheeks and chin, there was something that felt cold. A small drop of moisture sparkling on my eyelash. I hurriedly wiped away my tears. Oh, but the tears continue because the Twitch gods demand their ad break. So I guess we'll be back in a couple. Oh, whoosh. We're not crying, you're crying. And so I had been crying. It had all happened while I was sleeping, so I had no idea why I'd been crying.
ねえ少年、
Hey, kid?
ちょっと気になったことがあるんだけど、
Something bothers me.
今さ倉庫で浸水事故が発生してって言ったよね。
Yeah, I know. It's time to continue this experience. Put in motion by my wife, who just spent the whole ad break, like, laughing. Been assured they're not on a moon base, but I don't know. I don't know that I can trust even that.
Hi, it's me. There's no moon base, don't worry.
She's not trustworthy. You just said the warehouse started flooding, right? Yeah.
それ本当に起きたんですけど。
That actually happened. What?
少年が眠ってる間に倉庫のパイプが破裂して水が流れ込んできたの。
When you were sleeping, a pipe burst in the storage room and water started flooding in. When I was sleeping? What was that supposed to mean? I couldn't fully grasp what was going on from what I'd heard. My mind froze.
でも安心して、修理は無事に完了したから。
But no worry, okay? I got fixed, or it got fixed without any hitches. What about Sugumi? I didn't think it was possible, but I asked anyway.
もちろんピンピンしてるよ。
She's fine, of course. Do you see anyone in the infirmary, for instance?
修理の大部分はつぐみがやってくれたの。
She did most of the repairing. She did this crazy thing where she was welding and just kind of covered her eyes with her hand. Really? For some reason, I felt relieved. I wondered if it was because my dream had been so real. No, wait. Dream? Why would I have a dream about the warehouse flooding? I was sleeping. As though she'd read my thoughts, Sarah said,
それにしても不思議なこともあるもんだよね。
But still, it's kind of strange, you know?
少年、幽体離脱でもしてたんじゃないの？
You didn't have an out-of-body experience, did you? Maybe. Who's asking? She said as if she was making fun of me. But honestly, Sarah probably didn't take the possibility seriously. My mind was turning slowly but hadn't started working normally again. Something was preventing me from thinking. It's the presence of Takashi's soul. Out-of-body experience. I could do that. I could peep down girls' underwear all I wanted. Da-da-da-da-da-da! I made a stab at a joke. What a joke. The fact I could do so surprised me somewhat.
バカ。スカートの中ならまだしも。
It's just not an anime game unless you get a baka followed by a slap. Even if you could look up somebody's skirt, you don't look down people's underwear. Sarah doesn't have the eye of a pervert. Sarah whacked me on the head a couple of times. Thinking the whole situation odd, I started to laugh.
しかし、元気そうだよね、少年。
But you seem like you're doing better.
ゆうべはあのままあっちの世界へ行っちゃうんじゃないかと思ってヒヤヒヤしたけど。
I was really worried last night you were gonna die or something.
その様子だと全然問題ないみたいね。
But you seem just fine now.
あれ？覚えてないの？
What? You don't remember?
少年、ブクブクと泡吹いて倒れてたじゃない。
You fell over and were foaming at the mouth. What?
うん。浜辺に打ち上げられたカニみたいにね。
Yeah.
チョキチョキ。
Flailing around on the ground like an upside down crab. Snip, snip. Werewolf moment, yeah.
たけしに呼ばれてみんなが集まってきた時には。
That's really what all of this moon talk's hinting at. We're just weird, Takashi. By the time Takashi called us all together, you were already like that.
でもってしょうがないからみんなで少年を担ぎ上げて。
So all we could do was pick you up,
この救護室に運び
carry you
込
into
んだ
this
ってわけ。
infirmary. Oh, that's right. We put ourselves into shock because we looked at a mirror and saw we were blonde.
了解？
I got it.
君は知らないと思うけどさ、とにかくすごい大騒ぎだったんだから。
Yeah, there we go. We're the Werecoco. Oh! Maybe we're Pee-Pee. Maybe we're like the most pathetic werewolf there's ever been.
まったく、人騒がせなやっちゃの。
You really had us worried there. Sarah slapped me gently on the cheek. My head turned to the side with the force. And from that position I asked, Hey, where was I passed out?
更衣室の鏡の前だよ。
In the changing room in front of the mirror. The changing room? It was a rectangular room. Definitely a noteworthy shape for a room to be in. And stuck to the back wall there was a large mirror. The bench had been returned to its original position. I walked up to the mirror. I didn't recognize my face. Yeah, like, only in this game, in, you know, the secret final route, do you have, BAM! New character intro! Sure. I didn't recognize that kid. I touched my eyebrow with my right hand. He touched his eyebrow with his left hand. Ayu! Football! The sounds that I uttered came to my ears. The kid in the mirror mouthed the exact same words, but of course I couldn't hear his voice. I reached out my left hand to touch him. He put out his right hand and did the same thing. My nails hit the surface of the glass with a click, but I couldn't reach him. Looking closely, I could see a face floating over his left shoulder. 2 pairs of eyes stared intensely up at me. It had to be an evil spirit. Maybe he was even being possessed. That's so sad. He's been taken over by a demon. And as soon as I said that to myself, I realized that he was looking at me. What? I'm being possessed.
ちは
Sarah! I jumped about 3 meters away. Good distance. Bending backwards as I leapt. When'd you get here?
拙者にとっては足音を消して忍び寄るなんてことはたやすいことなのでござるよ。
'Tis but a simple thing to conceal the pitter-patter of my steps. Really? Apparently, the person who'd been looking over my shoulder was Sarah.
だって少年、何にも言わないで出て行っちゃうんだもん。
Well, you just took off without saying anything. So you went and followed me?
うん。
Yeah. Are we not going to talk about the, 9-foot long, backflip that we said we did? Okay. Sarah had grabbed onto her tied-up hair with both hands and was swinging it back and forth.
で、鏡がどうかした？
So, what's with the mirror? She pointed to the mirror with the tip of her hair. Well,
ちょっと何？
Well, what? I pulled Sarah by the arm to stand in front of the mirror. Both of our images were reflected on the mirror's surface. The left and right sides of her face were reflected back in reverse, but there was no mistaking it was her. My face, on the other hand. Hey, who's that reflected in the mirror?
はい？意味がわからないんですけど。
I don't understand the question. This kid. The kid standing next to you. Who is he?
はあ。また例の厄介な発作が始まっちゃったわけね。
We started this again, huh? Come on, I'm being serious. Is this really my face?
君の顔じゃなくて誰の顔だっていうのさ。
Well, if it isn't your face, whose face is it? Huh. I guess you're right. I knew the answer, but I'd still needed to check. That kid was me. The face reflected in the mirror was mine.
大丈夫？
You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But I'm also not fine.
どっちなのよ。
Which one is it? A pouting Sarah was in the mirror. I looked at her figure in the reflection. She looked back at me. Our gazes intersected and overlapped at the same space and same time. I couldn't remember my own face. I couldn't remember. And I still can't remember it. Of course I understand that the person reflected in the mirror is me. But how can I say it? It doesn't feel real.
なるほど。
I see. That's why I passed out in front of the mirror last night. I don't know what the frothing at the mouth thing was about, but the face reflecting back at me in the mirror felt like someone else. Someone I didn't know.
でもさ、何も泡吹くほど驚くようなことじゃないんじゃないの？
But that shouldn't be enough to make you foam at the mouth, don't you think?
ある日突然、鏡の中に救いようのないへちゃむくれな顔が映ってたとしたら、確かに私だってそっとしちゃうと思うけどさ。
I mean, if you looked in the mirror and were suddenly hopelessly ugly, even I would faint, but
少年の顔はそんなに悪くはないんだし。
your face isn't that bad.
逆に、ああ、僕はこんなにまともな顔をしてたんだって、普通だったら安心すると思うんだけどな。
And I think you'd be relieved and think, I got a pretty nice looking face. Sarah glanced at the mirror and took a good look at my face.
私どっちかっていうと好きだよこの顔。
I mean, if I had to say one way or another, I like your face. That said, Sarah pointed the tip of her hair at me.
なんでか教えてあげようか。
Do you want to know why?
君の顔ちょっと私に似てるから。
I think you look a little like me. Look like? I look like you? I stared intently at Sarah's face.
そう思わない？
You don't think so? Suddenly, a vast whirling pattern came into my mind. It spun round and round, paralyzing my ability to think. I don't think so? It took all my will to mumble just that.
そうかな。目元のあたりとか似てると思うんだけどな。
Really? I think our eyes look the same.
ああ、なんでそんな嫌そうな顔するかな。
Hey, why are you making such a sour face?
褒めてるんだよ。
I'm giving you a compliment.
っていうか、ある意味自画自賛でもあるんだけど。
Or maybe I guess you could say I'm giving myself a compliment? Sarah started smiling shyly. Then all of a sudden, she tickled my nose with the tip of her hair. Hey, what are you doing? I jumped about 3 meters away, bending backwards as I leaped. I'm good at that shit. Sarah smiled mischievously. The smell of her hair seeped into my mind. It was a smell somehow so familiar, almost animal and private. What the fuck? The conference room! I was sitting in a chair, stuffing my mouth with a tuna witch sand. Right? Haha, I'm superhuman and I want to start fucking getting busy with my sister's panties or some shit. I'd grown bored of tuna sandwiches, so I invented my own version. A slice of bread between 2 pieces of meat. It was a needed change of pace. Sarah was sitting directly in front of me. Sarah was eating straight from a head of lettuce with nothing but ketchup as a topping. It's okay, we're all weirdos. Muttering in a voice so small I could barely hear it, she was saying, "I'm not getting enough vegetables. I'm not getting enough vegetables." Hey, where'd everybody else run off to? With ketchup smeared around her lips, Sarah answered me.
空は制御室。ノッキョ先輩は警備室。
Sora's in the control room. Nakyu's in the security
たけし
office.
は私が見た時にはメリーゴーランドに乗って一人で遊んでた。
As for Takashi, I saw him riding the merry-go-round, goofing off by himself.
つぐみは相変わらず行方不明。
As for Sugumi, missing as usual.
倉庫の修理が完了したから
Probably heard that shit
みん
you
な
said
適
about
当に
looking
一
down
息入れ
people's
てるんだと
panties.
思うよ。
Now that the repairs on the warehouse are finished, guess everybody's taking a breather. Huh. So what do you have planned next, Sarah?
別にどうもしないよ。
Nothing.
ただひたすらレタスを食べながら救出されるのを待つだけ。
Maybe I'll just sit here and wait to be rescued while I eat this lettuce. Sarah kept munching the lettuce, making a crunching sound as she bit into the core. By the way, Sarah, what were you doing up until now?
少年の見張り。
Watching over you, kid. Watching over me? Yeah, she just has a head of lettuce with a little ketchup garnish going.
ゆうべ少年を救護室に運び込んだ後、
She takes dietary
私たちは
fiber
交代
very
で少年の見
seriously.
張りをすることになったの。
Last night after we carried you to the infirmary, we all took turns watching you.
突然暴れ出したりするんじゃないかと思って、その用心のために。
We were worried you might suddenly go on a rampage or something, so we took every precaution.
で、ついさっきまで私がその当番だったのね。
And until a minute ago, it was my turn to watch.
だけど、ちょっと目を離してる隙に少年がいなくなっちゃって。
Except you up and disappeared the split second I turned my back.
あれどこ行ったんだと思って救護室の外に出てみたら、
I wonder what was going on and left the infirmary to find you and... When you found me crying?
そういうこと。
That's right. Finishing off my sandwich, I reached over to the lettuce in Sarah's hand and ripped off a leaf. Using my index finger, I wiped off some excess ketchup smeared around Sarah's mouth, dabbed it on my lettuce, and ate it. We are like next level pervert. What should I do next? This is like intense even for anime. Like, what the fuck? Just sitting here is getting boring. You know, Sarah putting out the like, I think we're related hint, and we're like, I want to get freaky with that. Sure, let's go see the fucked up warehouse. Well, guess I'll take Sarah to visit the warehouse. Had there really been an accident which had flooded the warehouse? I wanted to see for myself. Sarah? You think you could join me for a
いい
bit?
けど、
Okay, but
レタス食べ終わってからでいい？
you mind waiting until I'm through with my lettuce? Sarah said that with her face still covered in ketchup. Sure. I decided to wait for Sarah to finish her meal. While waiting, I asked her a question. So, tell me, why ketchup and not dressing? Her answer was straightforward.
トマト好きだから。
Because I like tomatoes.
太陽の味がするでしょ？
They taste like the sun, don't you think? Which is a weird thing to say, since we keep talking about the moon. Inside the warehouse, the air was filled with a sticky, humid smell. And the floor was covered with enough water to just cover our shoes. Around the room lay pipes, many of which looked to have been recently welded to repair damage. So there really was some kind of flooding here.
私の言ったこと信じてなかったの？
Is this the part where they open a box and it's all mouthwash? Didn't you believe me when I told you? Of course I believed you, but there's a difference between hearing something and seeing it for yourself. I mean, there's way more impact.
インパクト？
You know, the impact from realizing I saw all this in a dream.
予知夢ね。
Like a premonition. Well, I don't know if I could really call it a premonition or not, but... I mean, Sugumi didn't get hurt, right?
うん。
And besides... I said that and stopped, sweeping my eyes across the room. The scene was almost exactly as I had dreamed it, but one thing was different. There had been a pile of scrap metal stacked high, but it was stacked on the floor. In my dream, the warehouse was completely submerged in water. But by the looks of it here, everything seems fine. I wonder if you could still call that a premonition.
さあ、私に聞かれても。
Beats me. I have no idea about things like that. Hey, Sarah? Was the warehouse arranged like this from the start?
は？
See those containers and metal pipes lined up over there? I asked her while pointing to the rows of scrap metal. Were those stacked up in one tall pile before?
そんな細かいこといちいち覚えてないよ。
You can't expect me to remember all the details. Yeah, I guess you're right. Except for that one point, nothing else seemed out of place. However, I was amazed at how calm I felt while analyzing the situation. Premonitions, the phantom girl, the mirror affair, amnesia. Considering the countless number of strange things I'd experienced, I was surprisingly calm. Not thinking of such strange events as strange was, in itself, strange. Yeah, right? Be like, is that really details? Think, Sarah, think! This is the only thing I'm asking here. Was I just desensitized to everything? Maybe I had just never been the type to think too deeply about things. I don't know why, but I felt fine about the situation. I walked a loop around the entire warehouse and returned to where I started, only to find Sarah was gone. That same moment, I heard a sound. like something pounding powerfully against a steel wall. I searched for the origin of the sound. A small door suddenly jumped into my field of vision. In front of the door stood Sarah. Sarah! I let out a yell and ran to her. What happened? I asked, standing at Sarah's side.
別にどうもしないよ。
What do you mean? Sarah acted like there was nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, she seemed so normal that normal didn't begin to describe it well enough. The bashing sound continued unabated. It was coming from beyond the door. It sounded like someone was throwing their body against the door, and they weren't holding back. It was an explosive force, almost animalistic in intensity. The sound reverberated to the core of my body, rattling my brain. Who is it? Hey, who's there? I yelled at the door.
は
Confused, Sarah reached out and touched the door panel. The door opened. Nobody's in here. The room inside was dark. So that should have been the kid having his moon meltdown. And we're not going to ever address how he was seeing the moon through an underwater window. / why is there a window in here in the first place? That just seems like a structural weakness, frankly. And God knows this place has enough of those. Even before I could turn on the lights, I could tell there was no one inside. So then, what was that noise just now? I turned around and looked at Sarah.
ねえ、さっきから何わけわかんないこと言ってんの？
What is it this time? I have no idea what you've been going on about. What do you mean, no idea? I'm asking what that noise was just now.
音って何さ？
What noise? A noise? You know, the noise? The sound of someone ramming into the door. That noise.
はあ、疲れた。
I'm tired. What?
もういい加減、そういうのに付き合うの疲れちゃった。
No, really, I'm tired of putting up with this kind of thing. Sarah said that to me with a scornful look on her face. What are you talking about?
その言葉、そっくりそのままお返ししますけど。
That's exactly what I want to ask
どういうこと？
you. What are you talking about?
私の名前を知ってたり、予知みたいなことを言ってみたり。
First you knew my name, then you predict the
い
future?
るはずのない女の子に会った？
And you see little girls who aren't there?
鏡の中の自分が別人に思える？
When you look in the mirror, you think you're a different person?
で、今度はおまけに幻聴ですか。
And now you're hearing sounds that aren't there.
悪いけど、もうそういうのには付き合いきれないのよね。
I'm sorry, but I can't keep putting up with this. Hearing sounds that aren't there? You mean you couldn't hear it, Sarah?
答えるのもめんどくさいけど、
Ugh, I shouldn't have to answer,
聞
but
こえなかった。
no, I didn't hear it. So why were you standing in front of that door?
だから、別に理由なんかないってば。
Like I've been saying, no particular reason.
ただ扉の向こう側が、つまりこの部屋の中がどうなってるのか知りたかっただけ。
I was just wondering what's beyond it, that's all. Damn, I wonder if there's anybody here who has the ability to have people see and hear things that nobody else can, and or vice versa. Are you serious?
そんなことで嘘ついてどうすんのよ。
Why would I lie about something like that?
まだマップの中で行ったことのない場所があったら、誰だって行きたくなるでしょ？
If there was a place on a map you'd never been to, wouldn't you want to go there?
まだ開けてない宝箱があったら、誰だって開けてみたくなるでしょ？
If there was an unopened treasure box, wouldn't you want to open it?
まだ話しかけてない村人がいたら、誰だって話しかけてみたくなるでしょ？
If there was a person in the town that you lived in who you'd never talked to before, wouldn't you want to say something to that person? Alright, you know what? You had me with the rest of them. Ah, I see. Sarah's discomfort showed clearly on her face. Her eyes were frightened. So I don't know what came over me. Ha 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 ha! Everything's cool. I decided to try to play it off by laughing. not thinking of strange events as strange was becoming not so strange after all. When enough coincidences happened, one after the other, they stopped being coincidental and started to become unavoidable. What was more, having encountered strange phenomena so often that they seemed like old acquaintances, started to think that nothing could faze me. What a time to suddenly become philosophical. Spiritual awakening, enlightenment, nirvana. I felt like there was nothing left to be afraid of. Ha 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 ha! My laughing voice reverberated throughout the room.
あっちゃ。いたたたたたた。
That really hurts. Seeing my laughing had only proved to increase Sarah's frustration and doubt in me, but I didn't care. And the look she gave me, like I was some kind of weirdo, didn't bother me either. I began to dance lightly, circling around the small room like a Polynesian tribal dancer. Oh, now we're racist. But it made me dizzy, so I stopped. Out of breath, I leaned against the nearest wall for support. In front of me, I noticed a small square window. From outside the window, faint moonlight shone in. Moonlight? Moonlight! Sarah must have noticed the direction of my gaze because she began to walk towards the window. Speaking towards her backside, I said, "Why would there be a window in a place like this?"
え
Sarah's feet stopped.
これが窓に見えるの？
This looks like a window to you? She said as she spun around. This isn't it a window? Because the light.
光？
Light? Sarah shuffled backwards and planted her back against the wall.
光って今言ったよね。
You said light, didn't you? Yeah.
これが光ってるように見えるの？
It looks like it's shining light to you? They look like monsters to you? As if being called by the light, I began to walk towards it. I knocked a few times against the window with my knuckles. I stopped in front of the window. Except it wasn't a window at all. Oh, he going into the light. It was a steel door buried in the wall. See, this is why Sora has zero trust.
ねえ、答えてよ。
Hey, will you answer my question?
光ってるように見えるの？
Does it look like a light is shining? Yeah, it does. Sarah stood beside me and put her hand on the steel door. I also reached out and placed the flat of my hand on the door. The door seemed to sizzle with a penetrating heat. Without changing our pose, our eyes met. Sarah started to speak, but hesitated. She then opened her lips to try again, but she stammered. Her breathing became rough. She seemed a little agitated. A red light seemed to emanate from her body. So, why does it look like it's shining? It was a very innocent, almost naive question. Without answering me, Sarah removed her hand from the door. I removed mine as well. 2 faint handprints were left imprinted on the square steel door.
少年、これ見える？
Kid, can you see this? Muttering, Sarah gently removed something from her pocket. A flame appeared. The whole scene changed in an instant as Sarah's face lit up in red. I realized what Sarah had taken out was a pendant and a lighter. Without saying a word, Sarah brought the flame and the pendant in front of my eyes. Inside the pendant floated a holographic image of a man who I had never seen before. Who is this? When I asked that, Sarah's hand began to quiver. The flame shook. The large shadow that it projected on the wall flickered as well.
そう、見えるんだ。
So you can see it too. Sarah shut the lighter.
少年、昨日さ、
Kid, the other day,
ナッキ先輩が発電室の扉を開けようとしたとき、止めたよね。
when Nakyu tried to open the door to the generator room, you stopped her, right? Yeah.
どうして？なんで止めたの？
How come? Why did you stop her? Wait, hold on a second. Weren't you just telling me how tired you were of all my premonitions and illusions?
予知
Premonitions?
あれは予知だったの？
So that was a premonition? I can't say. I mean, I don't really know. It's just that I thought it would be dangerous for her to open the door. Sarah looked at the ceiling. Then she looked at the square door in the wall, the pendant held tightly in her hand, and finally, slightly upwards into my eyes. There was a long silence. Sarah looked deep in thought, or maybe as though she wasn't thinking anything. The only sound was her steady, measured breaths. Eventually,
まさかそんなわけないよね。
yeah, it couldn't be, right?
はあ
Sarah took a deep breath and put away the lighter and pendant. We left the room. Sarah took a big stretch. I repeated my question to her. Sarah, whose image was that in the pendant? As she walked towards the exit, she answered,
太陽星人
a person from the sun. Ugh. After that, Sarah and I headed to the conference room. We didn't have any specific objective in mind. It's trauma! It's trauma. Actually, we made for the conference room precisely because we didn't have any objective. It wasn't that anyone had said we would meet there. Somehow, it had just become our meeting place and hangout. We were all there. Sora and Takashi teased me, saying that the night before, I'd been flailing around like a crab on its back. They said I'd worried them, but they thought I seemed better. It's almost exactly the same thing I'd heard from Sarah. They asked why I'd gone crazy when I saw the mirror. I avoid giving a clear-cut answer. I didn't think that I could get them to understand a situation as complex as that by just telling them the real reason up front. It appeared that Takashi and Sora were satisfied with my evasive explanation. And then, small talk started. The real horror! Strangely, we only talked idly, gossiping about things and not touching on Lemu at all. We talked about the best movies we'd ever seen, and why whales stranded themselves on the beach in groups. That's a weird topic to bring up. And the truth behind the assassination of JFK was, as well as whether forks or chopsticks were better. Topics changed often, and we talked about a wide range of things, from the serious to the silly. In short, we were just killing time. Tried to fill in the time by keeping our mouths moving. I didn't participate much in the conversation, just kind of nodding from time to time and laughing along with everyone. It wasn't that I necessarily thinking about anything else. I just thought of it all as a painless way to kill time. In the group, there was one or another person who was just as quiet as myself. Even more so since she didn't open her mouth once. Tsugumi. Tsugumi looked as furious as ever. She had a constantly dissatisfied look, making it seem as if she'd been dissatisfied from the day she was born and was probably destined to stay that way. I figured if she was that annoyed, she wouldn't come to where everyone had gathered, but, of course, I couldn't say that to her. Oh, we really putting the novel into visual novel right now. Tsugumi glanced at me at a rate of once every 2 minutes. I counted. In the afternoon 2 days before, May 1st, she'd been short with me. She told me not to talk to her. However, her looking at me about once every 2 minutes was totally at odds with those words and seemed like a sign saying, "Speak with me." Her glances unnerved me, and I was unable to focus my attention on the conversation. Eventually, the 4 others got tired of talking, and gradually, the conversation slowed down. Finally, the talking ground to a halt completely. 5 hours had passed since we'd come to the conference room. Everyone was silent. Yu rested her chin in her hands and watched a plant in the corner of the room. Sarah put her face on the table and closed her eyes. Takashi stood by the window and stared at the ocean. Sora wasn't there. She'd gone back to the control room. Tsugumi had just stood up. She headed towards the exit. She touched the panel to open and close the door. Just before she left the room, she looked at me again. It bothered me. I couldn't let it not bother me. A while after Tsugumi had gone out, I'm going to the bathroom! Saying that to everybody, I followed Tsugumi. I followed the sound of water splashing and soon found Tsugumi. She was walking ahead of me in a curved corridor. I ran to Tsugumi and asked her, Hey, why did you keep looking at me? Sugumi didn't stop walking. She didn't even look at me. I stopped ahead of her and stood in her way. You were shooting sideways glances at me, right? And then you glanced at me when you left the conference room.
だから
So? Well,
ええ。私は確かにあなたを見てたわ。
yeah, I was looking at you.
でも、だったらあなただって私のことを見てたんじゃないの？
But you watched me as well, didn't you?
そうじゃなければ、私の視線に気づくわけがないんだから。
If not, you wouldn't have noticed my glance. Checkmate. You're right.
じゃあ、お互い様じゃない。
So, we're even. But you started watching me first.
見ちゃいけないの？
Is that a problem? No problem, but
あなたは誰かに見つめられると、潮の柱になってしまうような得意体質の持ち主？
what? Are you afraid you'll turn into a pillar of salt if someone looks at you? You've actually got that backwards, but okay. No?
そう、よかった。
Fine then. Saying that, Sugumi started to walk. I blocked her way, holding out my arm. Wait a minute. Don't change the subject. We were talking about JFK. Where were you, Sugumi? What I wanted to know was the reason why you were glancing
理由
at
が
me.
なきゃダメなの？
Do I need a reason?
人を見ることに理由が必要なの？
Do you need a reason to look at someone? You're trying to change the topic again.
じゃあ、あなたはどうしてそんなくだらない質問をするの？
Then why are you asking me such a stupid question? Because I want to know.
何が？
To know what? About you, Sugumi. Sugumi, you want to say something to me, don't you? Sugumi looked down. She dragged her legs slightly on the ground behind her. There, ripples spread over the surface of water. Sugumi's eyes absently followed the directions that the ripples spread in. She looked up. We stared at each other. Sugumi pushed her hair back softly with her little
言い
finger
たい
and
こと
said,
はたくさんある。
I have many things I want to say,
でも今はまだ言えないの。
but I can't say them yet. She spoke in a mild, calm tone. Hey, Tsugumi, why do you keep trying to hide so many things? You can't trust us yet?
できない。
No. Then why did you help us with repairs when the flooding accident happened today?
私は手伝ってなんかいない。
I didn't help you. What?
私が修理をして、他のみんながその手伝いをしたの。
I did the repairs and everyone else helped me. You can look at that any way you want. It's not important. What is important is that you tried to help us anyway, right?
ええ、
Tsugumi said it simply.
私はあなたたちのことを信用してないだけなの。
I just don't trust you guys.
別に恨んでるわけでも、憎んでるわけでもない。
It's not that I have a grudge against you.
危険な事態が発生したら、協力するのは当たり前でしょ？
There's nothing special about helping someone during an emergency, is there?
私のことはともかくとして、人が死んでいくのを黙って見ているわけにはいかないから。
I don't care about what happens to myself, but I can't just sit around doing nothing when someone is going to die,
特に、こんな状況ではね。
especially in circumstances like this. It was an unexpected answer. Little by little, Sugumi might have been seeing our side of things. Okay. I'll ask you a different question. You show yourself around us often, even though you're saying you don't trust us, right? If you doubt us, you don't have to hang out with us. You can act on your own. Sugumi, you actually want to be buddies with us, don't you? I was kind of taking a gamble. If she'd answered back something like, Fine, if that's what you want, I'll never show my face again, that would have been the end of things. I waited for her reaction. Sugumi laughed. She kept shaking her head and laughing hard. What's so funny?
だって、仲良しって。
You said buddy.
小学生じゃあるまいし。
We're not school kids, you know.
私、あなたが思ってるよりも、ずっと年上なのよ。
I am much older than you think. Sugumi covered her mouth as she kept laughing. Hey, stop laughing. I'm being serious. If I'm wrong, then what is it? If you don't want to be buddies with us, then why do you come to where everybody is?
教えてほしい？
Do you really want to know? Yeah.
だったら、 教えてあげてもいいけど、
I can tell you if you want, but
その代わり一つだけ質問に答えてほしいの。
I want you to answer this question in exchange.
あなたジュエルチョコって知ってる？
Do you know about Jewel chocolate? What?
ジュエルチョコ。
Jewel chocolate. I'm amnesiac who don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know. I answered
ジ
honestly.
ュエルチョコは何の変哲もないただのチョコレート。
Jewel chocolate is an ordinary chocolate
たっ
bar.
た一つの特徴はおまけとしておもちゃの指輪がついてくること。
But the special thing is that a toy ring comes with it as an extra surprise. I see.
そのおもちゃの指輪は全部で34種類あるの。
There are 34 types of the toy rings in
そ
total.
れらを全て集めようと思ったらひたすらチョコを買い続けなくちゃいけない。
If you want to collect all of the rings, then you have to keep buying
で
chocolate.
もこれってちょっと変だと思わない？
But don't you think that's a little odd?
主従関係が逆転しちゃってるのよ。
The relationship is backwards here.
本来ならチョコの方が主で指輪の方が従だったはずなのに。
Really, the chocolate should be the primary reason for buying it, and the ring should be secondary.
指輪を集めている人にとってはチョコの方が副次的な存在なの。
But for people that collect rings, the chocolate is kind of a secondary benefit. So you mean that chocolate becomes something extra after the rings?
そういうこと。
That's right. But, so what? What does that have to do with what we were talking about?
わからない？
Don't you get it? I tilted my head.
私がみんなのところに行くのはみんなに会うことを目的としてるわけじゃないの。
The primary reason that I go to everybody is not to see them.
私はただ
I just... Sugumi stopped talking. The smile was gone from her face. She stared at me with a serious look. It was a tense look. Just looking at her deep, dark-colored eyes, I felt as if I were about to be absorbed. But I couldn't look away. I couldn't even budge. My body was stiff, like a pillar of salt.
私はただ
I'm just...
指輪を集めてるだけ。
I'm just collecting rings.
チョコはおまけなのよ。
The chocolate is an added benefit. As she said that, I didn't know why, but she suddenly touched my ear. She traced the outline of my ear and pinched my earlobe tenderly. In that moment, my body burst into fragments. I didn't remember what happened after that. I just found myself in the middle of the corridor standing in a daze. Sugumi had disappeared at some point.
指輪を集めてるだけ。
I'm just collecting rings. Sugumi's voice echoed in my head. I wobbled back to the conference room. When I entered the room, only you and Sarah were there. They were lying on the table and breathing as if they were asleep. Their legs were facing me. I could almost see their underwear. But I wasn't interested in it. This isn't that kind of game. Not interested. Pretending not to be interested, I walked around the table and shook Yu's body slightly. Yu opened her eyes, rubbing one of them with her hand.
あ、そうな。おかえり。
Hey kid, welcome back. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this.
大丈夫。
I'm alright. It's like the most heavily rendered, like, CG we've seen in the game, too. Somebody really lovingly rendered, like, yes, and then the girls were cuddling.
マヨの体、あったかいから。
Mayo's body is warm, so... Saying that, you hugged Sarah's body tightly. Sarah said something in delirium, but she didn't seem to wake up. And I figured they both had to be tired. What about Takashi? He should be seeing this.
メリーゴーランド、行ったみたいよ。
I think he went to the merry-go-round? You mean the merry-go-round with the dolphins?
うん。
That's the only one here. Yup.
出て行く前に、そう言ってた。
That's what he said before he left. Did he go alone? As I asked, I realized I'd already known the answer. Sora was in the control room. I'd met Sugumi a minute ago. You and Sarah were holding each other like koalas in front of me.
一人だよ。
He went alone. You answered
もう
me.
いいでしょ。
Alright then.
貸してよ。
Can
い
you
い
let
とこ
me
ろなんだ
sleep
か
now?
ら。
I'm having a nice time. Having a nice time? You might have been half in a dream. She closed her eyes slowly, went up the emergency stairs, and headed for the merry-go-round. Get the hint! Thought briefly that it'd be nice to go to sleep between you and Sarah. Fortunately, I wasn't sleepy at all. Besides, I was curious what Takashi was doing at the merry-go-round. If I remembered correctly, Takashi had been sitting on a dolphin earlier in the day as well. Sarah had told me that. I wondered if riding the merry-go-round alone was fun. If I was something fun for him, Takashi was kinda freaky.
俺はイルカの国の王様だい
I'm the king of the Dolphin Kingdom! I could imagine Takashi having fun by himself. But if he wasn't there for his amusement, I wanted to know the reason why he was going to the merry-go-round so often. Anyway, I was itching to find out the truth. That was why I didn't mind climbing up 17 meters of stairs. I came out on a straight corridor. After I walked for a while, I could see a door on the left side. There was a dolphin merry-go-round through the door. The door had been left open. I sneaked into the room, trying not to make a sound. Yeah, that's just 2 backflips away. Takashi was there. He was alone as I expected. Takashi was all alone.
どこにいるんだよ
Where are you?
あのなお前な
Hey, you!
はあもう何なんだ
Oh, come on. What is this? He was wandering around in front of the merry-go-round as he screamed nonsense, as if he were chasing something invisible. I'd have thought he was chasing butterflies over the flower garden. That's what it looked like to me.
そもそもお前だって分かってるはずだぞ
You've known it all along, right?
捕まえるって言ったって
There's no way I can catch you. Oh, so he's midway through Sora's like, whoa, there's 4 of me, and there's just as many realities.
俺はどうやってもお前を掴むことができないんだ
No matter how hard I try, I can't catch you. Takashi was talking to a fake dolphin, tropical fish, and seaweed. There was obviously something wrong with him. He was sicker than I imagined. There was no time to laugh. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't even have the presence of mind to feel sorry for him. He's gone crazy because he's locked up in a place like this. We didn't even notice, but somewhere along the line he just snapped.
具合悪くなってないか
Is something wrong?
疲れてるんじゃないか
Are you worn out?
なんかやばいことになってないよな
Nothing bad's happened, has it? It seemed that Takashi was worried about the dolphins. I clasped my hands together as if in a prayer pose. I decided to leave without saying anything. I decided to pretend I hadn't seen it and keep it to myself. I started walking towards the exit. As the distance between myself and Takashi grew, I couldn't hear what he said. Only one thing reached me.
クローン法
Clone law. Then, my vision twisted crazily. Wait, maybe the attack hit before his voice did. I didn't know. But in any case, I lost my sense of balance. I couldn't tell what was up or down. It was such a sudden change that it threw me. I felt an urge to vomit and a headache. Who are you? Who am I? It was my voice, but it wasn't mine. I lost consciousness. I crashed to the floor. Was it me that fell? Or someone else that wasn't me? I felt myself sinking into the ground. Was I sinking? Or was the floor trying to swallow me? I didn't know. I didn't
ク
know.
ローン法
Clone law?
クローン法クローン法ク クローン砲
Thanks, Takashi. And melted into the pure white darkness. Clone law?
はい、クローン法です。
Yes, the clone law. Boy, I hope we get to say clown law? Clone law a few more times. I can't even say it anymore. Clown law is what Takashi lives by. I don't know, I mean, I forgot?
2010年に
In
これ
2010,
まで禁止されていた人間のクローン受精は法律で認められました。
human cloning, which had been illegal up until then, was allowed by law.
現在では省庁の許可さえ得られれば誰でもクローン受精による不妊治療が
Human
受けられ
clowning
るよう
is
になっています。
definitely what Takashi lives by. Currently, as long as anyone receives the approval of the authorities, they can undergo clone fertilization as a way to treat infertility. Well, that's enough Ever17 for now, folks. Jesus Christ.
培養した体細胞から核を抜き取り別のすでに核を抜き取っている卵細胞の中にそれを移植し
The nucleus is taken from an already cultivated somatic cell and inserted into an egg that has had its original nucleus removed. Then, it's implanted into the mother's womb. Oh, yeah, I remember now.
ご理解いただけましたか？
Do you understand? What does that have to do with this? Clones develop separately. In other words, they're different entities. They're not the same person, they're more like twins.
でもその由来は単一です。
But their source is the same. In 2010, did you figure out the problem with the Eve gene and the way mitochondrial DNA is actually creating serious alterations between clones? I don't know. Ever17 might have taken this into consideration. Who knows? I feel like this is a game developer that heard about the Eve gene and was like, boy, do I have a series of visual novels to write now. Sora spoke almost casually.
話を戻しますね。
Let's go back to what we were talking about.
私は偏在している。
I am omnipresent.
同じ空間の中に時間の中に複数の私が存在できるのです。
I thought you married me because you loved me. There can be several of me existing in the same space at the same time.
例えば倉成さんの前とココちゃんの前。
For example, in front of you and in front of Coco-chan. This has been a long con. 20 years so that you could be like, hey, I got a visual novel series you gotta play.
あそことここに2人の私がいる。
There and here, there are two of me. And this conversation's extra weird though, because she tells the whole group at one point, oh, you know, I'm programmed to only ever project one of myself to keep up the illusion. And this is why there's zero trust for Sora. Yeah, I know, you were setting this whole thing up before streaming was even a thing. You were like, yes, my master plan comes into motion.
けれどそれは決してダブルではなく
But they are definitely not W.
Y なのです。
But why? Why? Why is the question?
そうですね。考えてみてください。
You see, please, think of it this
も
way.
しもあなたという人格をそっくりそのままコピーすることができるとしたら
What if you could be copied exactly, just the way you are?
例えば
For instance,
あなたの脳に刻まれたすべての記憶、考え方、感じ方、人格、性格、感情
For instance, what if every recollection, thought, feeling, character trait, personality, and emotion that's etched into
そ
your
れらす
mind
べての情報を正確に忠実に摘出することができたとして
In other words, your whole intelligence could be perfectly, exactly
それを
extracted
何らかの記憶媒体に複製し、しかもその機能を再現できるとしたら、
and then duplicated in some kind of storage medium. Maybe some kind of disk that was worth drowning for in half the endings of this game. Huh.
その時、本当のあなたはどこにいるのでしょうか。
Then where is the real you? Oh, which is also the question that Sugumi was answering, or asking rather, was where are you?
肉体に残ったままの人格が本当のあなた？
The you who stays in your body, is that the real
それ
you?
とも複製した人格が本当のあなた？
Or is the duplicate character, in fact, you?
正解はそのいずれにも本当のあなたがいるです。
The answer is, in any case, that the real you does exist in both.
そう、あなたは分裂し2つになるのです。
Yes, you have been divided into two.
歴史的にはその瞬間から2人のあなたは別々の個体として同一時間軸上を歩んでいくことになります。
Historically, and from that moment forward, the two of you are traveling down the time axis as two separate entities.
けれどその道のりを振り返ってみれば、
That's right, because we are existing in the time cube. I forgot that she had explained the time cube at some point previously in this conversation. If you turn around and look at the journey you have taken, you will see that the two of you were joined together at one
それ
point.
がつまり Y なのです。ダブルではなく Y。
It's split like a Y, with 2 points emerging from one line, not a W, with 2 separate points of origin.
あるポイントを起点として別々に分かれていく2つの自分をあなたは想像することができないかもしれません。
You may be unable to imagine two of yourselves splitting apart and going different ways at a particular base
しかし
point.
それはすでに起こっていることなのです。
But that is something that has already happened.
あなたは常に絶え間なく訪れては過ぎ去っていく瞬間瞬間の中で何らかの選択を迫られています。
You are always constantly approaching a choice in each present moment that becomes the past the instant you visit it. Oh, that's right, that's right. This is where we had our quantum suicide conversation.
B の道を行く
Only instead of it being quantum suicide, we are instead going with the quantum notion that that universe continues existing as a constantly persistent clone of ourselves. Ah.
ここにいるあなたが A の道を歩んできたとしても別の時間軸上では B の道を歩んできたあなたが存在するかもしれません。
Like, I'm just throwing things now. I hate that this makes the nonary games, like games, just simple and straightforward seeming. Like, at least, we're playing a death game. Good. Thank you. Oh my god. At least you know where you are when you're locked in a warehouse with a bunch of weirdos. Here, I don't know where we're locked. We could be anywhere. We're locked in the time cube and Sora is with us, and that is a problem. Oh no. Right. At least we gotta take an ad break so we can, like, let the brain recover. Jesus Christ. Alright, both the U on path A and the U on path B are still U.
ただ A の道にいるあなたは B の道にいるあなたの
Except
こ
the
とを
U
知
on
りませ
path
ん。
A doesn't know about the U on path B. Except in the case of the kid right now, where he is somehow consciously aware of both halves.
知る手段がないからです。
Because there's no way to know.
同様に B の道にいるあなたも A の道にいるあなたのことには気づかないでしょう。
In the same way, the U on path B probably isn't aware of the U on path A either.
なぜだかわかりますか？
Do you know why that is? Tell me if this is basically it. The Me on path A that you're talking about is one of the branches of the Y, and the Me on path B is the other branch. Yes. Takashi, that's not the part that needs any clarification. In this case, my A and B cells would be two-dimensional beings. And as two-dimensional beings, they wouldn't have an accurate awareness of their two-dimensional world at any time. Oh, that's right, this is where it got real meta. When they were like, damn, what if we were just anime characters in a visual novel? That'd be wild. Just like a person in a three-dimensional world can't keep track of all 6 sides of a die in real time. Okay, so that means, let's see. I lost my train of thought. Damn. Takashi tried thinking once. It was terrible. In other words, basically, it means this. The person at one end of the Y and at the other end of the Y can't really be aware of each other in real time. In order to know what's happening at the other end of the Y, you'd have to extract yourself from the two-dimensional plane and view the Y from a three-dimensional space. Until you can do that, even if you understand it mentally, there's no way to confirm whether both A and B selves exist.
まあほぼ正解ですね。
Well, that's just about right.
続けます。
To pick up there, Sora said that in a matter-of-fact tone.
今倉成さんが意味軸もおっしゃったように
As you've just been saying, if you were the DVD logo bouncing,
二次元的な存在は二次元平面から脱出し三次元空間内からその平面を見下ろさない限り
until a being existing in the second dimension removes themselves from the second dimension and views it from the third dimensional space above,
二次元の全体像を把握することはできません。
that person will never fully be able to grasp the second dimension.
脱出が可能となった時その時初めて自分が Y の字の一部であったことに気づき
When that individual gets out of the second dimension, only then do they realize that there's another branch of the Y.
さらに
These just remind me of those really, like, weird matter-of-fact videos that, like, one chick does about, like, our friend in the fourth dimension. Like, let me find those. I don't, my wife at least goes on a different internet than I do, so let me make sure that everyone knows what I'm talking about. I love that there are so many autocompletes for fourth dimension. Yeah, here she is. Let me get in here. Let us view the fourth dimension lady that I'm talking about when I say that. Let me turn off my overlay and not that. Okay, here she is.
Object look like to us? Well, it
This
depends
is what these
part of that
Sora
4D
explanations
object
all
is
remind me
passing
of.
through our 3D space. I've received word that a 4D ball is about to pass through our world. Please stand by. Right now, we can see a small sphere because this slice is near the edge of the 4D ball. It grows in size as it moves through our world, and right now we see it as its largest because this slice is at the middle of the 4D ball. It shrinks again as it continues to move through our world, and now we don't see it. The 4D ball still exists, but our slice of space does not contain it. A 4D creature would still see the ball and know exactly where it is, but we are not gifted that kind of perspective.
So
what
I
would a
only have
4D
to assume that
object
this
look like to us?
weirdly calm
Well, it
Australian woman is actually the author of this game. See, look. What do you mean, in hyperspace no one can hear you scream? That's it. That's the plot of Ever17. In hyperspace, no one can hear you scream. I'm the one screaming. Alright. Keep going, Sora. But that's it. That's all this entire talk sounds like to me. It sounds like that lady's fourth dimension lectures.
まとめましょう。
Let's try to pull this together.
N 次元的な存在が N 次元の全体像を把握するためには
In
N プ
order
ラ
to
ス
be
1
fully aware of
次
one's
元空間へ
dimension,
と脱出する必要がある。
one must view it from the next dimension, n plus 1.
もちろんこれは3次元空間内においても当てはまります。
Of course, this also applies to three-dimensional space.
3次元的な存在が3次元の全体像を把握するためには
See, and she was right to try and drown him, though, because Takashi be trying to get up into Sora's fourth lake space. I don't know. For a person to be fully aware of the third dimension, he or she needs to enter the fourth
つま
dimension.
り倉成さんが枝分かれした他の自分がいることに気づくためには
In other words, for you to realize there's another of yourself that has branched off,
4次元空間へと飛び出してこの私たちがいる3次元空間内を見下ろさなければならないのです。
you must get into the fourth dimension and look down into the third
こ
dimension.
の場合の4次元空間とはミンコフスキー時空のことを指しているわけですが、まあその話はいいでしょう。
In this case, the fourth dimensional space becomes a type of Minkowski space, Mike Wazowski space. But let's not get into that. Oh yeah, God forbid this conversation get complex.
さて
So,
これで異なった歴史、異なった世界、異なった空間の中に別の自分自身が存在する。
so with this, I think I've gotten you to understand that there can be versions of yourself with different
という
histories,
ことが
in different
分かって
worlds
も
and
らえたでしょ
existing
う
in
か。
different spaces.
世界に自己は偏在しているのです。
You are omnipresent in the world.
あなたと同様に私という存在
in
も
the same
偏
way.
在しています。
So am
あ
I.
なたも私と同じ
You and I.
単一から分かれた Y。
We are just branches of the
です
Y.
が
However,
偏在する自己は一つになれるのです。
these divided selves can become one.
あなたの知らないあなたがあなた自身と不可分の存在になれるとしたら
If the self you don't know were to become inseparably bound
あ
with
なた
you,
自身が他のあらゆるあなたを把握できる位置に立って全てを見通せたとしたら
if you could stand in a place where you could see and understand all the others that were you,
全てのあなたの体験はあなた一人の体験に等しくなる。
then all the experiences of your other selves would become like your own experiences.
あなたは本当の意味でたった一つの存在になる。
In the truest sense, you would become one. See, that didn't happen in the original conversation. So I suppose that's where we are now, is all the various realities we have covered in every other good ending is now converging all in one place. I let out a long sigh. Fucking you and me both, Takashi. Listen, can I ask just one
どう
thing?
ぞ。
Why are you telling me all of this?
いい質問ですね。
That's a good question. Sora turned in a full circle right where she was and smiled.
伝説ですよ。
She turned 360 degrees and walked away. It's a
こ
legend.
のレミューの由来のレムリア大陸に伝わる伝説です。
It's a legend passed down through the Lemurian continent and is the origin behind Lemu. But which is it? As we also got the, oh, it's not actually based on the Lemurian continent, it's based on Lieblich Medical.
そういうことにしておいてください。
Let's just leave it at that.
内緒ですよ。
And you must understand, it is a secret. Sora held up one finger in front of her mouth. And then, without a sound, she vanished. And yeah, fucking with our head like this is why she got 0 trust points. No trust. You know, we got this whole plotline about like whether or not she can lie. And obviously she can, because she tells people completely different stories. So obviously, at least 50% of what she says is lying. Up to and including, oh, I can't lie. Teehee, I'm so bad at it after all. Uh-huh. But then you also have, like, if it is like ChatGPT, where it's not lying per se, if you, as a computer, have no concept of, like, an actual untruth because you are simply repeating messages, it's not a lie. There was doorbell ditching and dining and dashing, but I figure there wasn't a phrase like chat and run or debate and dash. I'm inventing the debate and dash at this moment. Roll up on somebody on the street, explain the fourth dimension to them. Fucking out. But that was exactly what Sora had just done to me. Ah well. Letting out a sigh, I made for the exit. As I walked, I reflected back on what Sora had said. Clones, dividing selves, walking different times, simultaneous copies of Sora, the ubiquitous Sora. I wondered if Sora was just trying to say that everything was all the same. So maybe Sora, with all her incomprehensible and special attributes, not having one single self was really not all that different. Wondered if that was what Sora had wanted to say. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that, Takashi. I wasn't sure. But I didn't see much use in thinking anymore about things that I didn't understand. And then, squish. My foot came into contact with something soft. Felt as if I were stepping on a person. That's not a person, is it? One of my feet was standing on the kid's small back. And, hey, kid! Kid, are you alright? I kneeled down next to him and raised his body up.
Takeshi.
What do you mean, Takashi? What are you doing collapsed in a place like this? I heard you talking crazy, so I passed out. In a different body. And timeline entirely.
こんなとこ?
Place like this? The kid bounced up like he'd been shocked.
ああ、そっか。
Oh, yeah.
僕、なんでか知らないけど、突然頭が痛くなっちゃって。
I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, my head hurt. And
それで、ここに倒れちゃったんだ。
then I fell down here. Your head? That could be bad news.
もう大丈夫。
No, I'm alright.
ちょっと眠ったら、すっきりしちゃった。
I think a little sleep refreshed me. You sure? You sure you're fine?
でも、なんか
Yeah.
背中が痛いかも。
But my back kinda hurts. I decided not to tell him I'd been stepping on it.
あとは、お腹が空きすぎて、胃がキュルキュルと鳴ってる。
I'm starved. My stomach won't stop growling. I see. Well, if you got an appetite, you're probably okay, but I don't know. Maybe not this kid. I think blonde kid is the runaway pervert. You know, this one's just confused perpetually. Healthy people don't just get headaches and collapse all of a sudden. Hey, you listening to me?
何が?
What?
もう、たけしは心配性だな。平気だってば。
Takashi, you worry too much. Said I'm fine.
ただの貧血だよ、貧血。
Just a little anemic, that's all.
じゃなかったら、疲労か空腹か睡魔。
If it's not that, I'm probably tired or hungry.
とにかく、今は背中以外に痛いところはないし。
Anyway, the only thing that hurts right now is my back. Yep. Just can't bring myself to tell him I stepped on it.
そんなことよりも、早く売店行こうよ。
Well, enough about that. Let's get to the kiosk.
僕お腹ペコペコなんだから。
I'm starving. Saying that, the kid made for the exit, walking briskly. Shrugging, I watched him go. I was famished as well, but there was one more place I had to go before I went to the kiosk. Of course, it was to see Sugumi. Her surgery was finished a long time ago before Sora's talk about W and Y. Over 7 hours before. I'd asked Sora about Sugumi's condition.
40針ほど縫いました。全治2ヶ月といったところです。
It required a total of 40 stitches and will take 2 months to heal completely.
元のように歩けるようになるにはさらに数ヶ月かかりますね。
It will take her a few more months to be able to walk normally.
小町さんには救助が来てレミューから出られるようになるまで安静にしてもらうことになるでしょう。
Until a rescue team arrives at Lemu and we can get her out of here, she's going to have to rest. We were lucky there was no damage done to her brain or organs. Only her right thigh was injured. Maybe only wasn't the best way to put it. In any case, she had a complex fracture and a severed artery. And if we had taken any longer to treat her, she might have died from blood loss. I was thankful to you from the bottom of my heart. I entered the infirmary. Tsugumi was sleeping quietly on the bed in the far side of the room. It wasn't my first time visiting her since the surgery. I'd been in and out from that afternoon to the evening again and again. Thinking about it then, it seemed to me that the reason Sora had suddenly called and explained about the whole W and Y thing had probably been to take my mind off Tsugumi. Instead, she turned my brain into scrambled eggs. Her condition hadn't changed. She looked peaceful and was breathing steadily. A white blanket was covering her, and her foot peeked out from underneath. She had a cast and bandage wrapped around her right leg. It looked painful. The smell of medicine continued to assault my nose. The scene was fairly raw, with traces still visible where blood had been wiped away. I reached my hand under the blanket and gently took Tsugumi's palm in my hand. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All I could do was repeat that mantra over and over to resting Tsugumi. After eating dinner at the kiosk, the four of us, you, Coco, the kid, and myself, moved to the rest area. The kid?
Hi! Mate!
Hey, wait! He was chasing Pee-Pee around, weaving through the statues. They looked like they were having fun.
ちょっと私
You?
空の様子見てくるね
I'm going to look in on Sora. With that said, she headed to the control room. Coco? Huh? I didn't see Coco anywhere. I decided to look into the nearby kiosk. But she wasn't there. No one was. I emerged into the corridor. Squinting, I looked down to the end of the corridor, but there was no sign of anyone. Nearby was the entrance to the Lemurian ruins. The door was open. I could hear a small splashing sound coming from the area. I entered the room as if it were inviting me in. Coco was standing in the center of the room. She was standing on a stone that was just above the water's surface, her feet together. Coco? Coco lifted her face. She looked lonely. I approached her. What are you up to? Coco just stood there silently, eyes on the surface of the water. Looking closer, I saw she was clutching something in her left hand. Then, Coco took that something in her right hand and let loose with it, tossing it into space. With a light splashing sound, that something hit and sank in the water. It disappeared amidst a circle of expanding ripples. Coco threw something again. There was a small spray of water. The light's reflection on the water shook uncertainly. Just as the waves were about to die away, Coco launched something into the water. But the area was dark and I couldn't see what it was. Hey, Coco? What is that? Coco opened her hand and showed me. In her palm were tiny, pebble-sized pellets. I wondered if they were glass. They were transparent and shaped like water droplets. Crystal teardrops. That was how they looked. It was as if she had a handful of tears. Glass tears? Coco flicked one of them with the tip of her finger. And that tear sank into the water.
ここねつぐみんのこと考えてたんだ
I've been thinking about Tsugumin. Coco said that, ignoring my question.
ここのせいなんだよね
It's my fault. What?
つぐみんはここのことかばってくれて
Tsugumin, she was just trying to save me.
ここのこと助けようとしてくれて
She was trying to help me.
だからつぐみんは
That's why... Tsugumin. Why Tsugumin? Coco's shoulders shook.
本当なら怪我しちゃうのはここだったはずなんだ
Really? I should have been the one who got hurt.
ううん
No.
つぐみんが助けてくれなかったら
If Tsugumin hadn't saved
僕
me,
は死んじゃってたかもしれないん
I
だ
might have died. The tear traced an arc through the air before falling into the water.
つぐみん怒ってるかな
I wonder if she's angry. Don't be silly. Why would Sugumi be angry with you? Even if she was angry with anyone, it would be me. I mean, my carelessness caused everything. I'm the one to blame. I thought that the sadness Coco was feeling was all my fault as well.
違うよ違う
No, no!
タケピョンのせいなんかじゃないよ
It's not your fault.
ココがいけないのココのせいなの
It was me. I'm to blame.
ココがぼーっとしてたから
It's because I wasn't paying attention.
すぐみんはココの身代わりになって
That's why Sugumin had to get hurt instead of me. Coco let the tears she was holding fall, scattering below her. A burst of white spray erupted from the water's surface below her.
タケピョン
Jumping off the rock, Coco came bounding into my chest.
すぐみんのとこ
I'm
謝
going
りに行
to
く
go apologize to
ごめ
Sugumin.
んなさいって言いに行く
I'm gonna tell her
ごめんな
that I'm sorry.
ごめんなさいって
That I'm sorry, just real sorry. Coco continued to bury her face in my chest, crying. Coco's tears seeped through into my skin and into my core like rain falling on my heart. Cold rain. The small ripples on the water continued to fan out, never disappearing. Coco and I went to the infirmary. Inside, the room was silent. We approached Sugumi's bed carefully, so not to make a sound. Sugumi's eyes were open. She turned her face towards us.
何？
What? We came to see how you're doing. How are ya?
ご覧の通りよ。
Same as I look.
それ以上でも以下でもない。
No more, no less. I see.
要はそれだけ？
Is that all? No. I didn't know how to say what had to be said. I didn't think that just saying I'm sorry and bowing my head would get my feelings across. I wanted to choose my words carefully. But
ココねすぐみんに謝ろうと思って
I came because I want to apologize to you, Sugumin. Coco opened her mouth before I could speak.
謝る？
Apologize?
だって
Because
すぐみんは
you were trying to help me.
だからごめんなさいってごめんなさいって言わなくちゃ
So that's why
言えなくて
I have to say I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
それから
And besides
あ
that,
りがとうって
I wanted to say thank you.
ごめんなさいとありがとうをココはすぐみんに
I wanted to say sorry and thank you. Sorry and thank you, Sugumin. Coco's voice shook and she almost sobbed as she tied her words together.
バカな子ね。
You silly girl. Sugumi's expression hinted at a smile.
ココ、ありがとうなんて言わなくていいのよ。
Coco, you don't have to say thank you.
もちろん、謝る必要なんかもっとない。
Of course, you don't have to apologize either.
ココは何も悪くないんだから。
Because you didn't do anything wrong, Coco.
でも
But...
お願い。そんな悲しい顔しないで。
Please, don't look so sad, alright? Why does Coco's lines have like a weird audio hiss underneath them? I don't think it means anything. I think it's just a weird file issue. Sugumi extended one of her arms from the bed. She touched her palm to Coco's cheek.
すべては怒るべくして起こったの。
Everything happened because it was supposed to.
誰のせいでもないの。
It's no one's fault. I'd never seen Sugumi be so nice, so gentle. Her piercing gaze and sharp tongue, it could have belonged to an entirely different person. For an instant, I wondered what would have happened if I'd come to see her alone. Freaky gondola sex. Maybe Sugumi was opening up to Coco.
ねえ、ココ。あの時のことを思い出してみて。
Hey Coco, try to remember that time and what happened.
ココにパイプを押さえるように頼んだのは誰だった？
Who asked Coco to hold the pipe?
それは
私。
Me.
私が頼んだの。
I asked you to.
ココがあの場所に立ってたのは私が指示を出したから。
So the reason you were standing there was because I told you to.
つまり私のせいなのよ。
So it was my fault. These are the hurdles I go through to blame myself for things too. So you know what? Relatable queen.
そんなこと関係ないよ。
That has nothing to do with it.
うん、そうかもしれない。関係ないかもしれない。
Maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't.
だとしたら私がココを突き飛ばしたことも廃材が崩れ落ちてきたことも誰の責任でもないということになる。
So that would mean
でしょ？
me pushing you out of the way and all those scrap materials falling was nobody's fault, right?
物事の因果関係なんてそんなものなのよ。
That's how the cause and effect of things works.
原因をどんどん突き詰めていっても無限に広がっていくだけ。
If you look for the cause, it just leads everywhere to no end.
原因の原因の原因は何？
The cause of the cause
そ
of
ん
the
なことを
cause.
考えても意味がないと思わない？
Chasing after that and thinking in that way is kind of pointless, right?
だから私は言ったの。
That's why I said what I did.
すべては起こるべくして起こったって。
Everything happened because it was supposed to.
それにね、
Besides,
私があの時したことは犠牲者を最小限に食い止めるための極めて合理的な決断だったと思う。
what I did helped minimize the number of injuries, and I think it was a good decision.
ココは助かった。
I helped you,
私もこうして今でも生きている。
and I am still alive.
だったらそれでいいじゃない。
So, that makes everything okay.
私の言ってること。
Do you see what I'm saying? After thinking it over for a while, Coco nodded without much confidence.
今はまだわからなくてもいいの。
It's all right if you don't understand it right now.
こんなことを理解するにはあなたはまだ若すぎるから。
You're probably still too young to understand it.
とにかく自分を責めないで。
Anyway, don't blame
ほ
yourself.
ら、そんな泣きそうな顔しないの。
And don't get that sad look either. Tsugumi gently pinched Coco's cheek with her fingers.
いい？わかった？
Alright, you got it? Coco furrowed her brow and gave a solid nod. Looking for a good time to chime in, I finally found my voice. Tsugumi had said it was all nobody's fault, but I still felt like I had to apologize to her. I was the one that had created the opportunity that made the accident possible.
どうしたの？
What is it? Tsugumi's expression was as mild as before. Tsugumi. Just as I was about to say I was sorry. The shrill scream of a warning siren rang loudly in my ears. What's that?
まさかまた。
Oh no. Not more flooding. Coco's face went pale. Focusing her eyes on one point on the wall, Tsugumi raised her body up. Wait, Tsugumi, what are you doing?
調べに行くのよ。
I'm going to see what's going on. Stupid, you have to rest. You can't go moving around.
大丈夫よ。このぐらいの怪我なら。
I'm fine. This injury is no big deal. No big deal? You're really something. Can't believe you're so stupid. Just stay here and take it easy. I'll go check things out.
でも
No buts. Got it? I don't want you moving a single millimeter because if you do, you have to deal with me. Put my hand on Tsugumi's shoulder and laid her back on the bed. As soon as I figure out what's going on, I'll come back. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Saying that, I jetted out of the room.
待ってよ。ここも行く。ここも行くよ。
Wait, I'm coming too! I'm coming! I dashed out of the infirmary. I looked to the left and the right. Coco, trailing behind me, grabbed and squeezed my hand.
タケピョン。どうしよう。
Akepyon, what are we gonna do? Coco sounded scared. For now, we'll go where everybody else is. I pulled along Coco as I ran. I headed for Dreiderstock. I descended the stairs in a blur. I peeked into the control room. No one was there. Kicking up water, I sprinted down the corridor. The alarm was still blaring. I strained to listen. I didn't hear the sound of seawater rushing in or the sound of the partition squeaking under pressure. But But there was something that I heard in the gaps between the siren. It sounded like rain. Like water droplets pouring down on water and the sound of the wind cutting through the sky.
何なのこの音。
What is that sound? A winded Coco asked me that. We were getting closer to the sound of the rain. A low sound. It drowned out the sound of the siren. Left of the corridor stood a gaping entranceway. Dashing into it, our eyes met with a surprising sight. Massive amounts of water rained down from the ceiling. It was the rest area. The whole area was obscured in a fine mist. And smack in the middle of it, Sora was shining like a rainbow. We worked our way towards Sora through the rain, trying to avoid the moisture as much as possible. Coco and I were already drenched. Sora, what in the world? Sora looked up at the ceiling. I followed her gaze and looked upward. Among the countless drops of mist, something was visible on the other side. Sprinklers? Sora just laughed. She didn't try to answer. Just then,
ちょっと、何があったの？
Hey, what's happening? You frantically came running into the room. She was holding a fire extinguisher in her hands. She had already removed the safety pin, aimed the nozzle, and was ready to let loose with it. It was a pretty clumsy-looking
ご
attempt.
心配かけて申し訳ありません。
I apologize for causing you undue worry. Sorry, you were about to have a moment with Sugumi, so I set off some alarms and sprinklers.
ちょっとかわいそうだと思ったので。
I felt sorry for them, so I
かわいそう？
felt sorry. Sora turned her gaze to the flower beds on the ground. Was this all just to water the flowers? She got zero trust. Sora just smiled. She didn't try to explain.
じゃあ、火事とか爆発とか、そういうやつじゃないのね。
There isn't a fire or an explosion or anything like that?
ええ。本当にすみません。
I'm very sorry. But Sora's face didn't look like she was sorry. Zero trust. Rather, it looked like Sora was enjoying the droplets showering down from the sprinklers.
びっくりさせないでよ。
Jeez, don't scare me like
サー
that.
ビスのモニターに火災警報が出たから慌てて飛んできたのにさ。
The monitor in the security room showed a fire alarm, so I came running. You replaced the nozzle of the fire extinguisher and the safety pin. Well, at least it was nothing serious. Better than the
ま
alternative.
あね。
I suppose.
そうだね。
Yeah. Coco, you and I heaved a sigh and sat down where we were. The sprinklers hadn't stopped. Sora was staring at the flowers with a look of pity. It looked as if the grass and flowers were dancing, reveling in the newfound moisture.
あれ？そういえば、しょうちゃんとピピは？
Hey, what happened to Shonen and Peepee? I looked around the room. I saw them. The kid and Peepee were still running around the statues.
わーいわーい雨だ雨だ
Oh, he's lost it.
雨の中からやってくる雨にまみれた雨男少年レインは雨好きだグビグビグビグビ雨を飲む
Everybody has just gone absolutely nuts in this round.
ビクビクビクビク風邪ひくぞ今だやっつけろ
I'm gonna get you now.
賛成シャワー
It's an acid rain shower.
少年少年少年レインは雨んぼ号泣
I do wish they had, translated it accurately instead of just putting singing in the rain in here. The kid and Pee-Pee were running about in the downpour, screaming out joyfully. It went beyond playfulness. It was close to pathological. I wondered if the kid had finally taken the plunge off the deep end. I clasped my hands together as if praying for his recovery.
雨が止んだら帰っちゃう小雨がちでも帰っちゃう土砂降りだとしても親戚の結婚式があると嘘をついて休む
This is the part of the Y where everyone goes crazy.
グビグビグビグビ酒も飲むビクビクビクビク公安に追われてる今だ逃げろ
And run! Gotta escape! I don't know, we already had the part where she kills you though.
傘を忘れるな
Don't forget the umbrella!
少年少年少年レインは雨降らしに触れないテレレレンテレレレン
Ah, it's raining. Oh. Oh, whoosh! Different timeline! I was sitting on the tip of the whale's nose. Sarah was beside me. She covered her head with her hand to keep the droplets from getting her hair wet. Rain?
これは雨じゃないでしょ。
You know it's not rain, don't you?
クジラが潮を吹いただけ。
It's just the whale blowing out water. I know that. But it looks like it's raining to me. Water, misty and drizzling, poured upon us from the sky. The stars reflected lights from the water droplets and emitted vibrant colors. We were in the cosmos. The whale was alive. At least, it seemed that way to me. A whale swimming in the starry sky, its back surging like a wave. It undulated again and again. Its soft mouth opened, closed, and even puffed up from time to time. About every 3 minutes, it blew out a warm breath through its blowhole. A seawater mist of spray would scatter around the area. Sitting at the tip of its nose, Sarah and I bobbed up and down in time with its movements. However, the whale undulated so slowly that we could let go with our hands and feel safe. It was like a cradle rocking back and forth. On the back of the whale, we sailed through the cosmos. Sarah took the lighter from her pocket and lit it. The shimmering flame colored her face red. She had the pendant in her other hand. The pendant was shaking in Sarah's small hand. It was the same one she'd shown me in the small room in the warehouse. Hey, Sarah, I'm gonna ask you again, but... who's the man in the pendant?
それはもう教えたでしょ。
I already told you, right? What? That he's from the sun?
うん。
She handed me the pendant and the lighter, and I stared closely at the image. It went without saying, but he seemed to look like a normal person. I had no idea how people from the sun were supposed to look, but the man in the image at least had the face of an earthling. He looked like any ordinary young man to me. You serious? He's from the sun?
少年って本当に素直だよね。
You're so gullible, kid. What?
太陽星人なんているわけないじゃん。
There's no such thing as people from the
あんな
sun.
炎の塊みたいなところに生物が存在すると思う？
Do you honestly think life could exist on that ball of fire? So you were lying to me?
嘘っていうか、冗談っていうか、湾曲的な表現っていうか。
I wouldn't call it lying. I was joking with you. You know, giving you a hard time. What's that supposed to mean?
さて、どういう意味でしょう？
What do you think it means? Sarah stretched out her arm and put out the lighter. The darkness spread across the cosmos. I put the lighter and the pendant together, returning them to her. Just then, Sarah slid down the back of the whale without a word. I hastily followed suit.
このホログラム、外じゃなきゃ見えないの。
You can only see the image when you're outside.
日光が当たらないと見えない仕組みになってるんだ。
It's made in a way so that it's only visible under sunlight.
だから太陽星人だって言ったの。
That's why I said he was a person from the sun. Sarah stood next to the whale and started
小
talking.
さい頃は本気でそう思ってた。
When I was young, I really believed it.
太陽に住んでる人間が作ったから太陽の光がないと見えないんだって信じてたの。
I used to believe you could only see it with sunlight because it was made by people who lived on the sun.
でこのペンダントを持ってる私も実は太陽星人の子供で
And because I had this pendant, I was one of their children.
何らかの使命を与えられて地球に送り込まれたんじゃないかって
And that I
そん
was
な風に想
sent
像
to
してたん
Earth
だ。
on some kind of mission. I used to imagine stuff like
今
that.
考えればあまりにも幼い妄想だけどね。
Looking back on it now, I know those were just childish fantasies. Wait a second, Sarah. We're 51 meters underwater. Where is the sun? Sarah interrupted me and lit the lighter. Light filled the space around us. The flickering flame. Despite its insignificant size, a matter red the color of the sunset shined upon the dome-shaped ceiling.
炎
Flame.
太陽がなくても炎の明かりさえあれば見えるんだ。
Even without the sun, you can see it if you've got a lighter.
このことに気づいたのはだいぶ後になってからなの。
It took me a long time to realize it, though.
10歳か11歳ぐらいの頃だったかな。
I guess I was 10 or 11 or so. Really? Sunlight or a flame, huh?
ただし
But still,
日光や炎があっても見えない人もいる。
even if there is sunlight or flame, there are some people who can't see it. People who can't see it?
私以外の人全員のこと。
Meaning pretty much everybody except me.
このホログラムの画像は私だけにしか見えないの。
I'm the only person I found who can see this hologram's image.
私だけにしか見えないはず。
I thought I was the only one who could see
で
it.
もね、つい最近この画像を見れる人が現れて。
But you know, I just met someone who can also see this image. Sarah put out the lighter, the darkness came rushing back. She flicked the light on again, then put it out. Lit it and put it out. Lit it and put it out. Finally, Sarah spoke.
少年、君のことだよ。
I'm talking about you. My scar ached. The old scar on my left thumb.
どうしてだろうね。
Why is it?
どうして少年にも見えるんだろうね。
How come you can see it too, kid?
ねえどうしてだと思う？
Why do you think so? Sarah looked upward into my eyes. She pushed the pendant in the lighter against my
も
chest.
う一度見て。
Will you look at it again? I took them from her. Striking the flame, I looked closer at the pendant. A weak 3D image rose dimly before me. It was a man who I hadn't even seen before. Looking at it that closely, I realized that a piece from the mirror was missing. A scar on my thumb. A piece to be filled in. I started to suspect the truth of the matter.
何か思い出さない？
Do you remember anything?
心当たりとかない？
Does anything about this ring a bell? No, not really. I was starting to realize, but I shook my head. My scar was itching as if an electric current were running through it.
そっか。
Oh. Sarah dropped her shoulders in disappointment.
ここに映ってる人ね。
The man in the image?
多分
I
パパだと思う。
have a feeling he's my dad. What? You think he's your father?
うん、そう。私と
Me and
私のお兄ちゃんの
my Oni-chan's
パパ。
dad. Yo, whoosh, back to the timeline.
どうして無視するの？パパ。
Papa, why won't you listen to me? Well, let me tell you. Because I'm not your dad. That's why.
でもパパのいない人はパパっぽい人のことをパパって呼んでもいいんだよ。
A girl who doesn't have a papa can call somebody who reminds her of papa, papa. And that's the law.
憲法の前文にそう書いてあるでしょ？
And that's the law. You don't say. Well, I've got 3 things to tell you. First, as far as I know, not one line in the Japanese constitution corresponds to what you just said. The clone law. The clone law of you can call whoever you want daddy. Second, I'm not even close to being fatherly. Third, you've already got a dad who's still alive and well. Let's not be hasty about the well part, Takashi. So stop calling me Papa, Coco.
やだやだパパって呼びたいパパって呼びたいパパ
I want to call you Papa. Come on, can't I? Forget it. I'm already taking a big hit with this stupid Take Pion. Don't make me put up with another one like Papa on top of that.
もうパパの意地悪
Ah, you're so mean, Papa. I told you not to call me Papa. Coco growled as she glared at me. But I wasn't gonna give in either. Coco and I stood face to face with each other, both on the verge of an outburst. As we stood there, I just couldn't help thinking to myself, how in the world did I end up in such a situation? It all happened 30 minutes earlier.
タケピョンタケピョン起きてよ
Wake up!
眠れないんだよ
I can't go to sleep!
一緒に遊ぼうよ
Come play with me! While saying that, Coco shook my body hard, pried open my eyelids, poured salt water into my eyes, and even shoved hydrogen peroxide up my nose. Oh! Giving in to her dogged persistence? Is that what we're calling that? I reluctantly decided to keep her company. Coco was still growling at me.
パパって呼ばせろ
You're gonna let me call you Papa! She was just being
呼ば
outrageous.
せないなら噛みついちゃうからな
If you won't, I'm gonna bite you! Coco chomped down on my arm. I can't believe you actually bit me! I forcefully pried her face off my arm. There were teeth marks on my arm, and the area started to turn a purplish red.
ここにいるよ
She's the werewolf! Well, believe it!
うしししししし
Coco covered her mouth with her fist and giggled triumphantly. Why on earth do you want to call me Papa anyway?
パパっぽいから
Cause you seem like the Papa type to me. You're telling me, after you trapped me into this, that a 20-year-old guy seems like the Papa type? You telling me I look old?
ううんなんとなくそう思っただけ
I just kind of thought you did somehow. Somehow, huh? Oh my god, he's got the werewolf disease now. Here we were worried about Super Ebola, and it was actually the werewolf virus. Well then, are you trying to say that your dad and I are alike?
全然似てないよ
No, not at all.
ココのパパはもっとかっこいいし
My
頭
dad
もいいもんね
is better looking than you and smarter too. Well, that's a low bar. I should have just been yelling at her by then, but I just couldn't bring myself to get angry with her. Cause all the while, Coco was dancing around like crazy, shaking her hips and waving her arms in front of me. I guess you could say I was too distracted to be angry with her. By the way, you said your dad's on a business trip right now, didn't you? Where did he go?
海底の研究所だよ
He's at a research laboratory under the ocean. A research laboratory under the ocean?
レミューのねずーっと下んとこにね
There's a research laboratory
EBF っていう
called
研究所があるんだ
EBF or something below Lemu.
ココのパパそこの研究員なの
My dad's a researcher there.
あでもこのことはみんなには内緒ね
Oh, but you gotta keep it a secret, okay? I don't know why, but for some reason it didn't surprise me. As a matter of fact, it seemed perfectly logical to me. I felt as if I'd already known about it. It was just a feeling, but... And you must be worried, right? I mean, about your dad? I asked Coco.
なんで
Why? Well, I mean...
わかった
Oh, I get it!
ココのパパもココたちと同じように逃げ遅れちゃったかもしれないって
You thought my dad might be trapped here just like us, didn't you?
でも大丈夫大丈
Ah, but don't worry, he's fine.
夫パパはちゃんと脱出できたみたいだから
I know he got out safely. What? How do you know
わ
that?
かるからわかるの。
I just do!
ココ超能力者だから。
Because I'm psychic. What?
まあある種のテレパシーというかクレアボヤンスというかプレコグニションというかポストコグニションというか
Well, it's kind of like telepathy or clairvoyance. Or precognition or postcognition. Huh? Takashi speaks for us all.
とにかく
Anyway,
無事なの。
my dad's okay.
はそれがわかるの。
I can just feel it. Coco had a big smile on her face. She was still performing her wacky dance.
ほいからね。ほいから
Yeah,
ね。
suddenly, Anya, she's just out here reading minds. Suddenly the hair all makes sense. This was all just a big Spy by Family prequel, okay. I guess that explains the being orphaned thing. What else? Oh yeah, I can bend spoons too. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay.
えい曲がれ曲がれこんにゃろこんにゃろって念じると曲がるの。
I tell a spoon to come on, just give it and bend, and it does. I see.
なんでそんなことができるのか教えてあげようか。
You want to know why I can do that kind of stuff? I do, but it's ad break time again. So I guess we'll find out in 3. I don't know when to stop. Alright, why can you do this stuff, Coco?
実は太陽星人なんだ。
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be a person from the sun? Yep. Yep. Wonderful.
太陽星人には生まれつき
A Solarian is born with psychic abilities. Yeah, of course.
だからできるの。
That's why.
でもねパパとママは地球人なんだ。
Is your dad a secret agent? Your mom an assassin by any chance?
ココだけが太陽星人なの。
I'm the only Solarian here. Oh, I see. Wow, that's great. Takashi speaks for all of us. I couldn't find anything else to say. The powerful microwaves Coco produced had shaken my brain and fried it. My consciousness started becoming hazy as if I'd been in bed for 3 days with a high fever.
ココねココね太陽星人だからお日様が大好きなんだ。
I love the sun because I'm a Solarian.
生まれ故郷の光を浴びてるとなんだか体の中がポカポカとあったかくなってくるの。
When I bathe in the rays from my homeland, I get all warm and toasty inside.
ああ太陽みたいな。
I wish I could see the sun.
日向ぼっこしたいな。
I wish I could sunbathe.
ねえたけぴょんここ日向ぼっこしたくなっちゃった。
Hey, Takepyon, I want to go sunbathe. Well, that's kind of hard to do right now.
知ってるけど
I
したい
know,
の。
but I want to.
だってもう3日間もお日様見てないんだよ。
We haven't seen the sun for 3 days, you know?
たけぴょんは日向ぼっこしたくないの？
Don't you want to sunbathe, Takepyon? I tried to imagine. A high, clear blue sky, a nice May breeze, the horizon, the sun shimmering on the ocean's surface. It'd only been 3 days, but for some reason, the scenery from the world outside felt far away. I couldn't wait to go outside. Outside to the surface. Yeah, now that you mention it, I do want to sunbathe. But we just don't have that option right now. Besides, it's midnight anyway.
日向ぼっこしたい日向ぼっこしたい日向ぼっこしたい。
I want to sunbathe! Alright, we can do it tomorrow. Someone will probably have rescued us by then anyway. I mean, I don't know, what day are we on? Wait. Well, yeah, but I don't remember what day we started. We get trapped on the 1st? Yeah.
じゃなきゃ嫌なの。今すぐしたい。
Are we through the fateful Cinco de Mayo yet?
ひなたぼっこ、ひなたぼっこ、ひなたぼっこ。
Sunbathe! 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 Coco! There was no way I was gonna let that outburst go. I gave her a look that said, I'm about to get angry. And Coco responded with,
わかったよ。
Oh, alright.
もうわがまま言わない。
I won't ask anymore. Her shoulders drooped
そ
sadly.
の代わり、
Instead, let's what?
ひよこごっこやろう。
Let's play chicks! What?
ひよこごっこ、ひよこごっこ、ピヨピヨピー。
Play chicks! Pio, pio, pio.
ひよこごっこ、ひよこごっこ、ぷっぷくぷー。
Earth to Coco, would you mind telling me what you're talking about?
説明しよう。
Okay, I'll explain.
ひよこごっことは1648年フランスのルイ14世によって考案された格調高い記録的遊戯の一つである。
Playing chicks is an elegant aristocratic game developed in 1648 by Louis XIV of
ル
France.
ールは簡単。
The rules are simple.
ひよこの真似をしてピヨピヨと歩き回ればよい。
All you have to do is imitate a chick and walk around.
このゲームの勝敗はいかにひよこになりきれるかにかかっている。
The winner is the one that mimics a chick or becomes most like a chick.
最もひよこな人が勝ち。
The person who acts most like a chick wins.
これがひよこごっこだ。
And that's what playing chicks is all about. A few minutes later.
ピヨピヨピヨピヨ
Pio, pio, pio.
ピヨピヨピヨ
Pio, pio, pio.
ピヨよピヨよピヨピヨ
Pio, pio, yo. Pio, pi, pio. P. Dear Mother and Father, how is everything with you? I'm currently playing chicks 34 meters under the surface of the ocean. Playing chicks is an elegant game developed by Louis XIV. You win if you can mimic a chick the best. You flap your arms like wings and peck at garbage that's fallen in the corridors. Coco would do an absolutely sick Naruto run. She'd be so into it. Sometimes you even trip and fall, like a cute newborn baby chick to compete to see who looks the most like a chick. Sounds used consist of 3 sounds, P, Yo, and N. But as you get better,
パサパサパサパサフルフルフルポソ
you can use imaginative sounds and even express yourself with various little chickadee gestures. Since I'm only a beginner, I can only use P, Yo, and N so far. But I'm working hard to become a full-fledged chick. No, I mean a full-fledged chicken, like Mom and Dad.
ピヨヨーピヨッピ
I'm learning from an excellent teacher. Oh, I don't know why, but I'm shedding tears.
ピヨピヨピヨピヨピヨピヨピヨ
My teacher is encouraging me. I'm alright. I'm fine.
ピョンピョンピョン
My teacher wags her hips left and right as she walks. Sometimes, she even flips her hips up in the air. She is the epitome of chickness. Father, Mother, my teacher is the best chicken mimic in Japan. No, in the world. Oh, but teacher, you don't have to take a dump in the middle of the floor.
ピヨーピヨー
Oh, yep, and we made it weird. Cool. Teacher is angry with me. It's because I spoke the human language. Yo 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 yon? That meant I'm sorry in chick language. Yon, yo yon, yo yon. Must be very hard for you two to imagine your own son playing chicks 34 meters under the ocean. Or I suppose you probably don't even know that I'm doing this in the first place. But I suppose I can't blame you. I would never have dreamed I would be in this situation up until 3 days ago. How interesting life is. How sad we humans are. Oh, there I go crying again. Before the ink on the paper starts to run, I will put down the pen. Well, dear mother and father, please take care of yourself. Pio pio. Pio pio.
Pio pio.
That was the end of our game of chicks. Needless to say, Coco won the game. Once you poop on the floor, it's over. Coco shouted with happiness and flashed a triumphant smile. I won! Anyway, it was over. I exhaled a long sigh of relief. Are you happy now? Let's get some sleep now. Coco and I started to walk. Coco held my hand. Her hand was so small. Daddy, huh? I thought to myself, Coco wanted so badly to call me. I'm going with Papa, like we got ears. She was saying Papa, not Daddy. But it suddenly seemed that she'd forgotten all about it. I was relieved. At the same time, I felt a bit lonely. Papa, huh? I repeated the word to myself again. I had mixed feelings. Coco and I went to the infirmary hand in hand. It was Coco's turn to use the bed in the infirmary that night. We were in front of the door. For some reason, Yu was standing there. I saw you guys! Yu had a grin on her face.
Pio pio, pio pio. ってさ、何やってたのあれ?
Pio Pio, huh? What was that all about?
思い出しただけでも恥ずかしい.
Oh, I'm embarrassed just thinking about it. Of course, one who was embarrassed was me. Burning hot blood surged from the pit of my stomach to my head. All of a sudden, my face felt like it was engulfed in flames. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Right, Coco?
ここにはわかるよ。
I know what she's talking about.
さっきのひよこごっこのこと言ってるんだよね。
You're talking about how we were playing chicks, right, Nakyu?
ナッキュも見てたんだったら一緒にやればよかったのに。
If you were watching, you should have joined us.
私はいいよ。遠慮しとく。
No, I'm glad I passed, thanks.
どうして？
Why?
どうしてって言われても。
I don't know, it's just...
そうだ。今からやろっか。
Oh, I know. We can play another game right now.
今から？
Now?
いいよいいよ。
No, no. It's alright, really.
ほら、時間も時間だったりするし。
Besides, it's really late, you know?
そっか。それもそうだね。
I suppose you're right. You wiped away the sweat that had appeared on her forehead with the back of her hand.
しょうがない。
Oh, well.
ほいじゃ、明日まで待つことにするよ。
I suppose I'll wait until tomorrow then.
明日？
Tomorrow?
はーい。明日はナッキュとひよこごっこだ。
Yahoo! I get to play chicks with Nakyu tomorrow. Coco ran off to the infirmary, gesturing like a chick. You and I were left standing there. We stared at each other. Well, you see, she had fun, okay?
へえ、マジで？
Are you serious? I'm serious.
私、ああいうの苦手なんだよね。
I'm not really into that kind of stuff. Well, me neither. Yu was frowning, but her face seemed to soften as I watched. Yu was trying hard not to laugh by pressing her hand on her mouth. She was probably recalling my antics from earlier. I had a bad feeling. Hey, Yu, I've got a favor to ask. Can you just forget what you saw tonight?
忘れられるわけないでしょ。
How do you expect me to forget that? Well, I suppose. Well, you don't have to forget it, but you at least keep it a secret from Sugumi, Sora, and the kid. They're gonna find the poop on the floor and have some questions.
そうね。黙っといてあげよう。しばらくの間は。
Guess I could keep quiet about it. At least for a while. For a while?
もしかしたらいずれ役立つことがあるかもしれないし。
You never know when it might come in handy. I understood. She wanted to use it to blackmail me.
まあそういうわけだから倉谷くん
So anyway, Kurenari-kun,
分かってるね。よろしく頼むよ。
you get my drift, right? You patted me on the shoulder and walked away. I had no idea what she would ask of me, but I knew she had me where she wanted me. Out of the other 5, she was the biggest pain. I shook my head with a sigh and opened the infirmary door. It was dark inside the room and I could barely see anything. Still, I heard the breathing of 3 sleeping people. Although I couldn't see any of them, I could tell who was sleeping where. The injured Tsugumi was sleeping on the bed at the end of the room. Kid was sleeping on the examination table. Coco was using the bed in the middle, which meant I would be sleeping in the decompression chamber under the infirmary. About 90 minutes earlier, I'd actually been sleeping there before Coco shoved hydrogen peroxide up my nose. Yu, it seemed, had lined up some chairs in the conference room and gone to sleep on them. Okay then. Headed towards the lift in the back of the room. Stopped briefly to check in on Coco. I went up to the bed in the middle of the room. Although she'd seemed so excited a little while earlier, Coco seemed to be in a deep sleep already. I suppose she's exhausted from all that playing. Coco rolled over and scratched her cheek with her fingers. Her blanket had slightly fallen off of her. Fixing her covers, I touched her hair gently. Coco mumbled softly in her sleep.
Papa.
I didn't know which dad she was referring to, but I couldn't help smiling.
Papa. Papa. お兄ちゃん
What?
寒いよ。
I'm so cold.
早くここから出して
Please, let me out of here.
助けてよ。
Help me.
お兄ちゃん助けてよ。
Help me. Oh, it's it's the pod down in the lab.
お兄ちゃん。お兄ちゃん。
Whoosh. Huh?
お兄ちゃん。
What is it, Sarah? It'd been over 12 hours since Sarah started calling me Oni-chan. The swelling of Sarah's eyelids had just started to fade, but her eyes still watered. About 12 hours before, Sora had told us the truth. Even since seeing the hologram in the cosmic whale room, I had kinda sensed it. I assume that's supposed to be Ever. Sarah was my sister. Maybe I'd already known it when I saved Sarah from the elevator. Maybe I just pretended not to realize when in fact I really had. It was strange, but I didn't quite understand the details of my own mental state. It was because it almost felt like the person who had caused me to pretend was a me that wasn't really me, on account of the 4th dimension. If that made sense. I knew I had to find out the truth from the moment I'd seen the pendant in the cosmic whale room, especially after I noticed it had a missing piece. Well, they split. And then they came back together. Like the DVD logo. When the DVD logo hits the corner, the timeline reconverges. I didn't know from exactly what point she started wondering if I was her brother. Looking back on it, there were many times she might have hinted at it. Yeah, the time she was like, hey, we kinda look the same, don't you think? Did you notice? But all those moments it seemed to me like she was half joking. The moment that everything came together was when I saw the image in the hologram. I because I'd been able to see something that nobody else could. But still, both Sarah and I weren't certain when we'd been in the cosmic whale room. We needed definitive proof. That was why we went to Sora, even though it was late at night, to have her surgically remove the fragment from my thumb. Since Sora wasn't able to perform the actual operation, we decided to wake up you. At first, you had no idea what we were talking about, but as soon as she understood the situation, she willingly agreed to help. As we expected, the piece removed from my thumb had matched the missing part in the pendant exactly. What was more, when we exposed the piece to infrared light, an image of the same man in the pendant came up. According to Sora, unlike a regular picture, a hologram shows the whole image in a part. For a picture, it would be impossible to see the whole image with just one piece of it. But with a hologram, it was possible to generate the whole image even from a tiny piece. That was one of the special properties of a hologram. To explain a little bit about the infrared vision, usually, the visible range for humans was limited to light with a wavelength between 380 and 780 nanometers. Light with a wavelength longer than that was called infrared. Normal humans couldn't see light in that range. If you were able to see infrared, you would be able to sense the temperature of an object without actually touching it. And with that ability, you could also see in complete darkness even without any light. Infrared rays were emitted from all objects that had temperature. Stronger light was emitted from warmer objects, and weaker light from colder objects. By sensing those things, you could tell the location and shape of an object in the darkness. Surprisingly, Sarah and I were told that we had the ability called infrared vision. Since we had that ability naturally, it was difficult for us to imagine not being able to sense the temperature or to imagine complete darkness. But I realized something then. That was why I had noticed heat emanating from the generator room door, and that was why I had mistaken the light from the inverter unit for moonlight. That was why Sarah and I were able to see the 3D image in the pendant that nobody else could see. Why did we have that ability? I had no idea. Sora explained to us that it was a special ability passed on genetically. Genetics. That also meant it was highly possible that Sarah and I had the same parents. That was when it became almost certain that Sarah and I were brother and sister, but still, something seemed to be missing. We took a DNA test with the repaired LMRI. The result showed that Sarah and I were blood relatives with a 99.999% certainty. That had proven everything. When that happened, memories of my childhood started to flood back. They rocked me like an explosion. All the memories that had been dammed up flooded out at once, their bombardment rendering me unconscious again. When I regained consciousness, Sarah was next to me. Sarah, my one and only sister. We were fraternal twins. I recalled the bittersweet memories of the days we had spent together.
お兄ちゃん、
Yeah?
お兄ちゃん。
Yes, Sarah? We hadn't slept at all since the day before. We'd spent a long half day talking about all sorts of things, the memories of our childhood. Then, our time at the hospital as well, of course. How I hadn't kept my promise, couldn't keep my promise. I'd sworn to her that I would come to get her. Sarah and I took a long time going over and understanding all of the details. There was too much to talk about. A half day was hardly enough to restore the missing time, but Sarah and I didn't need many words anymore. Oni-chan, yes, Sarah? With just those words, we could understand each other. Sarah put her head on my shoulder and closed her eyes gently. I sang her favorite lullaby. Moon Sprite, shouldering a long bow, waiting inside a dream. Tonight, a story by moonlight. Hoping the wait will be short. Sleeping, curled and snug. Sleeping in mother's arms.
長湯店をいし月のせい夢の中より待ち降りぬ今宵柳ぐいつくよみ林 ち降り
Hey, it played it without any weird loading time in between that time.
ぬ眠り
It's doing it!
ぬくと丸みて眠りたも母に抱かれて ココ、お歌上手だね。
You've got a great voice, Coco.
上手でしょ上手でしょ
Don't I? Don't I?
その歌初めて聞いたけど子守歌かなんか
I've never heard that song before. Is it a lullaby or something?
そう子守歌
Yeah, it's a
マ
lullaby.
マが歌って聞かせてくれたの
My mom used to sing it to me.
ココにとっての思い出の歌ってわけね
So I guess that song has a lot of good memories for
う
you.
ん
No?
違うの
No, it doesn't?
この歌つい最近覚えたばっかりだか
No,
ら
I just learned this song.
そうなんだ
Oh, really?
うーん
Their voices were coming from the kiosk. I went in. Hey!
たけぴゃーんクラナリどうしたの
Kudanati, what are you doing here? Oh, I just thought I'd see what you looked like playing chicks. Yep, that was the reason I'd gone searching for them and eventually wound up at the souvenir shop.
ひよこごっこだったらもうとっくに終わっちゃったよ
Oh, we finished playing that a while ago. What? Really?
さっきのひよこのものまねすごーくうまくって
Ducky was so good at it!
よりもずーっとひよこっぽくって
Compared to me, she was so much more like a real chick.
びっくりしちゃった
I was just amazed.
やだーもうそんなにおだてない
Stop
でよ
it. You're trying to embarrass me with
おだて
compliments.
てなんかいないよ
It's true.
本当に上手だ
You
ったんだ
were
もん
really, really good. You, who'd seemed so against the game to begin with, was embarrassed once she was complimented. Oh, what on earth was going on? Had she actually enjoyed the game? Speaking from the standpoint of someone who'd experienced it, the game chicks did seem to experience or possess a kind of ritualistic demonic charm that could subdue the human ability to be rational. Seemed to me that you might have been possessed by that charm. Well, that wasn't important. What was important was that I had somehow missed out on the historical moment that was Yu's performance. It's truly unfortunate. Darn it! I mentally clicked my tongue. So, what are you doing
わ
now?
かるでしょ
Isn't it obvious? Coco and you were sitting face to face on the carpet. Peepee had set his face on Coco's head. Between the two of them was a mountain of small bead-like grains. A pen was stuck on top of the mountain. A game of avalanche with a mountain of sand?
正解
That's right!
違うよナッキュ
Ah, not
正
you.
解じゃないよ
That's not right.
これは涙山崩し
This is a mountain of tears.
砂の山じゃなくて涙の山なんだから
It's a mountain of tears, not sand. A mountain of tears. I sat next to them and pinched a single grain from the mountain. Oh, I remember. Coco was throwing these into the puddle at the ruins yesterday. Clear, colorless grains. They were formed in the shape of a drop of water. Glass tears. No, they weren't made of glass. I could tell by touching them. You never told me what they were yesterday, did you? So, I guess I'll try again. What are they?
人魚の涙だよ
They're mermaid tears. Mermaid tears? Coco closed her eyes and nodded. Don't care what you say, but there's no way these are real mermaid teardrops.
あれあれ
Oh, yeah? Saying that, you pointed to the display racks of the souvenir shop. I stood up and walked towards where you had pointed. The racks were packed with different kinds of merchandise. Among all this stuff, there was a corner with a line of old-looking ceramic bottles. Picked up one of the bottles and looked at it. It was slightly bigger than the size of my palm and heavier than I had imagined. Felt solid in my hand. Printed on the label was mermaid tears. I looked at the bottom of the bottle. There was a round stamp on it. Contents: candy. I shook the bottle. I heard a dry, crisp sound. Pulling out the cork top, I poured out some on my palm. I poured too much and some of them spilled from my hand to the floor. The mermaid tears bounced on the carpet as if they were dancing. I see. Holding the bottle in my right hand and the teardrops in my left, I went back to where I'd been sitting before and plopped myself down with a thud. So these mermaid tears are just some kind of souvenir? Let's see. Mumbling to myself, I popped all the teardrops from my left hand into my mouth. Chomped down on them hard. The melting sweetness spread in my mouth. Ah, these are good! Been a long time since I'd tasted anything besides a tuna sandwich. I heard somewhere before that eating sweets made people feel happy. At that moment, I was enraptured by the sweetness in my mouth.
ありゃりゃこりゃりゃいけないんだいけないんだ
You shouldn't have done that.
先生に言ってやろう
I'm gonna tell on you. Why? Because I'm eating them for free? Well, you are too, Coco.
違う違う
No,
そ
no.
ういう意味で言ったんじゃないの
That wasn't what I meant at all.
今タケピョン人魚の涙食べちゃったでしょ
You just ate the teardrops of a mermaid, didn't you, Takepyeon? Yeah, I did. And I'm gonna eat more.
そんなことしたら
If you do
ヤ
that,
オビクニみたいになっちゃうよ
you'll end up like the 800-year-old nun. Who?
ヤオビクニ
800-year-old what? You and I looked at each
知らな
other.
いのヤオビクニのお話
You don't know the story of Yabikuni, the 800-year-old nun? Do you know what she's talking about, you?
うん知らない
Nope, not a clue.
よしほいじゃあココちゃんがヤオビクニのお話を聞かせてあげましょう
All right then. I, Coco-chan, will tell you the story of the 800-year-old nun.
拍手
That's
拍手
it. Don't forget the applause. Okay, it starts like this.
昔々あるところに一人のキャワユい娘っ子がおりました
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful young
年
girl.
齢は17歳くらいで椿の花がとっても大好きでした
She was 17 years old, and she loved camellia flowers.
娘っ子にはこれまたかっちょいい彼氏さんがいました
She also had a very handsome boyfriend.
彼氏さんの年齢は多分娘っ子とタメぐらいだと思います
And he was about her same age. I think he was at least.
彼氏さんが娘っ子に椿の花をプレゼントしてこう言いました
Anyway, one day, he gave her a camellia flower as a gift and said,
この花君にあげるよ
This flower is for you.
なんて綺麗なお花でしょう
Oh my, what a beautiful flower this is.
ああ確かにこの花は美しいしかしこの花を100万本集めたところで君の美しさにはかなわないよ
Yeah, the flower sure is pretty, but you're even more beautiful. Even a million of these flowers wouldn't be as pretty as you.
嘘がお上手ですのね
Oh, you're such a sweet talker, you.
嘘なんかじゃないさ本気で言ってるんだよ
Hey, I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm telling the truth.
彼氏さん
Ah, sweetheart,
娘っ子ちゃん
my love.
昼間っから恥ずかしげもなくこんな会話を交わせちゃうくらいに二人は激しく愛し合っていたのです
They were so passionately in love that they could talk this way in public without being embarrassed about it.
さてそんなある日のこと
One day,
娘っ子のパパさん名前をゴンタくんと言いますがこのゴンタくんがブクブクと海の中に潜っていきました
the girl's dad, Gonta-kun, went diving into the
なん
ocean.
でそんなことをしたのかっていうと実は海の中に住んでいるおっさんが
He did that because this old guy who lived in the ocean was
今
like,
度うちでパーティーやんだけどさゴンタくんも来ないと招待したからなのでした
Hey, Gonta-kun, I'm having a home party. Wanna come? And invited him to a party.
ゴンタくんのたどり着いた場所にはこれまでに見たこともない 立派なお屋敷が建っていました。
Gonta-kun arrived at the most gorgeous mansion he'd ever seen in his whole life.
中に入ると不思議と息をすることができました。
But strangely, he was able to breathe once he got inside.
いやー、よく来たね、ゴンタくん。
Oh, good to see you,
おっさんのお出迎え
Gonta-kun!
です。
The old guy welcomed
ゴ
him.
ンタくんは豪華なディナーをごちそうになり、楽しいひとときを過ごしました。
Gonta-kun had a gourmet dinner and a wonderful time.
もう帰らなければならない時刻です。
But it eventually came time for him to go home.
ゴンタくんは言いました。悪いけどオラ、そろそろ帰らねばなんねえだ。
Gonta-kun said, I'm real sorry, but I gotta go home soon.
すると海の中のおっさんは、なんだ、もう帰っちゃうの。残念だな。
The old man who lived under the ocean said, Huh? You're leaving so soon? That's too bad.
家で娘っ子が待ってんだ。近いうちにまた来るでよ。
My daughter's waiting for me at home. I'll come again sometime soon, okay?
そっか。じゃあこれ、お土産に持って帰ってよ。
Oh, well, hey, why don't you take this for a
おっ
souvenir?
さんが手渡したものは、お酒を入れるようなとっくりでした。
The old man handed him a bottle of something that looked like
な
alcohol.
んだこれ。ゴンタくんは尋ねます。
What's this? asked Gonta-kun.
おっさんはニコニコと笑いながら答えました。
The old man answered with a big smile.
人魚の涙だよ。
It's mermaid tears.
ゴンタくんは家に帰ると、もらったお土産を戸棚の中にしまっておきました。
Gonta-kun went home and hid the souvenir in the cabinet.
数日後、事件が起こりました。
And a few days later, an incident took
ゴンタ
place.
くんが家を留守にしてる間に、娘っ子がこっそりと戸棚を開けて、とっくりの中身を飲んじゃったのです。
While Gonta-kun wasn't home, his daughter secretly opened the cabinet and drank all the liquid in the bottle.
とっても美味しかったので、娘っ子はその液体をくびくびっと全部飲み干してしまいました。
It was so delicious that the girl drank the whole thing up.
すると、
And
その時を境にして、娘っ子は一切年を取らなくなってしまいました。
after that, the girl stopped aging at all.
1年経ち、2年経ち、3年経ち、
A year had passed, then 2, then 3.
5年経ち、10年経ち、20年経っても、娘
After
っ子は
5, 10, 20
美しい
years,
姿のままだったのです。
the girl was still as beautiful as
決
always.
して老いることのない肉体を娘っ子は手に入れてしまったのでした。
She had a body that would never age.
いつの時代も不老長寿は人類の夢であり希望ですが、この娘っ子の場合は違いました。
Eternal youth and longevity had always been a dream and a hope for humans. But it wasn't the case for this girl.
娘っ子は我が身の不幸を嘆き呪いました。
She lamented and cursed her own fate.
なぜなら大好きだった彼氏さんはどんどん年を取っていくのに、自分は17歳のまま少しも成長しなかったからです。
Because she stayed at the age of 17, but her boyfriend grew older and older.
しばらくしてさらに悲しい出来事が娘っ子を襲いました。
One day, an incident happened that was very sad.
彼氏さんが34歳という若さでこの世を去ってしまったのです。
Her boyfriend passed away from this world to the next at the tender age of 34.
亡くなる間際、彼氏さんは娘っ子にこう言いました。
Before he died, he said to her,
700年待ってくれ。700年後、再びこの世に生まれ変わり、必ず君のところへ行くから。
Wait for me for 700 years. After 700 years have passed, I'll be reborn into this world and come to you.
娘っ子は泣きました。おいおいおいおいと泣き続けました。
The girl cried and cried. Boy, did she just
や
cry.
がて、彼氏さんを失った悲しみから、娘っ子はビクニとなり、 諸国暗夜の旅へと出かけることにしました。
After a while, because she was so sad at losing him, she decided to leave on a long
三
trip.
国というのは出家した二僧、女性のお坊さんのことです。
She renounced the material world and decided to live her life as a nun.
三国は国々をめぐって病気の人を治し、貧しい人を助け、田畑を耕し、川に橋を架け、行く先々へ椿の種をまきました。
The nun traveled around the country. She cured the sick, helped the poor, did a little farming, built some bridges over rivers, and planted lots of camellia
椿
seeds.
がすくすくと成長し、花を咲かせる頃になると、また別の国へと移って行き、困っている人々を助け、
When the camellias grew mature, healthy, and started to flower, she would move on to another region and begin all over again, helping those in need.
そんなことを何百年も続けました。
She continued living that way for hundreds of years.
椿の種をまいたのは、彼氏さんの道しるべにするためです。
The reason she planted camellia seeds was as a way of giving directions for her boyfriend in case he came looking for her.
彼氏さんがこの世に生まれ変わってきた時、自分の居場所がわかるように、ビクニは種をまいたのでした。
She planted lots and lots of seeds, so when he was reborn into this world, he would know where she
ビク
was.
ニは諦めていませんでした。
She hadn't given up hope.
彼氏さんの言葉をずーっと信じ続けていたのです。
She kept believing the whole time that her boyfriend's words would come
そ
true.
してついに700年が経ち、
At
ビクニは
last,
生まれ故郷に戻りました。
700 years had passed and she returned to her
け
homeland.
れども、ふるさとの村にビクニの知っている人は一人もいません。
But there wasn't anyone who knew her anymore.
仕方なくビクニは村外れの洞窟へ入ることにしました。
With no place to live, she decided to enter a cave on the outskirts of the
そ
village.
の入り口近くに椿の種をたくさんまきました。
She planted many, many camellia seeds near the
洞
entrance.
窟に入る前、ビクニは村人にこんなことを言いました。
Before she entered the cave, she told the
日
villagers,
の出と日没の頃に私は鈴を鳴らします。
I will ring a bell at sunrise and
こ
sunset.
の鈴の音が聞こえなくなったら、私は亡くなったと思ってください。
If you stop hearing the bell, please, just think that I have passed away.
それから1年経ち、
A
2
year
年経
passed,
ち、
then
3
2,
年経ち、
and 3.
5年経ち、10年経ち、20年経っても
After 5, 10, then 20
彼氏
years,
さんはできませんでした。
her boyfriend still didn't show up.
30年経ち、40年経ち、50年経ち、
30 years passed, then 40, then 50.
60年経ち、70年経ち、80年経っても
After 60, 70, 80 years had passed. Her boyfriend still hadn't shown
ビ
up.
クニが生まれてから800年の年月が流れました。
800 years had passed since she was born.
鈴の音が聞こえなくなりました。
The bell finally stopped ringing.
とうとう最後まで彼氏さんが姿を現すことはありませんでした。
After all that time, her boyfriend had never appeared.
洞窟の前の椿は美しく咲き誇り、その後何年もの間散ることはなかったと言います。
The camellias in front of the cave blossomed beautifully, never wilting for many years.
人々はいつまでも若く美しかったビクニのことを尊び、祈りを捧げ、
People honored this young and beautiful nun and prayed for her.
健康で明るく長生きできるように願いを込めて、
And wished for longevity and
彼女のこ
happiness.
とをヤオビクニと呼ぶようになったとさ。
And people decided to call her Yabikuni, the 800-year-old nun.
おしまい
The end.
じゃなかった。
Oh, not really. It's to be continued.
Huh?
There's more?
ココの知ってるお話はこれで終わりなんだけどね。
Well, actually, that's the end for the tale I know.
ひょっとしたらまだ続きがあるかもしれないし。
But there might be more to the
ど
tale.
ういうこと？結局ヤオビクニさんの遺体は誰も確認してないんだよ。
Well, nobody actually found her body.
鈴の音が聞こえなくなったから死んじゃったんじゃないかって思っただけで、
They just figured she was dead because the bell stopped ringing.
もしかしたら日本のどこかの洞窟でまだヤオビクニさんは生き続けているのかもしれない。
Maybe she's still alive in a cave somewhere in Japan, you know?
未だに彼氏さんのことを待ってると。
Still waiting for her boyfriend? Ah, stupid. There's no way that story is true. It's just an old fairy tale, that's all. Damn. If only we knew a 17-year-old immortal. Huh.
そうかな。ここはほんのちょびっとだけだけど、
I think she might still be alive somewhere.
私もそう思う。
Yeah, me too. Oh, come on. Are you guys serious?
ねえここ、ヤオビクニっていつ生まれたの？
Hey, Coco, when was this nun born anyway?
詳しくは知らないんだけど、今から1300年ぐらい前だって聞いたことがある。
I don't know exactly, but I've heard it was about 1,300 years ago. Ha, you see? 1,300 years old. If she were still alive, she'd be 1,300 years old.
当たり前のこと言わないでよ。
Look, you don't have to inform us of the obvious. Finally somebody tells Takashi, please stop repeating the simplest answer to every question. Let me put it this way. 1,300 years from now would be like 700 AD. But she would have been living since the Nara era, or even before that. That would amaze even Prince Nakano-oi.
何ムキになってるのよ。
What are you so worked up
ただの
about?
昔話だって言ったのは倉成じゃない。
You're the one who said it was just an old story, Kurenari. I'm not worked up.
もう倉成もいい加減大人なんだからさ。
You're old enough to know what I'm talking about.
少女の夢をむやみに壊すんじゃないの。
Don't break girls' romantic dreams for no good
ね
reason.
えここ、
Right, Coco?
ヤオビクニが700歳で洞窟に入ったってことは、それから600年間もひたすら彼氏さんを待ち続けてたってことになるよね。
She entered the cave at the age of 700, so that means she waited for her boyfriend another 600 years, right?
今でも生きてるかもしれないから待ち続けてる。現在進行形か。
Oh, but she might still be alive, so that makes it she is waiting, as in the present
と
tense.
にかく
Anyway,
彼氏さんが椿の花を追い求めてようやく洞窟の淵へとたどり着いたその時、
when her boyfriend finally arrives at the entrance of the cave, which is overflowing with
運命の再
flowers,
会が訪れるわけ
they'll
よ。
finally be reunited.
600年間の孤独が報われるわけよ。
And the extra 600 years of loneliness will be rewarded.
1300年間の恋が実るわけよ。
Their 1,300-year-old love will be fulfilled.
な
Ah,
んてロマンチック
how
なんでしょ
romantic.
ロマンチックか。ここはロマンチックっていうよりもちょっぴり
I
悲
think
しい
it's
気がするな。
more sad than romantic.
うん？だってさ、
I mean,
暗い洞窟の奥で
she's been waiting in this deep, dark cave.
ずーっとずーっと
Just waiting for her
彼氏さんが来るの
boyfriend
待ってるんだ
for the
よ。
longest time, you know?
一人ぼっちで待ってるんだよ。
She's been all alone.
寂しくて寂しくて寂しくて。
So alone and lonely.
だけど死んじゃうこともできなくて、
But she couldn't die either.
人魚の涙なんて飲まなければよかったのに。
I wish she'd never drank those mermaid's tears. Hey, Coco? What? Do you believe that mermaids actually exist?
またそうやって夢のないことを言う。
Jeez, there you go again. You're too practical. Well, if mermaids don't exist, then you can forget the whole story to begin with.
そんなことないよ。
That's not necessarily true.
人魚がいてもいなくても話の信憑性とは何の関係もないと思う。
Whether mermaids exist or not doesn't have anything to do with whether or not this story is true. Why not?
ゴン太くんのもらったとっくりには誰が何と言おうと不老長寿の液体が入ってたの。
Well, it's obvious that the liquid Gonta-kun got from the old man was a longevity potion. I don't care what you
そ
say.
れを誰かが勝手に人魚の涙って命名しただけかもしれないでしょ。
They could have just named it mermaid tears, right?
つまり不老長寿の液体が実際の人魚の涙である必要はないってこと。
What I'm trying to say is that the potion didn't actually have to be made from mermaid
例え
teardrops.
ばここに積まれてるキャンディーの山が実際の人魚の涙じゃないのと同じようにね。
I mean, these candies aren't actual mermaid teardrops. Well, you have a point. So, mermaid tears is only the name for that strange liquid, right? Alright, fine. Skip the whole mermaid business. Let you know, you. Think real hard, will ya? Do you honestly think that something like eternal youth exists?
思う。
I do. You have a basis for that belief?
ある。
Yes. Okay, show me then.
望むところよ。
Okay, I'll show you.
ちょっと話はそれるけど、今の八帯国の話、何かに似てると思わない？
This is a little off topic, but doesn't this story of Yabukuni remind you of something else?
浦島太郎だよ。
I'm talking about the tale of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van
太郎？
Winkle?
海の中へと招待されて、立派な屋敷がそこには立ってて、豪華
Well?
なディナーをご馳走されて、帰りがけにはおみよをもらう。
The father got invited to a party and got some kind of alcoholic beverage,
この
right?
とこなんか、もうそっくりそのまま浦島太郎じゃない。
That's just like Rip Van Winkle.
だから要するにこういうこと。
What I'm trying to say
浦
is,
島太郎は玉手箱を開けたことによっておじいさんになっちゃったでしょ。
Rip Van Winkle drank the liquor and became a very old man, right?
八帯国は人魚の涙を飲んだことによって不老長寿の肉体を手に入れた。
Yabikuni drank the mermaid tears and gained the body of a perpetual youth that never ages.
ということはですな。
And that means that... Oh, I'm beginning to see what you're trying to say. Rip Van Winkle hits the bottle just a little too hard, and when he wakes up, 20 years have passed. Just like with the 800-year-old nun. By drinking mermaid tears, she was sent 700 or 800 years into the future. So she didn't actually gain eternal youth, she just slipped through time into the future. So that explains why she stayed 17 years old even after 800 years. You think that explains it? Well, it doesn't. There's no such thing as time travel in real life.
ちょっと待って。話を勝手に進めないでよ。
There's just parallel realities. What the hell are you talking about?
私は一言もタイムスリップなんて言ってないでしょ。
I never said a word about time travel, did I?
私が言いたいのは玉手箱と人魚の涙との類似性というか相関関係というかそういったものについてなの。
I'm just curious about the similarity between the dwarven spirits and mermaid tears.
玉手箱の中に詰め込まれていたものは生物の老化を急速に促進する作用を持った気体だった。
The dwarven liquor was actually a solution that rapidly accelerates aging.
とっくりの中に詰め込まれていたものは生物の老化を極限まで抑制する作用を持った液体だった。
What was in the tears was a solution that slows down aging.
そしてこの2つは共に海中に生息している何者かによって手渡された。
Both of them were handed down from some old guy.
さらにこれらを手渡した人物は海底に建造されたゴージャスな宮殿のような場所に住んでいた。
And both of them were given at a mysterious
ということは
gathering. So it tells
玉
us
手箱の煙も人魚の涙も同一人物の手によって
both dwarven spirits and mermaid
あるいは
tears
同一の文明によって製造された可能性が極めて高いということになるでしょ。
are possibly made by the same people or by the same civilization. Yeah, sure, that's not a jump to a really strange conclusion or anything. Sure, let's go with that. It tells us that?
なるの。もしかしたらその宮殿は海底に沈んだ超古代文明の遺跡の一部だったのかもしれないよね。
Well, the castle in Coco's story might have been part of some ruins of an ancient civilization sunken under the ocean.
例えばレムリア文明とか
for example, the civilization of Lemuria.
レムリア文明には老化をコントロールできちゃうような科学技術があって、
In Lemuria, it's thought they had science and technology that could control aging.
浦島太郎もゴン太くんも何らかの事情によって特別にその宮殿へと招かれることになったんだよ、きっと。
And for some reason, Gonta-kun got invited to the castle.
うんうん。どう？納得した？
So, are you satisfied? I think it was a pretty random explanation, but that's okay, I guess. I got your point. You still haven't given any substantial evidence that eternal youth exists. Point of what you just said was basically this. Rip Van Winkle and the 800-year-old nun's dad must have made contact with the lost civilization of Lemuria. Alright then, let's just suppose this assumption was correct. Even if the civilization of Lemuria really did exist, nobody knows if they had the technology to control aging, right? There's no way you can prove it. Besides, Lemuria never did and never will exist. Slater's theory was disproven a long time ago.
スクレーターって何？
What's Schlatter? The name of an English zoologist. In the mid-19th century, he noticed the same species of lemur inhabited Africa, Madagascar Islands, Asia, and the Indonesian islands. But lemurs can't swim. Well, maybe just a little, but certainly not a long distance. Well then, how could the same kind of lemurs reside on different islands separated by a massive ocean? Slater thought, that's it! Long time ago, there must have been some great landmass in the Indian Ocean, and these islands must have been connected as one. But by the mid-20th century, the theory of continental drift had been proven, and Slater's theory was ignored after that. Long time ago, all the land on the Earth today formed one big continent, which very slowly got broken up and the continents shifted with the movement of the Earth's crust, or by virtue of plate tectonics, to become the way they are today. To be precise, the land masses are still moving, even today, by several centimeters per year. The theory of continental drift was now known to be fact rather than just theory. So, the reason why lemurs exist on different islands can be explained by this theory. So there, you see, there's no such thing as Lemuria. If there's no Lemuria, there couldn't be a Lemurian civilization. You don't say.
悪いけど、私が言ったのは太平洋のレムリア大陸のことなんだよね。
Well, sorry to cut you off when you were just getting started, but the Lemuria I was referring to was in the Pacific Ocean.
日本の浦島太郎がどうしてわざわざマラッカ海峡を渡ってインド洋まで行かなきゃいけないのよ。
Why would a Japanese person like Gonta-kun go all the way over to the Strait of Malacca, then to the Indian Ocean?
レムリア大陸は太平洋にあったの。
Lemuria was located in the Pacific Ocean. In the Pacific Ocean? Are you, by any chance, talking about the continent of Mu? I hate this game.
呼び方なんてどうでもいいのよ。
It doesn't matter what you call it.
かつて太平洋上には超古代文明が存在した。
There used to be an ancient civilization in the Pacific before recorded history.
それをある人はレムリア文明と呼び、ある人はムー文明と呼ぶ。そんなことどっちだっていいじゃない。
Some people call it Lemuria, others call it Mu. Doesn't really matter, does it? Guess you're right. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Whether you call it Lemuria or Mu, it never existed anyway.
どうしてそう夢のないこと言うかな。
Why do you have to be so serious? It's so childish.
クラナリには想像力ってもんがないの？
Don't you have any imagination, Kuranari? You're the one who's childish. You're 18, right? Grow up, will you? Get real. An ancient civilization before time, perpetual use and longevity, Rip Van Winkle, 800-year-old nun, and Santa Claus. None of these exist. They're all just fairy
おと
tales.
ぎ話のすべてが虚構とは限らないでしょ。
Not all fairy tales are
中に
fiction.
は実話だってあるかもしれないじゃない。
Maybe some of them are real. No way.
ある。少なくとも浦島太郎だけは絶対確実完全無欠に実話だと思う。
Well, I, for one, believe Rip Van Winkle really existed. Oh, you're so sure, huh? You have any proof? Do you?
もちろん。
And let's see it.
望むところよ。
Okay, I'll show you.
浦島太郎はね。
Rip Van Winkle was?
浦島太郎は。浦島太郎
What
は。
was?
浦島。太郎。
Okay, she's saying Urashima, which does make a lot more sense as a cultural reference for the Japanese cast. But okay. Suddenly, you put her hand on her chest and seemed to be suffering. What's wrong?
大丈夫。
Are you okay, Nakyu?
平気。いつもの
It happens all the time.
だから。
What do you mean all the time? Yu's face had gone pale. Her lips were almost purple and sweat began to run down her forehead. She grabbed her chest with her right hand. She groaned in a low voice and squatted to the floor. She jabbed her left hand into the mountain of tears. The mermaid tears scattered everywhere and the pen on top flew into the air. I'll be
大丈夫。
alright.
だから。
She didn't seem alright at all. Her breathing was fast and her body was stiff and shaking, her facial color almost seeming like that of a corpse. What should we do? Should I leave you here and call for help? No, we don't have any time to lose. To the infirmary. I gotta take her to the infirmary. Coco, I'm gonna carry you to the infirmary. You go on ahead and tell everybody what's going on.
わかった。
I carried you on my back and jumped out of the kiosk. The infirmary was close. I could get there in less than a minute if I ran. Before I could think, my feet had already started moving.
くだら。
I kept running in silence. The infirmary was near.
聞いてよ。くだなり。
You whispered into my ear in a small voice.
太郎は。
Rip Van Winkle was.
しまっ
He really.
た。
He really. Whoosh, different timeline.
アホアホ。
Aho, aho. I'm like curious. My whole playlist is here. Other things are playing. If I click on them. Leave a list for the rock. Yeah, repeat playlist. It's getting cut to the hog. Okay. Anyway.
あれはただのおとぎ話。
Oh, that's right. Now we have Skeptic You in this world.
だからって浦島太郎が実在したとは限らないでしょ。
That doesn't mean that Rip Van Winkle existed, does
それ
it?
にね、もしも仮に浦島太郎が実話だったとしても、少年のこととは何の関係もないじゃない。
See, I don't know. Now we gotta like start disagreeing with the like localization again. Like Urashima fits the like storyline a lot more because Rip Van Winkle just falls asleep. Urashima entered a palace in the bottom of the ocean and came back and realized he was in a different world. He's the one who then didn't realize that a ton of time had passed. And who then in his despair, like, accepted all the time he had lost and died. That's why you've got this patch, because this was supposed to be the, like, better one, but it appears that by improved they just mean, oh, changing it to chicken sandwiches, how dare they disrespect Japan? These sandwiches are tuna! Pretty bad, pretty bad. Better slip in some more sex jokes instead. We're talking about whether people could actually travel through time, right?
だからわからんやっちゃな。
That's what I mean, don't you get it? That's about the only thing that Ripper and Winkle and Urashima have, like, in common, is the concept that, sure, you can travel through time linearly in 1 minute at a time.
タイムスリップが現実に起こるものだとしても、少年がタイムスリップしたことにはならないって言ってるの。
I'm saying that even if someone could actually travel through time, that doesn't necessarily mean that you did. Then how come I can see the future?
そんなこと私に聞かれてもわからないってば。
Don't ask me, how would I know? It has to be because I'm experiencing the same moments in time over and over again. I must have been stuck in Lemu in the past too. 3 days passed, 4, 5, and after that I must have slipped through time for some reason. Meaning I must have traveled back in time to the moment I fell into that pond. That must be why I can look into the future. No, I mean, I must be remembering things I've already experienced in the past instead of looking into the future, to be exact. I don't know how, but I'm probably carrying memories of the past.
じゃあそうなんじゃない？
Oh, yeah, that must be it then. Come on, I'm being serious here.
悪いけどね。私にはもっと切実で深刻な問題があるの。
Sorry, but I've got far more serious, urgent
考
problems.
えなきゃいけないことが山ほどあるの。
I've got tons of things to think
知ってる
about.
でしょ、少年だって。
You know what I'm talking about, kid?
理由はともかくとして、少年は予知をすることができる。
I don't know what the reason is, but you can predict the
いいじゃな
future.
い。別に予知
So
が
what?
できたってあって困るような特殊能力でもないし、むしろあった方が便利だと思うけど。
It's not like it's a bad ability to have. As a matter of fact, I can imagine it would come in handy. You make it sound so simple, but in my case, I don't think it's the ability to see the future. I'm pretty sure I traveled through time. I might even be repeating the same moments in history over and over again. What's more, I'm pretty sure the amnesia has something to do with the time travel.
もう何回言わせれば気が済むのよ。
How many times do I have to tell you?
タイムスリップなんてものは絶対に不可能なんだってば。
Time travel is not possible.
それから記憶喪失のことだけど、時間が経てば必ず元通りになるの。
As far as your amnesia, I'm sure you'll regain your memories in
実際
time.
もう思い出しかけてるじゃない。
You're already beginning to remember things, right?
っていうか、ほとんど思い出してるんでしょ？
I mean, you've actually remembered most everything, haven't you? Not everything. I just remembered things about Sarah. Just childhood memories. I still don't have any memories from the last few years. I have no idea how I got to Lemu, why, or with whom. I still don't remember anything before May 1st, the day I came to Lemu. Where I was, what I was doing, or who I am.
はあ？ちょっと待って。
Wait just a second.
少年はマヨのお兄ちゃんなんだよね。そのことはちゃんと思い出したんだよね。
You're Mayo's brother, right? You did remember that, don't you? Yeah.
だったらさすがに自分が誰なのかぐらいわかるはずじゃない。
So you have to at least know who you are. But I don't. How can I explain this? If someone were to ask me, who are you? All I could say is, I'm Matsunaga Sarah's brother. I don't know any other way to answer. Then, all of a sudden you. You raised your voice and pointed her finger at me.
そういえば大事なこと聞き忘れてた。
Oh, that reminds me. I keep forgetting to ask you something important. Something important?
名前よ名前。
Name! Your name!
少年のなま
Your name, kid!
マヨから聞いたんでしょ？
Mayo told you, didn't she?
聞いたんだよね。
You did ask her, didn't you? No, yeah. You haven't asked her your name? No, I haven't. You shook her head, looked up at the ceiling, and chewed on her lips. She clenched her fist, went to shake it in the air, then rethought it and pulled it back down. You then proceeded to stomp in a puddle of water. She crouched down and hopped up swiftly. She took a deep breath. Thought she was going to exhale, but she continued to take one long breath in. And then she said,
あんたバカじゃないの？
Are you stupid? Or what? Her voice was so loud it shook Lemu like an earthquake. I was a bit frightened it would tear the partition
どう
walls.
して真っ先に自分の名前を聞かないのよ。
Finally, someone says what needed to be said. You probably wouldn't understand this, but Sarah and I had so much else to talk about. We had endless things to talk about, and I just didn't have the presence of mind or chance to think about myself. For us, the first priority was to regain the time we lost. And to be honest, I couldn't care less about my name.
あのね少年、よく考えてみて。
Listen, kid, think about
自
it.
分の名前よ。気にならないの？
It's your own name. Aren't you curious to know? Now that you've brought it up, I'm starting to wonder. When I was talking to Sarah, it didn't even pass my mind. You sighed with an exaggerated gesture. Well, just put yourself in our position, you. Sarah and I saw each other for the first time in 9 years. We're just so happy, caught up in memories. But on the other hand, we were scared, in pain, and our hearts ached. All these emotions were mixed up and jumbled together and came flooding over us. Sarah and I were overwhelmed just trying to understand one another. Like I said, things didn't seem so important at that time. She just called me Oni-chan, and I just wanted to call her Sarah. Do you understand?
全然わからない。
Not at all! You said that and started to walk off. Hey, wait a second, where are you going? Splashing water, you walked down the long, straight corridor. I tagged along beside her and asked her again, Hey, where are you going?
マヨに聞きに行くの。
I'm going to ask Mayo. What?
決まってるじゃない。少年の名前を。
Well, hello, your name, of course, kid. Look, you don't have to do that.
なんでよ。
Why not?
君さ、さっきから言ってることが噛み合ってなくない？
What you've been saying doesn't make sense.
完全に記憶を取り戻したいんでしょ？自分が誰なのか知りたいんでしょ？
Don't you want to regain your full memory? Don't you want to know who you are? Oh, well, of course I do, but...
じゃあ、予知だのタイムスリッパだの強盗無形なきテレツ話をする前にさ。
Well then, instead of talking about stupid, outrageous things like seeing the future or time travel...
マヨに名前を聞くのが一番手っ取り早いじゃない。
Don't you think it'd be faster? Don't you? Don't you, child? Do you not give a single shit about who you are, sir? Thought back briefly to the sight of myself in that mirror. Been so confused at that time because my face didn't look like my face. The same thing happened when Sarah told me my name. I was afraid I might feel like my name wasn't really my name and end up all confused again. To tell the truth, it was a bit scary. Besides, is a name really all that important? Look, names are just things people give themselves to make identifying one another more convenient. It's just for convenience, so while living without a name certainly has its challenges, I don't think a name is an absolute necessity. Take dolphins! We don't know necessarily that dolphins don't call each other by name, child. I'm just saying, maybe they do. Ask Takashi, he was talking to the dolphins before. They seem to be getting along just fine. They seem to be able to identify one dolphin from the others, too. They know which one is a son, which one is a wife, and the difference between a gray whale and a killer whale. They don't have names, yet they can recognize things correctly. And this is just speculation, but they seem to recognize individual identities. A dolphin seems to have its own sense of self, separate from that of the dolphin swimming next to it. And it's aware it's a separate entity. They don't have to depend on names to recognize all these things. My name is James, the one next to me is Ling Ling, the one chasing after fish is Yumemi. I don't think they do that. May sound kinda cocky, but sometimes I feel humans depend on names too much. You ever just talk out of your ass for a while? One day, this girl you've known as Ling Ling tells you, "Oh, by the name. My name is Lang Lang." Wouldn't that throw you off? It causes confusion, and you might think, you know, Ling Ling and Lang Lang are really similar, but they're probably just two different people. Seems stupid to get confused just because of a name. Meaning people value, trust, and depend on names more than the actual individual differences. I bet dolphins don't think like that. Because to begin with, they don't have names to identify individuals. I realized that for the first time once I lost my name. I noticed that a name really isn't all that important. You didn't stop walking. I couldn't tell whether she was listening to me or not because she didn't respond to me at all. He was like, I stopped listening as soon as he was like, well, dolphins don't have names. Hey, are you listening to me? As we turned a corner, I asked her.
聞いてるよ。
Yeah, I'm listening.
考えてたの。今の少年の話。
I've been thinking about what you were just saying.
確かに少年の言ってることもわかるような気がするの。
I feel like I understand what you
特に
mean.
私は自分の名前にコンプレックスを持ってるから。
You know,
そういうことを
I've had a complex about my name for a long time. And I've actually thought quite a lot about this issue. Complex? You don't like your own name, you?
嫌いよもちろん。
Of course I don't. It's one syllable off of my mom's name or my daughter's name because I can't remember which is which. Why?
恥ずかしいから。
I'm embarrassed about
この
it.
世の中には自己紹介なんていう伝統的な風習があるでしょ。
People introduce themselves to one another when they meet, right?
私クラス替えのたびに憂鬱で仕方なくて。
Every time a new year at school would start, I would just cringe. Oh. I remember you said something about your full name being much longer, right?
うん。
Yeah. Look, you get behind me in line for the My Name Don't Fit on Standardized Testing Forms Club. Because mine was never fucking on there. When I went to the DMV to get, like, my enhanced license, like, they almost rejected some paperwork, like, because my whole name wasn't on there. And they had to be like, look, that's because it capped the number of characters, and my name is long as shit, okay? You see how it's at the edge of the paper, and it's therefore missing, like, the last two letters? Can we maybe piece this together? Can we perhaps come to a conclusion?
関係があるっていうか、それこそが直接の原因。
Something to do with it? That's why I don't like it. You stopped walking. She had a bitter smile on her face. Do you want to know? What?
君にはまだ教えてなかったもんね。
I still haven't told you my full name yet. Sorry, it was hard to know if that happened or not since we've been swooping between timelines. I guess.
絶対笑わないって誓ってくれる？
Will you promise that you won't laugh? Sure.
それじゃあ、
Okay.
教えてあげよう。
I'll tell you.
私の本名は
My name is
田中
Tanaka
美生秋かな。
Yubise Akikana. Huh?
優しく美しく清らかな秋香る菜の花。
It means gentle, beautiful, pure autumn, fragrant green blossom. Huh? Yubise Akikana? Suddenly, it felt as if I felt a heavy thud in the bottom of my heart. A strange feeling started to take over my body. A sense of something out of place. That was it. That was right. I must have known Yu's real name. Wait, but I'd never heard it from you directly. What was going on? It was just like the situation with Sarah. I already knew Yu's real name from before. Yu's real name was... Your real name is... Yubise Harukana.
Huh?
You said it wrong, didn't you? You actually meant to say Harukana, right?
自分の名前を言い間違える人なんていないと思うけど。
I don't think I'd say my own name incorrectly.
まあ、私としては春でも秋でもどっちでもいいんだけどね。
Well, Haru or Aki, either one is fine with me.
でも一応戸籍上は秋になってるわけだし。
But on the birth certificate, it says Aki. No!
ほへ？
Your full name has to be Yubise Harukana. It's not Aki. What are you laughing about? This isn't funny at all. You don't remember your own name.
そうかもね。
Yeah, that just may be
私
it.
の本当の名前はリンリンだったっけ？それともランランだったっけな。
My real name. Oh, was it Ling Ling? No, maybe it's Lang Lang.
あのね、少年。よく聞いてね。
Kid, listen up.
私の名前は優美生秋かな。
My name is Yubise
生ま
Akikana.
れた時からそうだったし、これからもずっとこの名前を背負って生き続けていくんだと思う。
It's been that way since I was born. It'll be that way as long as I live.
いい？
Got it?
春でも夏でも冬でもなくて秋なの。
It's neither Haru, nor Natsu, nor Fuyu, but Aki.
なんでか知ってる？
Do you know why?
私は今から18年と7ヶ月前に生まれたの。
I was born 18 years and 7 months
正確
ago.
に言うと7ヶ月とちょっとだけどね。
A little more than 7 months
誕
to
生
be
日は
exact.
9月22日。
My birthday is September 22nd.
出生地は日本。
I was born in
別に
Japan.
南半球で生まれたわけじゃな
I
いんだ
wasn't
よ。
born in the southern hemisphere.
9月って日本では春だっけ？
Let's see. Is September spring in Japan?
秋だよね。
No, it's autumn, isn't it?
だから私は秋かななの。わかった？
So, my name is Akikana. You got it? I was already starting to lose my sense of reality. A bottomless fear crept up from the bottom of my stomach and threatened to leap out of my throat. My head started to ache. And then,
お兄ちゃん、ナッケ先輩。
I glanced as I put my head on my temple. Splashing water in all directions, Sarah came towards us.
ちょうど
Good timing.
ちょうどいいところ？
Good timing. Sarah stood in front of us, tilting her head quizzically.
実はマヨに聞きたいことがあったの。
Actually, I had a question for you, Mayo.
何ですか？聞きたいことって。
What is it?
少年の名前。
The kid's name.
彼の本名教えてほしいんだ。
Will you tell me his real name? You put her hand on my shoulder. I knew her hand was touching my shoulder, but I couldn't feel it. I was dizzy and about to faint. Thought to myself, this will probably be a lot easier if I just faint. But both my feet stood soundly on the floor and I braced myself. I looked at Sarah. Sarah's mouth opened up like an empty hollow. I couldn't hear her voice. I saw Sarah's lips were moving, but I couldn't hear her voice for some reason. I couldn't hear Yu's voice either. All I could hear was just the sound of my blood flowing through my ears. At that moment, my sight crashed into pieces. The scenery before me was stripped of all color. A voice. A voice. I could hear a voice from afar. From faraway darkness, somebody whispering to me. Who are you? Who am I? Who am I?
北斗。お兄ちゃんの名前は北斗だよ。
Your name is Hokuto.
北斗か。うんうん。なるほど。
So that's what he's called.
言われてみれば確かに北斗って感じかも。
Now that you mentioned it, he does kind of look like a Hokuto to me. That is my name?
そうだよ、お兄ちゃん。
That's right, Oni-chan. Hokuto. I repeated it aloud over and over again. Hokuto. My hunch had been right. I had never heard the name Hokuto before. Hokuto, that couldn't possibly be my name. It didn't feel right to me at all. But Sarah wouldn't lie to me. So I figured Hokuto must be my name. Hokuto. Name. Yu's name was Yubise Akihana. My name was Hokuto. There was too much to think about. I felt I was close to my mental limit. I was dizzy. My head ached. I looked at my palm. I had 5 fingers. Everything seemed out of place to me. I still couldn't regain the real me. Is this me looking at my palm? Or is it somebody that isn't me? Is Hokuto really me? Or is it me who's not Hokuto? Is it really? Whoosh! Is that really his name? Sugumi slightly nodded her head. Her face was all red. So, he's charming, because he's charming. That's cute, what a good name. How cute. That's what I thought. Did my best to stifle my laughter.
ずるい。笑わないって言ったのに。
Hey, you promised not to laugh. I'm not laughing. Tried to keep a straight face, but the corners of my mouth started to twitch. I could just imagine Sugumi baby talking to it. Chami-chan, Chami-chan, it's din-din time.
もう、だから言いたくなかったのに。
That's why I didn't want to tell you. Sullen, Sugumi was red-faced. But she held out the bath towel she had behind her neck. Oh, thanks. I took the towel and wiped myself down. Phew. I breathed deeply, feeling reborn as I glanced at Sugumi's profile. She was playing with the hamster in her hand and her cheeks were bright. She looked so happy. It was the first time I'd ever seen her smile like she meant it.
たけし、ありがとう。
Sugumi said it in a whisper without looking at my face. I headed towards the eye area with Sugumi. Since we were in the area with the generator room, we had to take one of the egg-like elevators to get back. I felt excited, maybe from the feeling of accomplishment of rescuing Chami. But my feet were heavy. My body just couldn't keep up. I was exhausted. 5 hours earlier, I'd been running with you on my back since she'd started suffering from something all of a sudden. And with my effort to rescue Charmy, I swam over 102 meters underwater. Is this really just fatigue? This heaviness? I feel a bit feverish, too. I have a slight headache. Maybe I caught a cold?
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Sugumi must have noticed my slow steps because she looked worriedly at my face. I'm just
大
tired.
丈夫？
Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just tired, that's all.
そう。
Okay. Sugumi was worried about me. It was a funny feeling. By the way, how about yourself?
Eh?
Your leg, you know, your injury? Sugumi was dragging her right
Thank you.
foot. I'm alright. Are you really? The wound didn't open up or anything, did it?
見たい？
Do you want to see? Sugumi stopped walking. Okay, I went, I looked it up. I was like, why do they so carefully specify that this is a Jungarian hamster? And it's because Jungarian hamsters, their primary thing that makes them interesting as an animal is that they, aside from the gray dorsal stripe, if they're exposed to, you know, naturally shortening days, they do grow a white winter coat. Unless, you know, they're kept indoors and away from natural light. If they're kept in an artificial situation, you know, that cycle stops happening. Their bodies become unchanging, one could say. If they're not exposed to the sun, for instance. This fucking game. She quickly flipped up her skirt with her hands. Cut it out! In shock, I slapped Sugumi's hand and stopped her. Sugumi chuckled gleefully. My feet suddenly felt much lighter. As for you, turned out she wasn't as bad as I thought. After resting for about an hour in the infirmary, you regained a surprising amount of her strength. But why did you suddenly start suffering like that? I asked you, but she changed the subject and didn't tell me anything. I also asked Sora, but her answer was the same. Sora must have known something since she had examined you with the repaired LMRI. That thought still bothered me. It was still the case that only one person at a time could ride the egg. Sugumi went up first. I rode up shortly after. The egg zipped upward, quickly arriving at Zweiterstock. As soon as I got there, Sugumi was waiting for me. Charmy was sitting on her hand. Sugumi stuck out both of her arms to the side. Charmy walked from one hand to the other, crossing Sugumi's arms. Sugumi had such a happy smile on her face that I couldn't help smiling too. For no particular reason, Sugumi and I stared at each other for a while.
やる？
Do you want to try? Asking that, Sugumi put Charmy on my shoulder. I stretched out my arms, and suddenly, Charmy charged onto my arms. It tickled so much I couldn't help but wriggle my body. Charmy looked hesitant when he got to the end, which was the tip of my hand. I held Charmy gently in my palm and looked at him closely. Charmy, huh? Are you Charmy? Well, are ya? Come on, answer me. Of course, Charmy didn't answer, because as we all know, hamsters, much like dolphins, don't have names. Maybe he was frightened I would eat him. Yep, he sure is charming. He's charming because he's so darn charming. Curious, I decided to ask Sugumi a question. Why are you called Sugumi? Your name, I mean. Does it come from the Chinese character for the bird? The redwing?
鳥？
The bird? If I remember correctly, they migrate, right?
ああ、あのつぐみね。
Oh, red wings.
残念。鳥と
Unfortunately,
は全く無関係よ。
my name has nothing to do with birds. Then what does your name mean? As I asked Tsugumi, I passed Charmy back into her hand. Tsugumi picked up
地
Charmy
球
and
の
told
衛
me.
星と私たちがいる場所。
Satellite of the Earth and where we are at. Huh?
地球の衛星は？
What's the one satellite this Earth has? Eh eh. Eh. Sure is the moon.
私たちが今いる場所は？
And where are we right now? Lemu.
レミューの外には
What's
何
all
が？
around us here at Lemu? Around us? The ocean?
そう。月に海と書いてつぐみって読むの。
In Japanese, you write moon and then ocean and read it Tsugumi. I see. Come to think of it, I didn't know which characters your name used. Moon and ocean, huh? Huh, that's a really pretty name. Tsugumi's cheeks turned pink. And then... Coco and Pee-Pee came rushing in. I told you not to call me Papa.
ママって呼ぶな。
I told you not to call me Mama. What?
Huh?
Tsugumi and I looked at each other. Coco's been calling you Mama, Tsugumi?
たけしの方こそパパって呼ばれてるの。
And she's calling you Papa? She keeps doing it, no matter what I say.
パパママ
Papa, Mama, let's play. After a while, Tsugumi and I had begged Coco not to call us Papa or Mama. Took us about 3 hours to finally convince her. 3 times more exhausting to convince Coco than to dash with you on my back and swim 102 meters underwater. Incidentally, Coco's reason for calling Tsugumi Mama was...
ママのいない人はママっぽい人のことをママって呼んでもいいんだよ。
It's the law, asshole.
ナーカル碑文にそう書いてあるでしょ。
In the knuckle tablet, isn't it? So she said. Needless to say, Coco already had a real mother. After finally convincing Coco, I went to see you. Even before I'd gone to rescue Charmy, you had seemed to be recovering her strength, but the way she looked when she'd first started feeling pain didn't seem normal. I was still concerned about her even though she looked better. So I decided to make sure you was all right. Sora told me I could find you in the security office. I entered the room. You was sitting in front of the console, staring blankly at the screen. Hi. I called out a greeting as I sat down in the seat next to her. You grabbed a coffee cup, took a big gulp, and
あ
said,
りがとう。
Thank you. So how come the menu says name in English, but then it's password?
まだちゃんとお礼言ってなかったでしょ。
I didn't have a chance to say it earlier, right?
だからあ
So,
りがとう。
thank you. Yu's eyes were fixed on the display. Are you talking about when I carried you to the infirmary earlier? You don't have to thank me. I just want to ask you a question. What caused it anyway?
原因？何のこと？
Cause? What are you talking about? You still wouldn't look at me. A normal, healthy person wouldn't just suddenly clutch their chest in pain, you know? And besides, you said it happens all the time. What's that all about? Don't you worry your pretty little head, Takashi. When I asked, she turned the seat halfway and stood up.
ねえクラナリ、私がレミューに来た本当の理由覚えてる？
Hey, Kurinari, do you remember why I came to Lemu? You abruptly changed the subject. I didn't understand why she was asking the question, but I answered her anyway. Yeah, I do. You came to get a part-time job for the holidays. But it was just an excuse to search for your father who's been missing for 17 years, right? I remembered the story you told me in front of the merry-go-round the first day.
お母さん、
お父さんのこと死んじゃったんだって思ってるみたい。
My mother had convinced herself that my father is already dead. But, you know,
で、私は信じてるの。
I believe.
お父さんは絶対どこかで生きてるんだよ。
I know that my dad is still alive somewhere.
だってそうでしょ。
He has to be.
お父さんはただ行方不明になっただけで遺体が見つかったわけじゃないんだし。
My father just went missing and his remains were never found.
私どうしても確かめたかったの。
I just had to find
お
out
父さんが生きてるのか
he was alive or
それ
dead.
とも生きてるんならもちろん会いたいし、
If he's alive, of course I want to see him.
死んじゃってるんなら死んじゃってるんで、しっかりとした証拠っていうか確証っていうかそういうのが欲しかったの。
And if he's dead, I wanted to find some kind of evidence.
諦めきれないから、
Otherwise,
納得できないから。
I won't give up. I just can't accept it. Just like that time, I didn't know what to say to her. The story of the 800-year-old nun came to my mind. You believed that the 800-year-old nun actually existed. Oh, in the story, the sound of the bell had stopped one day, but nobody actually found her body. When I came to think of it then, I realized that was probably Yu's wish. She was probably mixing her feelings about her father's situation with the story of the nun. It occurred to me like
今
that.
もね、実はそれを調べてたところだったの。
And so, that's what I was researching just now. And did you find out anything?
何も
Nothing.
パスワードがわからなくてお手上げ状態。
I can't figure out the password. I give up. I looked at the monitor. An authentication window was being displayed. The cursor was flashing without a sound. I see. Biting her lip, you glanced down dejectedly. She was wrapped in a hazy blue light from the display. I picked up the cup from the table and sipped some of Yu's leftover coffee. It was cold. It's all right. I know you'll see him again. Yeah, why is it the wrong you? I'm looking for my daddy you is supposed to be in the kids' side. Drinking coffee in the security office you is in the wrong place. The black coffee hid the bottom of the cup from my view. Thank you.
でももう会えないと思う。
But I don't think I'll ever see him again. What? I looked up in surprise. Yu was forcing herself to smile. She squinted her eyes and looked off into the
私がここに来
distance.
たのはお父さんの聖書を確かめたかったから。
I came here because I thought I wanted to find out about my dad, but
本当はそれだけじゃないんだ。
I realized that actually wasn't it at all.
私には時間がないの。
I'm running out of time.
タイムリミットはもう
I've
とっく
gone
に過ぎちゃって
way
るんだ。
past my limit.
だから
So
どうし
that's
ても
why,
その時が来るまでにどうしても
before the time comes, I had to know
真
the
実
truth. She's running out of time? She doesn't think she'll ever see him again? It happens all the time. She'd been suffering with her hand on her chest. No, it couldn't be. I didn't even want to think about it. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and tried to shake bad thoughts from my mind. Hey, you? What do you mean by that? You crossed her arms behind her back and started walking slowly away, head down. She stopped in front of the wall, turned around, and walked back in front of me. The sound of her shoes echoed on the hard floor, the cursor silently flashing on the display. The cold coffee in my hand. I looked into the cup again. The glossy liquid was rippling with small waves.
言えない。
I can't tell you. The sound of her shoes stopped abruptly. Why? She raised her face quietly and said,
今言ったらきっと話さなくてもいいことまで話しちゃうような気がするから。
If I start telling you now, I might talk about things I don't want to talk about. But
倉成は
You interrupted my words and went on.
倉成は罪を犯したことある？
Have you ever done something wrong? Or sinned, Kurenari? Sinned?
そう。神に背くような大罪。
A massive
た
sin.
だし、神を信じてるとか、信じてないとか、そういうことは関係なくて、
I don't care whether you believe in God or not.
ただ、倫理的に、道徳的に、取り返しのつかない過ちを犯したことがあるかどうか、それを聞いてるの。
I'm asking you if you ever committed a sin that was morally wrong and there was nothing you could do to mend it. You love just a simple yes/no. Have you ever committed crimes against humanity, Takashi? Yes. No. I feel like Takashi's the kind of guy who would be like, so I stole this piece of gum once and I've regretted it my whole life. Well, I guess I might have.
何をしたの？
What have you done? Well, different things, I guess.
私には話せないようなこと？
Things you can't tell me? I don't really want to talk about it, to be honest. Think that sins are something you carry through life by yourself. Seems cowardly for me to pass the burden onto someone else and beg for pity and compassion.
私もそう思う。
I feel the same way.
だから言えないんだよ。
That's why I can't tell
今
you.
倉成に話したら、それはきっと言い訳になってしまうから。
If I tell you now, it would just be an excuse.
決して犯してはならない一線を私は越えてしまったの。
I crossed a line that should have never been crossed.
神に背いたの。
I turned my back on God.
これは私にとっての現在みたいなもの。
It's like an original sin to me.
絶対に逃れることはできないし、逃れようとも思わない。
I could never escape from it, and I don't intend to.
私は死ぬまで、
As long as I live,
そう。死ぬまでこの罪を背負いながら、
as long as I live,
引きずりながら、
I must carry this sin
生き
with
ていか
me.
なければな。でもね、
But you know,
ひどいやつだと思われるかもしれないけど、後悔は
you might
してないんだ。
think I'm horrible, but I don't regret
む
anything.
しろ良かったと思ってるくらい。
It's probably better this way.
罪を犯したのは
Because
私
this
だけ
way,
なんだから。
I'm the only one who sinned.
だから罰を受けなきゃいけないのも私だけで、
It means I'm the only one who will be punished.
彼女には何の罪もないんだもん。
She has no sin to carry on. She? Who are you talking about?
私自身のこと、
About myself.
もう一人の私。
My other self. Your other self? Are you telling me you have a split personality? Well, you see, in time, you can have a W or a Y. You didn't say anything and took the cup from my hand. She sipped the cold coffee. For some reason, you suddenly tilted the cup. The black liquid, overtaken by the force of gravity, went splashing to the floor. You? Yu's eyes were fixed on me. There was no expression on her face. All the emotion had gone from her face, and I couldn't read what she was thinking. Her eyes were dark, dull, and without a spark, like a pair of ash-gray glass beads. Eventually, you whispered,
彼女、
She is
私の妹なの。
my sister. Your sister?
そう。だけど、彼女は私自身でもあるの。
At the same time, she is me.
彼女と私は
She and I are
双子だから、
twins, you see?
彼女は私の
She's my
双子の妹だから。
twin sister.
二卵性のソーセージ？
Fraternal twins? You yelped right next to my ear. What are you so surprised about? Didn't I tell you?
マヨと少年が双子の兄弟だっていうのは聞いてたよ。
I see that we have a whooshed Well, yeah, I'd heard that you and Mayo were twins, but
一卵性とか二卵性とかそういうのはまだ。
nothing about fraternal or identical or anything like that. Well, it seemed a little obvious. That's the only excuse any of them got. Man. I laughed without thinking. You cocked her head. Well, of course we're fraternal twins. I mean, I'm a guy and Sora's a girl?
どうして当たり前なの？
So? Monozygotic is when one egg is fertilized and then that embryo splits into two. So both twins have the exact same genetic makeup. That's why they're called identical, because they look the same. And of course, they're the same gender. So, for identical twins, you can't have anything other than two girls or two boys. I granted there've been a couple of outlying cases with issues of like intersex and like chimerical DNA. But anyway, those are serious outliers, you. But dizygotic, on the other hand, is when two different eggs are fertilized by different sperm. Or, you know, it's that whole clone thing that we brought up and haven't again brought up. So, they're two separate entities from the beginning, each with a different genetic makeup. That way, they may or may not be the same gender. They may not even look much alike. They're basically just like other siblings. So, they're more like siblings who happen to be in their mother's body and get born about the same time.
なるほどね。
Oh, I get
っ
it.
てことは男の子と女の子の双子だったっていう時点ですでに二卵性であることは確実なわけだ。
So, if a boy and a girl are twins, they have to be fraternal, not identical? Exactly.
で、何の話だったっけ？
So, what were we talking about again? You forgot? I may or may not have been forcibly body swapped or something? In time? Anyway, it started when you said something like, so Mayo and you are twins. But you aren't any good at computers like Mayo is. In fact, you've got absolutely no aptitude for them. Why is that? And then I said, because we're fraternal twins. And also, computer usage is not a genetic trait.
Oh, yay! 思い出しました！
Oh, yeah, I remember now. You flailed her limbs around on top of the ruins. That was right. You and I were at the top of the Lemurian ruins. So, after all that, do you get it?
何が？
Get what? She paused in her flailing. The reason I'm not good at computers?
あ、それね。こういうことでしょ？
Oh, that. It's like this, right?
マヨと少年には年の離れた兄弟と同じような差異があるわけだから。
Because you and Mayo are as different from one another as any other sibling.
一卵性の双子とは違ってそれぞれに遺伝した能力っていうのかな、素質っていうのかな、そういうのも全然違うってことなんだよね、きっと。
Unlike identical twins, your genetic strengths, characters, or whatever are completely different. Computers aren't a genetic strength, but yeah, sure, right. I'd say that our infrared vision is the only inherited trait that we even share. Aside from that, I don't think we're very much alike.
で、その前は何の話だったっけ？
So, what were we talking about before that? I sighed and started explaining. Before that, I needed to explain what you and I were doing before. I went back to that afternoon before I knew my real name. Sora came out with some information rather abruptly.
今から17年前にお亡くなりになっています。
Tanaka Yoichi-san passed away 17 years
田中
ago.
幸恵さんも15年前に他界されたようです。
Tanaka Yukie-san passed away 15 years ago as well. Yoichi-san was Yu's father, and Yukie-san was her mother. Both of Yu's parents had passed away. It was unfortunately a fact. There was proof, including dated mail and other files. I'd seen them with my own eyes. But Yu still wasn't convinced. In her heart, she still believed her father was alive. Of course, regarding her mother, she was even more vehement.
だってお母さんはレミューで働いてるのよ。
But my mother works at
つ
Lemu.
いこの間まで一緒に住んでたのよ。
We were living together until right before all of this happened.
15年前に死んだなんて。
There's no way she died 15 years ago. It was hard to know what to say, but I said, maybe she wasn't your real mother. Meaning, she might not even be Yukie-san. And this changes the timeline of when her dad died. Because the last time we heard about her dad dying, it was like well before she was even born. And after a while, you spoke as if in a dream.
あそこに侵入することさえできればな。
If only I could hack into there.
もっと詳細な内容が全貌がわかるのにな。
Then I could find out details, get the whole story. The there she meant was Lemmy's high security data. All afternoon and into the night she tried to hack her way in, but kept getting rejected at the confirmation point. She knew the password. The empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. She kept trying, different variation, caps, lowercase, varying widths, English, German. She enlisted Sora and Sarah's help, and they tried every possibility they could think of, but all to no avail. Lemmy had built a high, impenetrable castle, and Yu was turned back again and again right at the gates. She was stricken with frustration and grief. Finally, exhausted and at a loss, she found her way over to the Lemurian ruins. By the time I spotted her, she'd climbed all the way to the top. I sat down beside her. Neither of us spoke. But from time to time, Yu would let out a sigh like she'd thought of something. Time passed, slowly.
ねえ、少年は予知ができるんでしょ？
Listen, kid, you get premonitions, right? After about the 153rd sigh, Yu suddenly came out with that question.
私のお父さんとお母さんについてなんかわかることないの？
Can you see anything about my parents? Well, you know, premonitions aren't the same as seeing into the past. And you're talking about 15 and 17 years ago. When I was only 1 or not even born yet. Either way, there's no way I can look that far into the past.
使えないやっちゃな。
Ugh, you're totally useless.
空とマヨが悪戦苦闘してた時だって少年はそばでぼんやりと見てただけだったし。
You know when Sora and Mayo were killing themselves helping me, you were just sitting there spaced out.
あ、そういえば
Oh, that reminds me.
マヨと少年は双子なんだよね。
You and Mayo are twins, right?
なのに少年はマヨみたいにコンピューター関係に
You're
詳
not
しいわ
good
け
with
じゃない。
computers the way she
そ
is.
の資質もどうやらありそうもない。これはどうして？
You don't have any aptitude with them at all. Why is that? That's when I answered. I said, because we're fraternal twins.
バナナバナナ。
Yeah, okay. Banana, banana.
思い出しましキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッ出しましキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッ出しまし
We the minions now, boys.
キュッキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッキュッ思い出しました。
You appeared to be malfunctioning. The harsh reality of things must have been too cruel for her to bear. Man, is this the true route? Because this is the only one where everybody, actually, loses their damn minds like they should have. When Sora first told her, Yu went hysterical. Almost crazy. And then burst into a sobbing fit like a child. Maybe she cried herself out, because since then she seemed much calmer. But then...
Apple, apple, pineapple.
Pen, pineapple, apple pen. She was in bad shape. Are you okay? Maybe you're a little psychologically strained.
全然平気だよ。
Ah, no way, I'm fine.
私もこの際だから開き直ることにしたの。
I'm starting over from
う
here.
じうじ考えててもしょうがないでしょ。
No point in moping, right?
私のことよりも北斗の方はどうなの？
Ah, enough about me. How about you, Hokutan? Well, Hokutan says pre-rolls are on and he's got to take an ad break. Jesus. Alright, let's see what Hokutan's doing. Hokutan?
だって少年の名前北斗なんでしょ？だから北斗。
Your name's Hokuto, right? So, Hokutan. Oh, cut it out. Don't call me that.
どうして？
Why not? I still can't think of myself as a Hokuto. I was walking down the street and someone called out, Hokuto! I wouldn't turn around. In fact, I don't think I could.
そんなわがままなこと言ったってダメだよ。
Well, even if it's what you think, that's just too bad.
君はこれから死ぬまで北斗っていう名前を背負って生きていかなきゃいけないんだから。
Your name is Hokuto until you die, and you're just going to have to live with that. But if nothing else, I don't want you guys here to call me Hokuto. Also, how do you end up with a pair of twins named Hokuto and Sarah? I'm used to being called Kid, and you guys are used to it too, right? You can't just switch in the middle like that.
確かにそれもそうだけど。
No, but it's not switching in the middle. It's switching at the very end. So, haha, checkmate.
じゃあ本当に少年のままでいいのね？
You really want to stay Kid? Yeah, that's fine. I told her how I felt.
そんなに北斗っていう名前嫌いなの？
You really hate Hokuto that much? Listen, for the millionth time. I just don't think that Hokuto is my name. It's got nothing to do with liking or disliking the name.
ふーん。
Look, I said this when we were talking about Ling Ling and Lang Lang, but I really don't care what my name is. I'm not fussy, and I'm certainly not attached to it.
どうでもいいってことはないと思うよ。
You can't not care at all.
好き嫌いは別として、名前っていうのは一応その人の看板なわけだから。
Whether you like it or not, a name is like a billboard for who
こ
you
の世
are.
界で生きている以上、いつかは必ず名前を必要とする時が訪れるの。
If you're going to live in a society, you should try to improve it somewhat. I mean, you'll need a name eventually.
例えば、契約を交わす時とか、申請を出す時とか、試験の時とか、おまわりにパクられた時とか。
I mean, anytime you make a contract or apply for something, take an exam, or get arrested. But don't have a middle name because then the Japanese government will never work with you.
なんだかんだ言っても、本人かどうかを確認するときには、名前ってものが一番重要視されるんだよ。
Whatever you say, your name is the most important way to verify who you are.
いわば名前は人間を識別するための記号みたいなものね。
Names are like ID numbers for people. This is definitely a thing that makes way more sense in Japan, where like your family name really is more like your social security number than anything else. The way you're registered on like your family line, that is in fact your legal identity. Identification. The word just slipped out, and then
今、なんて言った？
what did you just say? You grabbed the back of my head and pulled my face towards hers. What?
だよ、今少年なんて言ったのよ。
Just now. Kid, what did you just say? I didn't say anything? I just repeated back what you're saying. I was going full Takeshi. I was just stating the obvious, like it meant something. The solid snake method of, like, answering questions. You leveled a determined glare at me. She raised her finger and twirled it around like a magic wand. She breathed in through her nose. I thought she was going to exhale, but she continued to take one long breath in. I covered my ears. She grabbed my hands and pulled them away. And then, with all the air she just sucked in, she let loose right next to me.
わかっちゃった。
I got it! She grinned loosely. I just kept blinking at her, and then...
わかっちゃったです。私わかっちゃったです。
I got it!
I see てる。
I see. I sincerely love you. Suddenly, out of the blue and with no warning, she kissed my cheek. A perfect hit. I was a little giddy.
ほら、早く
Hurry up.
早く聞いて。
Ask me.
ねえねえ、何がわかったのって聞いて。
Come on, ask. Hey, you. What did you figure out? I did as I was told. Hey, you. What'd you figure out?
よくぞ聞いてくれましたそう。
Funny you should ask, kid.
実は
You see,
どうしてレミの認証をクリアできなかったのか、その本当の原因が分かったのであります。
you know the reason we couldn't get past the confirmation on Lemmy? I figured it out.
私たち今までずっとパスワードが間違ってるって思ってたじゃない？
All this time we thought we had the password wrong, right?
でもそうじゃなかったの。
But that wasn't it.
パスワードは多分あれでいいんだと思う。
The password is probably fine.
海月の極空に涼しホトトギス。
The empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. What do you mean?
だからぶっちゃけこういうこと。
So, it's gotta be this.
間違ってたのはパスワードじゃなくて名前だったのよ。
It wasn't the password we had wrong. It was the username. Username?
名前
Yep.
名前は人間を識別するための記号。本人かどうかを確認するときに一番重要視されるもの。
A name is like an identification number for a person. Like it confirms who you are.
つまり名前が間違ってたらいくらパスワードが正しくても認証は下りないってこと。
So, if we had the name wrong, it wouldn't matter how perfectly we put the password in. Access denied. Invalid name or password. I'd seen that message upteen times.
少年が言ったように、もしも私の知ってるお母さんが本当のお母さんじゃないとしたら、
If you were right, and the mother I know isn't really my mother,
彼女の本名は田中幸恵ではないってことになる。
it means her real name isn't Tanaka Yukie,
ということは
which would mean if you knew her real name, you could clear Lemmy's confirmation?
正解。
Exactly! You tapped my forehead. But how will you figure out a real name?
それは
Well,
空に聞いてみればわかるでしょ。
Sora ought to know, right? Before I could say Sora, you had grabbed my arms. A second later, she jumped down off the runes with a great cry. Pulled off balance, I flew clumsily through the air. Bam! I nearly toppled onto my head, but managed to right myself like a cat and landed safely. My own excellent reflexes impressed me. As for you, she was sprawled on her belly in a puddle, arms and legs spread awkwardly. Are you okay? When I called her name, you hopped up. Water dripped from her hair. She was soaked from head to
グ
toe.
ツグツしないで早く行くよ。
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go! Flinging off water, she headed towards the exit. From the back, she looked completely dry. I stood for a minute in front of the gates of the Lemurian ruins, just
少年が言
thinking.
ったように、もしも私の知ってるお母さんが本当のお母さんじゃないとしたら、
You're right, and the mother I know isn't really my
彼
mother.
女の本名は
田中幸恵ではないってことになる。
It means her real name isn't Tanaka Yukie. So, what was her name then? Name. Yu's real name wasn't Yubise Akikana. Aki. Aki. Autumn. The single empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. I broke it down by character. Empty, fall, sky, single cuckoo calling, brings chill. A jumble of bits and illogical fragments. I tried to form them into a coherent pattern, but they slipped away. I couldn't grasp them. But I couldn't help but feel I'd brushed up against another premonition, or at least an intuition. It was a haiku, 17 syllables. Takashi wasn't able to recognize it as a haiku because he's a dipshit. I muttered it out loud. The empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill to me. It was then. Someone was standing in the darkness beyond the entrance to the ruins. A human figure. A female. Her body was giving off heat, glowing redder than red. I couldn't see her face. I could just see that she was there. She was holding her breath in the darkness, staring at me. Who are you? She didn't answer. She didn't come any closer, but she didn't seem like she was going to run. The figure bathed in light looked like she might be a ghost. A ghost. A phantom girl. I heard a tiny voice. Hokuto, my name. Was she calling to me? Fearfully, I went a little closer. The darkness grew deeper. At the same time, the light she gave off grew more brilliant. Her outline sprang into view. It had to be. She was the ghost I'd seen.
北斗残す海過ぎし時に通ず
The empty fall sky, a lone Hokuto calls out, brings a chill to me.
海月の虚空に涼しホトトギス
Have we whooshed? Yep. What did you just say?
海月の虚空に涼しホトトギスって言ったんだよ
What is that? Is that some haiku? Why a haiku all of a sudden?
風流でしょ
Don't you think it's elegant? Elegant?
みやびやかでしょ
Refined, isn't it? Refined? See, we're doing the solid snake. Just say the last word back as a question.
大昔の日本人は突然俳句とか読んじゃってみたりなんかしたらしいですよ
Japanese people a long time ago just started making up haiku one day.
ほいでもってですな
So, you see?
一句読むことによって世俗的な日常をしばし忘れ
The
優雅な気分
haiku
になっ
helped
た
them to
から
forget
しい
their
です
everyday
よ
worries and gave them lots of graceful and happy feelings. Oh, is that so?
そうなんですよ
Ho ho, yes it is! But listen, Coco, it's not once upon a time right now, and you kind of threw me off guard with your haiku making there.
でもしょうがないじ
Well, I can't help it. What do you mean you can't help
ゃん
it?
僕タケぴょんとお話ししてたんじゃないんだ
I wasn't talking to you. What?
ここはね今異次元の生命体とお話ししてたの
I was talking to a life form from another dimension. Thumbs up. Another dimension?
そうだよ
Well, yeah. Apparently, Coco was radiating microwaves. Ah, my head. I feel my brain start to melt and come out of my nose. Well, wait a minute. My brain couldn't be coming out of my nose. I rubbed my nose with my finger. Something sticky and viscous was stuck to my finger. It was bright yellow. Ah, crap! My brain is melting! Shut up, it's not funny, stupid. It's your fault that my brain. My brain. Yeah, why haven't we gotten, like, super anime Coco laughing at his face before? They've had this one, like, hiding in their back pocket this whole time? Jeez. Coco is stamping her feet, grabbing her belly, and laughing uproariously. Hey, actually, it all happened 30 minutes earlier.
ねえ、タケピョン、タケピョン、起きてよ。
Wake up!
眠れないんだよ。
I can't go to sleep.
一緒に遊ぼうよ。
Come play with me! While saying that, she was shaking me, grasping my eyelids, and dropping in mermaid's tears, as well as squirting mustard up my nose. Giving in to her dog persistence, I reluctantly decided to keep her company. Which meant it wasn't brain soup, it's mustard. Coco toppled over right into a puddle. Splashing the water around, she kept laughing and rolling back and forth. Ah, damn it! Coco, don't you have a tissue?
ハンカチならあるよ。
I have a handkerchief! She pulled a handkerchief out of her pocket and fluttered it at me. The handkerchief was soaked and drops of water dripped from it. I blew my nose into it mightily. I blew until I blew out everything there was to blow, including his brain. The end! Oh, that's better. I balled it up and gave it back to Coco. She carefully folded it up and put it back in her pocket. Disgusting! I thought, you're actually putting that back? But held my tongue. So, what were we talking about?
芋虫くにゃくにゃの話だよ。
About caterpillar crawling. No, we weren't.
芋虫、芋虫、くにゃくにゃ。芋虫、芋虫、ぷっぷくぷー。
Coco began crawling along the floor, flat on her belly. I didn't say a word.
ねえねえ、タケぴょん、タケぴょん。
I'm not playing caterpillar with you.
どうして？
Oh, why not? I'm not.
やだやだやだやだやだ。芋虫したい。芋虫したい。
I wanna crawl. Coco splashed at the water. I went through this last night. There's no way I'm making the same mistake today. I swore that to myself. I'm going to bed. She jumped up and clung to me, sopping wet.
ダメ。絶対に寝かせない
No!
から。
I won't let you sleep. Coco, I'm sleeping, whether you let me or not.
なんでそうやっていじめるんだよ。
Why are you being so mean? You're the one being mean, Coco.
タケぴょんは、タケぴょんは、ここを置き去りにしても平気なの？
Takepyon is just gonna abandon poor little Coco? Takashi, you monster.
ここ、一人ぼっちになっちゃうんだよ。
I'll be all alone.
寂しいよ。寂しいよ。
Lonely. So lonely. Why are you being like this? Why don't you come sleep too?
一緒。
With you?
タケぴょん、ここと添い寝してくれるの？
You'll come snuggle with me? I don't think so.
ほいじゃあさ、ほいじゃあさ、
Well,
子守歌
Will you
歌ってくれる？
at least sing me a lullaby? A lullaby? Oh, you mean the one you sang before? Well, I don't mind singing, but I don't remember the words or the tune.
大丈夫だよ。
That's okay.
簡単だからすぐに覚えられるはず。
It's easy. You'll learn it right away. With that said, she burst into song abruptly.
長湯店をいし月のせい 中より待ち降りぬ今宵柳つくよみ林早く今かと待ち降りぬ眠りたもぬくと丸みて眠りたも母に抱かれて若い掲げし水のせい夢の中より待ち降りぬ今宵鳥船渦巻き鬼
Oh, we got the new verse.
早く今かと
She dropped in the
待
remix.
ち降りぬ眠りたもゆるゆるゆられ眠りたも海に抱かれて
What was it? As soon as I heard Coco's lullaby, I felt a wondrous tranquility. I felt a tickle in my chest like someone had blown lightning on me. The breath blew away all the dust and dirt that had built up inside me, and it revealed precious feelings I'd lost long ago. Precious wonder, like the vastness of the sky, as it seemed to me that I was a little child, or the deep blue waves, or the fragrance at twilight. Back then, I thought the ocean went on forever, and I was transfixed by the perfect beauty of the moon. For better or for worse, a delightfully sweet time. Coco's lullaby called up a sentimental mood in me. Lost in its sweet fragrance, I made the mistake of drowning in it. What a good song. What's it called?
さあ、題名とかまでは聞いてないけど、でも
Who knows? I don't know its name.
ね、ココは勝手に月と海の子守歌って呼んでるんだ。
But I just call it the Moon and Ocean Lullaby. Moon and Ocean. But don't the verses start with Moon Sprite and Water Sprite? So shouldn't it be the Moon and Water Lullaby?
だって2番の最後に海に抱かれてってところがあるでしょ。
But at the end of the second verse it says, held by the ocean, right? Oh, that's true.
それにこれ、ママに教えてもらった子守歌だし、
And my mommy taught me this lullaby.
だから月と海の子守歌なの。
So it's called the Moon and Ocean Lullaby. What? What was the connection between her mom and the moon and ocean? What? Mama, moon and sea. Did that mean... When you say mama...
すぐみんのことだよ。
Right, Sugumin.
すぐみんが歌って聞かせてくれたの。
She would sing it to me. Whoosh. Sugumi? That's crazy. That's impossible. Because no one knows that lullaby except Sarah and me. Why are you laughing?
ホクタン、自分で言ってること変だと思わない？
Hokutan, don't you think it's strange what you're saying?
ホクタンは今混乱しちゃってるんだ。
Right now, you're a little confused.
だからついつい本音が出ちゃったんだよ。
So you showed your true self for a minute.
ホクタンの中にいる本当の自分がぴょこって顔を出しちゃったの。
The real you decided to poke his face out for a teensy-weensy second.
いい？ホクタン、よく考えてみて。
Listen, Hokutan, think about it.
あの子守歌、つぐみんが知ってても別に不思議じゃないよね。
It's not really that strange for Sugumin to know that lullaby, right?
だってマヨちゃんがつぐみんに教えただけかもしれないじゃない。
Mayo-chan could have just taught it to Sugumin, right?
つぐみんがココに教えてくれて、
And then Sugumin taught it to me. That's not possible.
なんでそう思うの？
What makes you say that? Because...
答えられないかな。
Maybe you can't answer that.
じゃあココが代わりに教えてあげる。
Well then, I'll just answer it for you.
ホクタンはね、ココのいる世界にマヨちゃんが存在しないことを知ってるんだよ。
You see, Hokutan, you know that Mayo-chan doesn't exist in the world I live
だ
in.
から今そんなはずないって言ったんだ。
That's why you just said, that's not possible.
つぐみんが子守歌を知ってるなんてありえない。そんな風にホクタンが思っちゃったのも実はそのせいなんだ。
That's the reason why you thought there was no way that Sugumin could know that song,
そうでしょ？
right? What?
大丈夫だよ。
It's
怖が
okay.
らなくてもいいの。
You don't have to be scared.
もっと自分の気持ちに正直になって。
Just be honest with your feelings, okay?
もう嘘なんてつく必要ないんだから。
There's no reason for you to lie anymore. I was getting more and more confused. I was being gobbled up by one problem after another, being chewed up for sport, and I felt like I was losing myself. Squeezed my eyes shut, took on a big breath, and tried to maintain a grip on reality. I opened my eyes, stared at Coco, and asked, the world I live in, what does that mean?
ほらまたそうやってすぐ嘘つくんだから。
See now? There you go. Lying again.
ホクタンはココのいる世界のこと知ってるはずでしょ？
You know all about the world I'm in,
そ
right?
こにはマヨちゃんがいなくてつぐみんが怪我しちゃって顔の違うもう一人の自分が存在して。
Mayo-chan's not there, and Sugumin got hurt, and there's another you, with a different face.
そういうことホクタンは全部知ってるんだ。
You know all that stuff. The world Coco was in. Another self. Sugumi injured, where there was no Sarah. What? A world without Sarah? That's right, hang on. Why do you know about
あ、
Sarah?
やっと本当の自分が好きになったみたいね。
Are you finally ready to come clean, hmm?
ではお答えしましょう。
Okay, I'll tell you.
ココはね、何でも知ってるから。
It's because I know everything.
何でも知ってるから。マヨちゃんのことも知ってるの。
I know everything, so I know about Mayo-chan.
それはどうしてかっていうと、ココには超能力があるからなの。
And the reason for that is I have ESP.
うしししししししししし。
Stop trying to mess with me.
任してなんかいないもん。本当のことなんだもん。
I'm not, it's true.
じゃあ逆に聞くけど、ホクタンはどうしてココのこと知ってるの？知ってたの？
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Hokutan, how come you know about me? Why did you know about me?
一番最初、加減圧室で会った時、ホクタンはココの名前言ったよね。
That first time when we met in the decompression chamber, you said my name, didn't you? And why would that be? It was sort of like a premonition, an insight.
ふーん。ほいじゃあさ、ピピのことは？
Well, what about Pee-Pee? What?
ホクタン、ピピのことだって知ってるはずだよ。
You know about Pee-Pee, don't you, Hokutan? No, I have no idea.
そう？おかしいな。
Oh, that's funny.
ピピっていうのはね、ココの飼ってる子猫のことなんだけど。
Well, Pee-Pee is this little kitten I have. A cat.
やーい、やーい、引っかかった、引っかかった。
I gotcha. You fell for it.
今ココが子猫って言った時ビクってしたよね。ビクってしたよね。
When I said kitten just then, you did a double take, right?
なんで驚いたりしたの？どうして？
Why would that surprise you, hmm?
北端、ピピが犬だってこと知ってたんでしょ？だから驚いたんだよね。
Because you know that Pee-Pee is really a dog, that's why.
もうとぼけるのはおしまい。
Stop
絵にするの
acting
もおしまい。
and stop playing dumb.
北端はココのいる世界を今までずーっと見てきたんだ。
You've known about my world all along.
だから全部知ってるんだ。
That's why you know
リ
everything.
フブラウイルス、キュレイウイルス、EBF、ピグマリオン、テラバイトディスク。
Tiefblau virus, Cure virus, IBF, Pygmalion, the terabyte disk.
みんなどっかで聞いたことのある言葉でしょ？
All of them. All of them. You've heard all these words before, haven't
ほ
you?
いからほいからこんなことも覚えてるよね。
And this. I bet you remember
マヤちゃ
this.
んと水深34メートルの海の中から脱出したこと。
How you and Mao-chan escaped from 34 meters deep down under the sea.
サイホン効果を使って脱出したこと。
How you escaped with Nakyu using a
忘
siphon.
れちゃったなんて嘘ついちゃダメだよ。
Don't lie and say you forgot.
絶対
I know you
覚えてるは
remember.
ずなんだから。ここも北端と一緒なんだよ。
I'm the same as you.
だから北端の世界のこともここの世界のことも知ってるってわけ。
That's why I know about the world you live in and the world I live in.
納得した？
So, do you understand now?
ここ北端の知ってることはみんな知ってるの。
I know everything about you.
しかもね、
And?
北端がまだ知らないことまで分かっちゃったりするんだ。
I know some things you don't
まだ
know
知ら
yet.
ないことっていうのはこれ
Things
から
you
知る
don't
で
know
あろ
yet
うこと
means
っていう意味だよ。
things you'll come to know later.
とはいえ
But
こんな突拍子もないことを急に告げられても頭の中がぐちゃんぐちゃんになってて理解できないかもしれないね。
maybe I'm telling you way too much stuff so your mind is getting all mixed
だ
up.
けど必ずいつか分かる時が来るから。
But I can tell you you'll understand it one day.
もう一度だけ言うけど絶対
So,
に
I'll say it again.
自分に嘘をついちゃダメだよ。
You absolutely can't lie to yourself, okay?
いい？分かった？
Understand? I don't. I don't understand. Of course I don't understand.
やれやれ。
Here we go again. Coco, what are you? Why did you suddenly appear in front of me? At those words, Coco's face suddenly clouded over. She scrunched up her face and drew her eyebrows together. Tears welled up in her eyes. She blinked to hide them and
会いたか
spoke
ったから
quietly.
だよ。
I wanted to see you.
君のこと
I've
待っ
been
てたんだ。
waiting for you.
ずーっと君が来るのを待ってたんだ。
Waiting and waiting for you to come.
会いたくて
I
会いた
wanted
く
to
て
see you more than
もう
anything.
一度どうしても君に
I wanted to see you again.
たった一人で一人ぼっちで
I've been waiting here by
待ってたんだ
myself.
よ。
All by myself. Coco's words drifted into my heart and melted like a light snow. We gazed at each other without speaking. It wasn't what the words said, so much as that she said them all, that moved me so deeply. Before I sought their meeting, I let the simple power of her true feelings flow straight into my trembling heart. I couldn't take my eyes off Coco's sad, tear-filled eyes. Coco laughed softly. I could tell it was forced cheer. The bravery of that laugh gripped at my heart.
もう行かなくちゃ。
I'm sorry. I have to go.
またしばらくの間お別れだね。
We'll be apart again for a little while.
ほいじゃあ消えちゃう前に一つだけいいことを教えてあげる。
Okay, before I go, I'll tell you something pretty
っていう
juicy.
かもう気づいてると思うけど
But I'm pretty sure you've already figured it out.
北端が見たあの夢は夢じゃないからね
Hokuton, that dream you saw, it wasn't a dream.
現実に起こったことだからね
It actually happened, okay?
ここが言ったこと
Don't forget what I just said. Alright?
じゃあね北端
See you later, Hokuton! In the next moment, she was gone. Without a sound, just gone, like a candle snuffed out by a wandering night draft. And then I lost consciousness. Whoosh. I sank down into the darkness for a minute. Pull yourself together, man. I shook my head and gathered my wits.
ショートコントもしもイルカがイクラだったら
It's the Koko-chan show. First skit. What if a dolphin were salmon roe?
おー今日は大量だなすごい量の鮭が取れたぞ
Oh, big load today. Tons of salmon.
腹をかっさばいてみるとするか
Let's see. Open them up.
ザクザクうわーなんじゃこりゃイルカがいっぱい出てきた
Oh, what's this?
200匹ぐらい出てきた
Dolphins are pouring out of the salmon. Hundreds of them.
やべえよ母ちゃん大変だ
Ah, oh no. Mom, emergency. The reason I'd blacked out must have been Coco's microwaves. They got me. Still hadn't built up immunity to them. It was pretty rough. Why didn't I ever learn? Why was it that every time I wandered around, my feet kept taking me to her? It was strange. I wonder if she was drawing me to her with some mysterious frequency. Anyway, having finished breakfast, I wandered around Lemo and got sucked into the souvenir shops.
ショートコントもしもイルカがご遺体だったら
Coco-chan's jokes. If a dolphin was a corpse. Oh, thank you for coming such a long way.
この度はご愁傷様です
My sincere
主
condolences.
人の顔見てやっていただけますか
Would you like to see my husband's face?
ええでは
Oh,
失礼して
Well, certainly.
パカうわーなんじゃこりゃイルカが永眠してる
Oh, a sleeping dolphin. And it's belly up
すら
too.
かに死に顔ですね今にも起きてきそうだな
He looks so peaceful. As if he'd jump up any
だって顔
second.
わかんねえんだもん
Except you couldn't say that because you wouldn't be able to see his face. Coco pattered along, shaking a huge stuffed dolphin. Several smaller stuffed animals were strewn around the carpet. From the looks of the empty cabinet nearby, it appeared she'd pulled them all down from their places on the shelf. Such a childish thing to do. A child, but Coco was 14. A 14-year-old who still played with stuffed animals. I wondered if it was really alright to let her just grow up like that. But when I saw her innocent, smiling face, I didn't have the heart to scold her. I suppose she'd probably be happiest just being the way she was. Coco continued to crack herself up, and I continued to watch. When her amusement died down a little, I called to her. Hey, Coco, where's Pee-Pee?
ピピだったらその辺にいると思うけど
I think he's right over there somewhere. I looked around the kiosk. There. Pee-Pee was gripping a stuffed animal's tail in his teeth, shaking it back and forth crazily. It was a stuffed lemur doll. He seemed completely engrossed in it.
ところでタケピョンはそんなところで何や
Hey,
ってるの
Takepyon, what you doing over there? Huh? What am I doing? Huh. You look so happy that just watching you is making me happy. So I guess you could say that, by watching you, I've slipped into a happy, stupid state. Oh, I thought that was just Takashi default.
もしかしてタケピョンここに惚れちゃった
Takepyon, you're falling in love with me, aren't you? What?
惚れちゃったんだろ惚れちゃったんだろくにゃろくにゃろ
you like me, don't you?
しょやっべえ告られた告られちまった
I can't believe it. He finally told me how he feels.
恥ずかしい 照れる。
How embarrassing! I'm blushing!
やだやだ、もうどうしようどうしよ
Oh my gosh, a crush! What'll I do? Coco balled up her fists and started popping the dolphin's belly with brutal right hooks. Punch after punch again and again, until the cotton started to come
う。
out.
じゃあお礼と言ってはなんだけど、
Well, to thank you,
ココの新作のコメッチョ聞かせてあげようか。
shall I tell you a new joke? No, that's okay.
どうして遠慮しなくてもいいのに。
Why not? You don't have to be polite. Oh, believe me, I'm not.
ココちゃんのアメリカンジョーク。看護婦と医者。
Not another American joke. Alright. Coco-chan's joke about the doctor and the nurse. Ignoring my pleas, Coco launched into her joke. It was very long. It was not funny. I want to know the joke. No. Don't you do me like this, game. I want to know Coco's American joke. It went like so. Alright, thank you. A nurse named Kate was desperately in love with Robert, a doctor who worked at the same hospital. Robert was crazy about Kate as well. Kate stood on the left side of the room and Robert stood on the right. Kate slipped out of her white uniform and hung it on the closet door. Robert stripped his uniform off in a hurry and dropped it on the floor. Kate lowered her panties. Robert threw off his boxers. Kate's body was lovely and supple, and Robert was lean and muscled. Kate put on the silk pajamas she'd bought for the occasion. Still naked, Robert turned off the light. Sitting on the left side of the bed, Kate slowly turned to the right. On the right side of the bed, Robert turned easily to the left. And they jumped onto the bed and slept. Oh, by the way, Kate was sleeping in the night duty room, and Robert was sleeping in his room at home. Hey, what's with the face? Ha! I bet you were imagining something dirty, weren't you? That was the punchline. Coco's laugh is loud enough to hear across the Pacific Ocean. There were probably nuclear submarines nearby. Their sonar guys were probably laughing too. I even felt the corners of my mouth twitching. Obviously the joke wasn't funny. But Coco was so amused at the unamusing joke that it was hilarious. All was well. Thought that to myself. According to what we heard from Sora on the second day, Limu's partitions would reach their structural limit in only one more day. So, how was it that I felt so calm? Maybe Coco's innocence was contagious. I wasn't even tense. I was lounging around. If I stayed like that, it could be dangerous. It was fine for Coco to be innocent, but if I got swept away in it, it could be fatal. The thought ran through my head, but as I looked at her smiling face, I couldn't hold on to caution. It was too peaceful. It was like being in a dream. I was in a dream. After Coco disappeared, I blacked out. Yeah, the swaps are becoming way more constant. Maybe I was still stuck in that state. In the dream, I felt choked and oppressed. It was like being plastered up inside thick walls. Unable to move, only my eyes could follow the images before me. I earnestly followed after the fragments of scenes that unfolded before
僕
me.
たんが見たあの夢は夢じゃないからね。
Hokutan, that dream you saw, it wasn't a dream.
現実に起こったことだからね。
It actually happened, okay? I thought about it. That dream? The dream I had on the third day, right before I woke up?
僕たんはココのいる世界のこと知ってるはずでしょ。
You know all about the world I'm in, right?
そこにはマヨちゃんがいなくてすぐみんが怪我しちゃって顔の違うもう一人の自分が存在して
Mayo-chan's not there, and Sugumin got hurt, and there's another you with a different face. Sugumi injured? Meaning it had actually happened? But no, it couldn't be. The warehouse was still fine. And Sugumi was as perky as ever. Which is to say not fairy, but okay. What could it mean?
絶対に自分に嘘をついちゃダメだよ。
You absolutely can't lie to yourself, okay? Coco's words ran together. The scattered fragments of images began to come together a little, until I could make out a vague outline. But I still couldn't see the whole picture at once. It was like a freakishly large mural. Since I was imprisoned in those walls, there was no way to see the whole thing. What to do? Escape from those walls. When I pushed my face out through the wall, I woke up. I was in the infirmary. I looked around. I was alone. I ran out of the infirmary and headed towards Striderstuck. Coco was right. There really had been an accident and Sugumi was injured. In any case, I would find Sugumi and discover the truth for myself. But I didn't know where Sugumi was. So, I headed to the control room first. Sora was sure to be there, and Sora would know where Sugumi was. I opened the door. Sora, where's Sugumi right now? I ran into the room and yelled in a loud voice.
小町さんならここに。
Komachi-san is right here? Sure enough, there she was. Sugumi on a chair turned around to me.
どうしたの？そんなに慌てちゃって。
What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Well... Sugumi, look. Sorry, but... At the spur of the moment, I lifted up Sugumi's skirt. Direct. Okay.
何するのよ！
What are you doing? A resounding slap, but it didn't hurt. As a matter of fact, I seem to have lost all feeling in my entire body. Sorry, on Sugumi's right thigh, a faint scar. What is that scar?
傷？
Scar? The scar on your
これ
thigh.
は
This
これはただの古傷よ。
is just an old scar. Old scar? From when?
ずっと昔、
Oh, a long time ago.
ずっと昔のこと。
A really, really long time ago. Where? Where did you get hurt?
それは
It was... I was trapped in a gondola. I couldn't move. I couldn't even shift my eyes. Past the skirt I was holding, I could see the white of her panties, the smooth curve of her thigh, her smooth silky skin, the scar. There was definitely a scar there, but it looked like something that had healed years ago, leaving only the faint mark of stitches that once closed a wound.
今から12年前、私はあるウイルスに感染した。
12 years ago, I was infected with a virus.
そのウイルスのおかげで、ウイルスのせいで、
Because of that virus. The virus.
私の遺伝子のコードは書き換えられてしまった。
It rewrote my genetic code.
細胞は日々生まれ変わっている。
Cells are reborn every
生
day.
まれ変わり、そして死んでいく。
They are reborn and then die.
通常、人間の体細胞は5年後には全て入れ替わる。
Normally, the human body is totally replaced with new cells within 5 years.
12歳の時ウイルスに感染した私の細胞は、その瞬間からゆっくりと細胞分裂を繰り返し、
When I was 12, the cells in my body were infected. From that moment on, they divided and replaced themselves.
細胞は全て入れ替わったの。
5 years later, all cells had been
つ
replaced.
まり、私の肉体を構成する全ての細胞の遺伝情報が5年の歳月を経て全部書き換えられたということ。
In 5 years, every cell that made up my body had been genetically
最
altered.
後の一つとなった細胞が死んだ時、
And when the last of the cells had died,
12歳の時の私は跡形もなく消え去ってしまった。
The last trace of my 12-year-old self disappeared.
そして古い私は死んだ。
In that moment, the old me died.
古い私は死に、新しい私は死なない体になっていた。
The old me died, but the new me became a body that never dies.
私の免疫機能並びに代謝効率は著しく能力向上し、
My immune system and my metabolic rate were remarkably improved.
テロメアは回復し続けるようになった。
My telomeres began to regenerate themselves. That's
私
right.
は決して老いず、
I will never grow old and never
私の
die.
成長はその時に止まったままなの。
My physical growth stopped at that moment in time.
17歳のまま決して老いることはないの。
I'll never grow older than 17. The Curie virus. The Curie virus is a type of retrovirus. Like many retroviruses, the Curie virus is not contagious across species. When people simply say the Curie virus, they're actually referring to the human version of the virus. Except hamsters? Okay. There are variants, such as the monkey-specific Curie, the rat-specific Curie. But, from here on out, I'll only be referring to the human strain. Retroviruses turn their host's RNA into DNA, which reverse transcriptase and then inject that DNA back into the host's genes. This means they can directly rewrite the host's blueprint. Infected cells, which go on processing proteins as usual, then unwittingly reproduce the virus. At the same time, cells with the rewritten DNA go on to divide and multiply, spreading throughout the body like cancer cells. Normally, when cancer cells develop in a body, the body repulses them with the p53 function located on the 17th chromosome. p53 creates certain enzymes and proteins, and when there has been damage done to a gene, it stops replication or causes apotheosis, natural cell death, and works to repair the damaged DNA, thus earning its name, the anti-cancer gene. The Curie virus mutates this p53 gene as well, rendering it useless. Thus, the Curie-infected cells can spread throughout the body uncontested. Then, once all the DNA code is rewritten, the host literally becomes a new species. We'll call it the Curie species here. Curie species' body is endowed with the following unique characteristics: self-regeneration, improvement in self-healing. Telomeres are the base sequence located at either end of a chromosome and generally become shorter with every replication. After a certain number of divisions, the telomere gets so short that the cell can no longer divide. So, telomeres are like the bus tickets of cell division. Once you spend them, they're gone. But not the Curie species. This new body produces an enzyme called telomerase, which allows unlimited recycling of the bus tickets that normally would already have been spent. This allows for almost endless cell division to continue, thereby eliminating aging and weakening. Having said all that, this is not a particularly unusual phenomenon. It happens every day in normal reproductive cells. Even in most cancer cells, there's rarely a shortage of telomeres. In that sense, it's not impossible to say that the Curie virus turns every cell in the body cancerous. On the other hand, there is no similarly tangible mechanism yet in place for dealing with the process of self-healing. But metabolism is activated and the rate of cell generation is greatly increased. And it is believed that this is what so dramatically shortens the time required to heal after an illness or injury. Actually, there's one more distinguishing characteristic of the Curie species, which is infrared vision. Yeah, we noticed. Thank you, game. Because, in its production, it lost the faculties of p53, the Curie species possesses a constitution extremely vulnerable to ultraviolet rays. The DNA in skin cells is quickly damaged when exposed to the sun for any duration, causing those cells to become cancerous. In a normal human, thanks to the cancer suppression gene, damaged DNA is let die or repaired. But the Curie species cannot do this. It was possible to use another gene to produce an enzyme to perform the same function as p53, but alas, the solution proved to be limited. Therefore, Curie species are extremely vulnerable to ultraviolet rays and can only venture outside at night. The infrared vision was developed to make up for this shortcoming.
私にはそういう特殊な能力があるの。
I have this unique ability. Having finished her long talk on the Curie virus, Sugumi brought that up.
物体に触れることなくその温度を見ることができるのよ。
Without touching something, I can see its temperature.
赤外線視力、インフラビジョンとも言うらしいけど、
Infrared vision is also called infravision. It's not, but... So on the second day when you stood in front of the power generation room and you knew it was too hot, that was because of your infrared vision?
ええ、
How about that? Well, that's just the craziest gosh darn thing I ever done heard. Infravision. Interesting.
疑わないの？
You don't doubt me? She tilted her head like she was surprised.
信用するの？私のたわごとを？
You believe all this nonsense I've been telling you? Well, it's an unbelievable story. Viruses, DNA, bodies that won't die. It's crazy. I can't believe it, but I don't doubt it. If you say so, it must be true. So, I guess I have to believe it. The instant I said that, my body was being pulled. Although she wasn't abnormally strong, I found it impossible to resist her. It was a natural, flowing movement. Inside the white gondola, Tsugumi's body was covering mine. I felt her breath. I felt her pulse. I felt the warmth of her body. A fragrant smell wafted from her neck. A musky smell. A sweet smell.
嘘でしょ？
You're kidding, right? She smiled coldly and gazed at me.
簡単に信じるなんて。そんなことを。
Don't say, I believe, so easily. You think it's irresponsible?
ええ、無責任。すごく。
It's very
な
irresponsible.
ぜ信じられるの？何の根拠があるっていうの？
How can you believe me? On what basis? None. I have absolutely no basis.
ほら、やっぱり。
You see? Raising an eyebrow, she put her hand on my neck.
いい加減にしなさいよ。
Will you cut it out already? She gave me a look that turned my spine to ice. But her hands were trembling. Her coldness was contrived. Calm down, Sugumi. I spoke slowly, breathing deliberately. First of all, do you really need a reason to trust people? If so, then you don't have to trust me. Doubt me all you want. But I believe you. Even if no one else does, I do. I accept the truth.
そんな、
But
そんなこと。できるはずない。
there's no reason you should be able to do that. But I can. I want you to understand you. Even if it's hard for me to believe. Even if it's the truth. The scar on your right leg, it's almost healed, right?
ええ、
Can't believe it, but that wound is almost healed. That's the reality, right?
そうよ。
Show it to me again. I'll accept things as they are.
見たいの？
You want to see it? She removed her
本
hand.
当に見たいの？
You really want to see? Her voice trembled faintly. She was speaking slowly,
見
in
たらあなた
control.
は後悔するかもしれないわ。
If you look, you might regret it.
すべてを知ったら
If you know everything,
こんなの人間じゃないって思うかもしれないわ。
you might think, there's no way I could be human. You don't want me to look? If you show me, maybe you'll regret it? The fact you're not answering. Was that a stupid question? If you don't want to answer, I'm going to look whether you want me to or not.
やめてよ。勝手に決めないで。
Don't decide
嫌
for
だな
me.
んて
I didn't
嫌だ
say.
なんて私
I didn't say I don't want to show you. The room slid into darkness.
だったら
Then look.
目をそらさないで見て
Don't flinch. Look
全部
at everything.
たけしにだけは
I'll show you.
全部
Only you.
見せてあげるから
I heard the sound of unfastening in the darkness of the gondola. In the faint moonlight, the deep sea shined blue. Floating up into darkness, it was. A wound. Once etched deeply, but since healed to almost nothing. I had to squint to see. I might not have known if I hadn't gently run my fingers over them. Scars. All over her body, minutely etched, countless scars. Tsugumi's shoulders shook with her weeping. She cried silently. I grasped her shoulders. I pulled her to me fiercely. Tears wet the floor. Tsugumi cried in my arms, on my breast like a child. I wanted Tsugumi and she wanted me. She accepted all of me and I accepted all of her. We overlapped until we became one. Kinky. My head rested neatly on Tsugumi's legs. She was sitting on her heels. I felt the lovely softness of her flesh on the back of my head. The gondola had circled the floor many times and was moving again through the darkness. What's that? I looked above to see Tsugumi holding something in her hand. She was clicking what looked like a pen. I think I heard that same sound in front of the generator room.
赤外線レーザーの照射装置
It's an infrared laser. She smiled quietly and muttered, What?
これがあると何かと便利なの
It's convenient to have this.
私みたいな特殊能力の持ち主にはね
If you have a special ability like mine. You're basically doing with your eyes the same thing an infrared night scope camera does, right? If you flash an infrared ray, it makes it easier to see in the dark. And since normal people can't see the infrared rays, it just looks dark. But if you have infrared vision, you can see as clearly as you can at high noon. Tsugumi nodded.
そうよ
That's right.
どんな暗闇でも大丈夫なの
I'm fine, no matter how dark it is. Tsugumi giggled as she covered up her bare chest. When she laughed, it jostled me too. Right about the time that it
ね
stopped.
えたけしちょっと起きて
Hey, Takashi, can you get up? Again? Already? I sat up as ordered. Oh, yeah, or that.
いい今から3つ数えるから
I'm gonna count down from
その
3.
間目つぶったらダメよ
Don't close your eyes the whole time, okay? Uh-huh.
3 2 1
There was a sound. What did you just do? I blinked.
焼き付けたの
I burned an image.
あなたをね焼き付けたのよ
I burned an image of you. Burned?
あなたの姿をしっかりと焼き付けたの
Yep. And burned a pretty good one
こ
too.
こと
Here. She pointed at her chest.
それから
And
ここに
here too, okay? I couldn't see because of the shadow of her hand. She was holding something. Something besides the laser. In the darkness, I heard the sound of a thin chain. I didn't know what it was. What do you mean by here? Tell me.
内緒
It's a secret. All she would give me was a mischievous smile. The hologram pendant. I thought back to the image in Sarah's hologram pendant. That means the image in the pendant was of a different Kurenari Takashi. And Tsugumi has infrared vision like Sarah and me. Which means our parents are...
どうしたの
What is it?
大丈夫ですか少年さん。顔色が悪いようですけど。
You alright, Shonen-san? You don't look so good. I shook my head and shivered as I stepped slowly backwards. My back bumped against the wall. Sorry, I just had a long flashback vision of the night I was fucking... Ah!
Eh?
No, 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 no! I let out a cry that was almost a scream. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Make, like, eye contact with Sugumi right then? Swinging around, I opened the door and ran out of the control room. I wanted to get as far away as I could. Oh god, I inherited Takashi's brain. I wanted to find a place where no one could find me. I pounded up the emergency stairs and ran forward in a dark haze. I ran as if I could escape the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. Farther and farther away. But in that confined space, there was nowhere I could run away to. Eventually, I reached the end of the corridor and ended up in front of the jellyfish gondola. The worst possible place I could have ended up. There was no way past the closed watertight doors. I stood in front of a decorated arch. The gondola had to be somewhere beyond the gates, which were veiled in darkness. In the gondola, Sugumi, and the real Kunonari Takashi. It's impossible. I tried to purge the thought from my mind. And certainly the image. But the suspicion mercilessly attacked my brain until I could no longer think straight. The battle between denial and acceptance. I writhed in pain. Sinking further into a trench of despair. My mind, there was only one possibility. I was almost convinced of the certainty of it. On the other hand, I hated the possibility so much that I wanted with all of my heart to reject it. I put my hand on my chest, breathing in deeply, and tried to calm my thoughts. If it was true that Sugumi had infrared vision, and if the incident I witnessed in the jellyfish gondola really did happen, the Kunonari Takashi and Komachi Sugumi who had existed in the other world would be our parents. No! It can't be! I was once again overwhelmed by feelings of denial. Anybody but Takashi! Sarah and I were 16. If Sugumi had given birth to us, it would have been 16 years ago. Huh? I suddenly felt as if I'd been hit by lightning. My head was filled by a blinding light. Suddenly kicking off the floor, I broke into a run. It was 2017, so 16 years prior would have been 2001. The world I had seen was 2000. Wait a minute. What if the year wasn't 2017? I thought we already established it wasn't. Oh, I guess maybe the kid just wasn't there for that. Okay. I opened the door to the security office and stumbled into the room. Right, we're stumbling in the security office, and for what? As I suspected, I found you there. You! Breathing heavily, I approached you.
何を突然
What is it?
どうしたのなんかあったの
What is it? What's wrong? This year. What year is it?
Huh?
Just answer me. You blinked slowly, her mouth half open. Well? I glared at you and pressed her for an answer. A little overwhelmed by my enthusiasm, you seemed a bit disconcerted.
今は西暦で言うと
On the standard calendar?
2034 年
34? Why? Oh god, I just hallucinated my parents having sex and I only learned they were my parents at the same time. It's 2017? So 2013 was 4 years ago, I said to you. You and I were alone in the security office. You had suddenly asked me to come see her and started talking about what had happened in 2013. No, I probably had seen it coming. Just before she'd spoken to me, you had hinted indirectly that she had changed her mind and needed someone to confide in. Her expression was solemn, like a nun about to seek redemption. Yu's eyes were empty of emotion. At the same time, her gaze showed an unconditional compassion, impartial, demanding nothing, asking nothing. After a short while... That's right.
今から4年前
It was 4 years ago,
これは私がまだ14歳だった頃の話
when I was 14. Yu began quietly to tell her story. Yubise Harukana had a serious heart condition. She hadn't been born with it. In 2013, when she was 14, she'd suddenly fallen ill. One day, Yu had suddenly collapsed. She was examined at the hospital and the doctor told her, "This is very hard for me to tell you, so I want you to please listen calmly. You have a serious heart condition. It's unclear whether you'll even make it to the end of high school." That meant she only had 3 or 4 more years to live. A transplant was out of the question, and even with treatment she would only suffer, and they couldn't guarantee her a cure. There was no way left for her to survive. She'd received a death sentence. But medical treatment is advancing daily. In a few years, we may still find a cure. So, don't give up. You have to fight this illness. With the doctor's hollow consolation, emptiness took over her mind. In 2014. Her fear of her approaching death was growing. One day, while she was at the hospital, she met a gentleman. Through the course of their meetings, she and the gentleman came to trust one another and became very close. It was a close relationship, like the bond between a parent and child, between a father and a daughter. Yubise Harukana had grown up without knowing a father's warmth. Perhaps she was seeking from him the love from the father she had never known. As for the gentleman, he had a daughter close to her age. When he found out about Yu's illness, he felt as much sympathy as he would have for his own daughter. They were close, like parent and child, joined by a strong feeling like love. Having built up a trust, Yubise Harukana one day confessed her fear, her despair, and her agony to him. With a serious look on his face, the gentleman said, "Come to my lab." His name was Morino Shigezo. Dr. Morino was a world authority in genetic engineering. In November of that year, after making up her mind, Yubise Harukana visited the doctor's lab. There are 3 types of immortality. The first is immortality of the body. The second is immortality of the memory. The third is immortality of the gene. How would you like to try the third kind? The doctor presented that extraordinary plan to her with the calmness of a scientist, his tone matter of fact. Your heart problem was acquired after birth rather than something you were born with. So, if you choose the third option, you don't have to worry about passing the condition on to your children. There's nothing for you to worry about. Ever since being told she would die, she'd been terrified at the approaching shadow of death. Not a night would go by that she didn't rail against her misfortune, all the while clawing at her chest in agony. She'd given up on life and was no more than an empty shell. But that day, she was suddenly able to see a glimmer of hope. The doctor's words convinced her, and her way of thinking gradually changed. If I only have a few more years to live, I at least want to leave something of myself behind in this world. Her tenacity for life defied imagination. She finally made the decision. She chose the third option. 1 month later, December of 2014, Yubise Harukana had the nucleus from one of her own cells implanted in her ovaries, which then began to grow in her womb. Of course, Dr. Morino performed the surgery. She was pregnant with her new self. 9 months later, September 22nd, 2015, Yubise Harukana safely gave birth.
あなたは私の子供
My baby! Okay, you know what? Maybe they had a point about the file of used baby pictures. That's a pretty cute baby, as far as anime babies go.
あなたは私の妹。
You are my sister.
そしてあなたは私自身。
You are me, myself. Yubisei Harukana loved the new child with all of her heart and gave her a new name. She called her Yubisei Akikana. Yes, Yubisei Akikana was Yubisei Harukana's daughter. Clone. And at the same time, they were not only mother and daughter, but also shared the same genetic design, just like twins. What a twist of fate. Did she do it out of the madness that came from being so close to death? But still, look at the lively face of the newborn child. I don't know, there is a unique level, I think, of self-absorbed, egotistical, to be like, I can't die. I need to be cloned so that me can still exist and live on. Because what is this world if not me in it? Yeah, sorry, got news about our own fucking egotistical people we know. Ha! Jesus. Not to be bold, but speaking of women who would probably clone themselves and carry their own clone, I don't mean to be completely presumptuous, but I'm pretty sure she'd do it. Could anyone watch something as simple as its earnest attempts to grab something and believe that the baby was a tragedy? Was it a sin to create a life? Was it a sin to want life? The baby smiled happily. Sometimes it cried. As if it were asking, is it a sin to be alive? Okay, now the reference to original sin makes sense, because Christianity says yes, it is a sin to be alive. Alright. May 1st, 2017. Yubisei Harukana had become a student at Kyumeikan Women's College and started working part-time at Lemu during the holidays. She wanted to find a clue about her father, Yoichi, who had gone missing 17 years ago. Her mother, Yukie, kept telling her, "Your father fell into the ocean and drowned, but you didn't believe it." She held on to the hope he was still alive somewhere. She'd left her 1-year-old daughter, Yubisei Akikana, with her mother, so she was not worried about her. Yubisei Kanakana's Harukana had almost reached its limit. I'm almost reaching my limit. She'd given birth safely, but could no longer escape the fate which awaited her. There was one thing left she wanted to do. Before she died, she wanted to find out whether her father was still alive. The father who had disappeared when she was a year old. She'd looked at his photo until it had become ragged and torn, but no memories of his warmth or having ever been held by him. For that reason, she waved off all the doctor's attempts to stop her and came to Lemu. She wanted to find out about her father. What had happened 17 years ago? She wanted to reveal the truth. As her story ended, you reached for a file that was on the control panel. She opened it and silently passed it to me. Oh, so the baby wasn't her. It was her clone living a life all along. Aha, aha. Uh-huh. It was your child? Which means you were lying to
嘘
me.
じゃないよ。
Yeah, I mean, I guess the ones of like high school graduation and stuff would have had to be her. Because she's not like 30.
この子は確かに私の娘。
She's my daughter,
娘であると同時に双子の妹でもあるの。
but she's also my twin sister.
そして
And
彼女はもう一人の私。
she's another me.
私自身でもあるのよ。
She is myself. I didn't know what to say.
これが私の犯した罪。
This was my
決して
sin.
許されることのない永遠の宿業。
I know I'll never be forgiven, and will never be able to atone for it.
だけど
But
前にも言ったように後悔はしてないんだ。
like I told you, I have no
あの
regrets.
子を産んでよかったと思ってる。
I'm glad I had her.
新しい命が芽生えたあの瞬間を私は決して忘れない。
I'll never forget the moment that new life was
それ
created.
は福音の訪れた瞬間だった。
It was such an unbelievably happy moment.
ママって
The first
あの子が
time she
初め
said,
て言った時
Mama, Mama.
私うまく言えない
Can't
けど
explain it.
尊さとか愛とか幸福とかそういうのをはるかに超えてとても大きな光の波に包み込まれたような気がして。
It was more than a precious feeling or love, for that good fortune had come my way. I felt as if I were wrapped
私
in
は
light.
地獄に落ちてもいい。
I don't care if I burn in
何千
hell.
年何万年何億年と地獄の豪華に身を焼かれても構わない。
I don't care if I burn in the fires of hell for thousands, millions of years.
絶対にあの子だけはどんなことがあっても守りたいと思った。
I knew I wanted to protect my daughter, no matter what.
苦しませたくなかった。
I didn't want her to suffer.
あの子の笑顔はとても愛おしくて
Her smile is so beautiful.
小さな小さな手のひらは可愛くて
Her tiny hands are so
あの子
cute.
は私のすべてだから
She's everything
か
to
けが
me.
えのない存在だから
She's
あの子
irreplaceable.
には罪はないの。
Besides, none of this is her fault.
この世に存在するありとあらゆる生命と同じように
She
あ
was
の子
welcome
は
to
祝
this
福され
world,
て生まれてきたの
just
よ。
like any other life born here.
あの子を産み落とした瞬間
But at the same
私は
time,
死んだの。
the moment I gave birth to her, I died.
私はもうこの世界にいないも同然。
It was as if I no longer
なぜな
existed.
ら
You see,
私はあの子に
I gave all my life, my existence to my
私の
child.
存在のすべてを捧げたのだから。
You showed me the photograph again. The baby in the picture was reaching out, trying to grab something.
はーい、もしもし、聞こえてるか？
Hello, are you listening to me? You grabbed my shoulders and shook me.
一体どうしちゃったって言うのよ、少年。
Ah, what's the matter with you, kid?
まさか今年が西暦何年かってことまで忘れちゃってたわけ？
You can't possibly have forgotten what year it is, can you? Her words made no impression on me. I was learning way too much about how everybody was conceived, born, and raised in the last 5 minutes. What on earth? My mouth was dry and the palm of my clenched fist was drenched with sweat. First of all, I began to think things through. The you that I knew, the you standing in front of me, Yubisei Akikana, was born on the 22nd of September 2015. Her mother was Yubisei Harukana. That meant it was 2024, 17 years after Yubisei Harukana's time in 2017. No, but wait. What about the date on that mail? It had been received on 2/7/19. My voice came out strangled. It's 2034 now. Yukie-san died 15 years ago, which would have been in 2019. But the date on that says 2/7/19.
ああ、それ？そんなこと気にしてたんだ。
Oh, that? You were worried about that?
まあ、勘違いするのも無理はないか。
Well, I can understand why you might make that
かもね。
mistake. Do you see?
メールに書いてあった受信日時はドイツ式の表記を使ってるの。
The date on that mail was written in the German style.
年、月、日じゃなくって月、日、年の順番で表されるんだ。
Not year, month, day, but month, day, year. So are you telling me that it wasn't July 19th, 2022? It was February 7th, 2019. You
他にご
nodded.
質問は？
Any other questions? I shook my head weakly and trudged out of the security office. I'd figured out the relationship between you and her mother, but wondered whether I should tell her. No, I had to tell her. I was better for you in the long run, but first, I had to take care of my own problems. There was somewhere I had to go.
もう何よ。
What is it?
いきなりこんなとこに連れてきてどうするつもり？
What did you bring me here for? I wanted to talk to you guys alone.
話したいこと？
About what? Sugumi was silent. She seemed to be afraid of something. Sugumi perhaps already sensed what I was going to say. Her eyes flew around wildly.
それって重要なことなの？
Is it important? Yes, very. There's something I don't want the others to hear. Wait, I don't mind if they hear it, but I wanted you and Sugumi to know first. So, that's why I asked you to come over here.
で、その重要な話っていうのは？
So, what's so important? Hadn't Sarah noticed anything? Her blank, unguarded expression. She had to have noticed something. On May 1st, after Sarah met Sugumi for the first time, she'd looked totally dazed. Surely Sarah had sensed something. To be standing there calmly, she had to be in denial. Reason was telling her that she was suspected couldn't be true. The coincidence of meeting her mother again was probably too much for Sarah to
なん
believe.
で黙ってるの？早く教えてよ。
Well, are you gonna say anything? Could you hurry up? Sarah urged me to get to the point. Sugumi said nothing, but her breathing seemed a little rough. Sarah, could you lend me your pendant and lighter for a moment?
いいけど。
All right. She took them out of her pocket and gave them to me. I struck a flame, illuminating the pendant. Takashi. That was the real Kudenari Takashi. I held the pendant in flame closer to Sugumi. Sugumi kept her head down, refusing to look at the pendant. Her brow furrowed and she was biting her lip. Her arms pressed tightly to her sides. Her clenched fists were shaking. Look closer, I whispered to her. You've seen this pendant before, haven't you? It's Takashi. The real Kudenari Takashi is right here. The moment I said those words, Sugumi's eyes flew open. Stripped of expression, she wore a face like a mask. Only her eyes burned with a fierce light.
ちょっと待って。何よそれ。どういうこと？
Wait a minute, what are you talking
た
about?
けしってあのたけしのこと？
Takashi? You mean Takashi?
そこに映ってるのがたけしなの？
Takashi's the one in this pendant? No. The Takashi we know isn't the real Kudenari Takashi. I think he's lying to us.
え？
The real Takashi. The real Kudenari Takashi is your and my father. Sugumi closed her eyes. She breathed out a long sigh. I could see the tension leave Sugumi's body.
どういうことなの？お兄ちゃん。
Hey, what's this all about,
ちゃ
Oni-chan?
んと説明してよ。
Explain what's happening. Alright, but you might want to sit down for this one. Before I do, I want to check something. I hesitated about what to say next. I looked above my head. The sky was full of stars. The single whale twisted and floated through space. Whale, where do you go all by yourself? Will you meet someone special one day? I extinguished the lighter. I gripped the pendant and the lighter in my hand. Sugumi's outline was hazy in the dark. She was our long-sought-after mom. When I called out to her, warm tears ran down my cheeks. You are our mother, aren't you? Our mother.
え？
What? Sugumi slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Sarah and me. I could see the tears in her eyes. Mom, please, say something. I don't blame you for anything. I waited for you for so long. I've been waiting for you. Answer, Mom! I screamed at her. Sarah clung to my arm. Shaking her head, she buried her face in my chest. Her thin body was shaking. Don't just stand there, say something. Holding Sarah tightly, I stepped forward.
違うわ。
No!
私は
母親なんかじゃない。
I'm not your mother. Don't you lie to me. I know everything. 17 years ago, there was another accident just like this one here at Lemu. You and Takashi became a couple. Sugumi was shedding huge tears. She tried to stop them. Her breath was ragged and came out in hiccups. Her face twisted as she struggled to keep control of her emotions. Tears welled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. That's right.
確かにそう。
You're right.
私は。
I gave birth to
で
you,
も、
but
私にはお母さんなんて呼ばれる資格は。
I have no right to be called mother.
あなたたちにはもう本当の母親がいるでしょ。
You have a real mother, don't you?
優しいお母さんが
Someone who took care of
い
you?
るでしょ。私はあなたたちを
I
守れなかっ
I wasn't able to protect
た。
you
守れな
both.
かったの。
I couldn't take care of you.
捨てたも当然なのよ。
I pretty much abandoned you.
置き去りにして見捨てたの。
I left you and walked away.
ひどいでしょ。許せないでしょ。
I'm terrible, and I don't expect you to be able to forgive me.
私は
That's why
母親なんかじゃ
I'm not your
お
mother.
母さんなんて
Please,
呼ばないで。
don't call me mother.
お願い。お願い。
Please don't.
だから
Sugumi put her head in her hands and sobbed. At that moment,
ママ
Sora tore herself away from me and flew into Sugumi's arms. Following her lead, I clung to Sugumi and cried as well. The first thing I noticed was her familiar smell. I breathed in her scent deeply. Covered in tears, wallowing in the warmth, I felt as if I had regained everything I'd ever lost. The three of us held each other tightly, relishing the touch of one another, entwined, our hearts becoming one. We were no longer our individual selves, but one collective identity. There were no boundaries between us. My whole being was filled with warmth. Beside me, Sarah's cheeks were wet with tears. Sugumi was soft, and her skin was sweet and sticky. I recalled the long-forgotten memories of my mother's smell. It wasn't exactly the same feeling as nostalgia. It was primitive, something instinctive, a sweetness that had been wired directly into my brain.
ママ
As if in response, Sugumi pulled us closer, gripping us with a fierce determination. She buried her face in Sarah's and my hair, drew us close, and stroked the backs of our heads.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさ
Sugumi's voice was choked up.
い。許してなんて。
I can't ask you to forgive me. I
私、
I
今まで一度も
I never once forgot about you.
ずっと
All this
会
time,
いたくて、
I wanted to see you,
会いたくて、謝りたくて。
find you and apologize.
もういいの
It's all right.
ママもう謝ったりなんか
You don't need to
しなくていい
apologize.
私はママに
It's enough just to be with you.
それだけで
As we held on to each other, we understood everything. Sarah and I accepted everything, understood, and forgave. Reasons weren't important. At that moment, a quiet peace filled us. It was enough. We didn't require anything else. I relaxed and leaned against my mother. She was warm. I closed my eyes and was intoxicated by her warmth. Mom. A cozy slumber. A soft breeze under the May sunshine. Peace. It was like floating on the calm ocean, swaying comfortably. Cuddled up together. Before I knew it, I'd stopped crying. All I could hear was just our calm breathing and my mother's heartbeat. I was alive. Or maybe I had just been born. Everything was affirmed, accepted, and forgiven. There was no one, nor Sarah, nor Sugumi. There was only one life connected together. Just one single soul. In the year 2017, May 7th, 11 a.m. The men from Lieblich were waiting for Sugumi when she got to the floating island. Sugumi, a carrier of the Curie virus. To them, she was a valuable sample. Her eyes glaring and mouths half open, she could see their dark, wet tongues. It was almost possible for Sugumi to smell the reek of their excitement. Like the smell of men lusting after flesh. It was a fetid stench, greasy and rotten. For it was Sugumi's body they were after. What they wanted was nothing more than to perform human experiments under the pretext of making the ultimate human dream come true. By using Sugumi's body, they were planning to gain knowledge, fame, and fortune. That was indeed their desire. "We've been waiting for you." One of them took a deep bow. Behind his veneer of politeness was an evil that threatened to spill forth, making Sugumi sick to her stomach. Some of the others in his entourage licked their lips, swallowing their saliva like dogs gone mad with the hunt. That instant, Sugumi kicked hard off the ground, breaking into a run. She ran across the wide surface of the huge artificial island, desperately scaling the high surrounding fence, and fled into the nearby foliage. Their cacophony of screams and angry cursing faded behind her. Sugumi hid and waited until nightfall. She held a single hamster to her chest. At night, the supply-carrying vessel slipped out of the floating island's port. Sugumi had stowed away on the vessel, hiding herself among the cargo. She was headed to the mainland. From that moment on, Sugumi's life was consumed with one thought: how to escape with them. Although she wasn't a criminal, she avoided people, preferring to hide in the darkness, all the while threatened by ominous feelings of being hunted. Nothing changed after she safely made it to land. Every few weeks, she moved from one town to another, wandering in the darkness. She slept under bridges, under backstreet eaves, pipes pouring into the ocean, and even in public restrooms. It was an endless cycle of running. She never had a second's peace. She couldn't turn to the police. She had no place to live. Her identity was uncertain, and her age and appearance didn't match. The police would only doubt her. Information regarding Sugumi had spread through the National Police Network, so it was only a matter of time before Lieblich could find her. Lieblich's influence even extended to national politics. There was nothing else for Sugumi to do but continue to hide in back alleys. She hated Lieblich. They destroyed everything Sugumi had cared about, had made her life a living hell. What was more, they had taken away the love of her life, Kuronari Takashi. She wanted to get revenge on Lieblich with every fiber of her being. Sugumi came to hate the world, and her heart became even more hardened to it. 2 months had passed. It was summertime. All of a sudden, she began feeling sick. She knew she had stopped menstruating, but she didn't really think about the possibility. She knew a visit and a legal doctor who was well known in the back streets. Sugumi was pregnant. She was sure it was Takashi's baby. She'd never been with anyone else. She was pregnant. At night, she went to the deserted coastal area of a small nearby town. There were nothing but printing factories and abandoned houses. Unsure if it was a river or an ocean, she sat on a boat dock, looking at a neon sign by the highway. She touched her stomach. She felt a sense of awe and joy at the fact there was life growing in her belly, and that it was connected to her. Neon light glittered and flickered off the water's surface. Sugumi looked at the lights with her hands on her stomach. Realizing that Takashi's babies were inside her, she couldn't stop crying. They might have only been a centimeter big at that time, but the survival of the 2 babies outstripped the needs of the mother's body that surrounded them. How did it suddenly jump to knowing it was twins? Okay. Sugumi almost had the illusion that it wasn't her who bore the children, but it was actually they who bore her. Everything that she was, she poured into her 2 babies. She felt that she was part of the babies, not the other way around. It was then that Sugumi decided to sacrifice everything for the 2 tiny lives. Love was a concept to her, but if love could be brought into physical form to her, it seemed it must be the babies. That was it. Love was growing inside her. Takashi and Sugumi's babies. Before long, the hatred she'd felt towards everything had disappeared without a trace. For the first time, Sugumi felt as though there were a higher power guiding her life. 7 months later, January 21st, 2018, Sugumi was suddenly struck with contractions. When they came, the back alley doctor had gone somewhere. She visited a nearby clinic. She had no medical insurance, no identification. More importantly, she had no money. When he found out she couldn't pay, the doctor beat Tsugumi as though she were a stray animal. With nowhere else to go, the 2 babies were born in an old boat shack. An old woman was living there, but Tsugumi couldn't tell whether she lived there or was just a vagrant. It was that old woman who helped Tsugumi through the birth. Oh, how precious. So precious. You've done a fine job, dearie. The old lady repeated that many times as she gently rinsed the babies in a tin basin. The sweat-covered Tsugumi was lying down, with only a thin towel between her and a hardwood floor. Tsugumi's eyes gazed unfocused out a nearby window. Snow was falling outside. Oh, darling, a precious boy and girl. Which one will you hold first? The illegal doctor had told her, so she was expecting twins, but she never imagined they'd be fraternal. A bit surprised, she said, "Both, at the same time." Wrapped in an old cloth, Tsugumi gently held them to her chest. "Not to worry, dearie. I boiled them cloth and the scissors that cut their cord in hot water good, I did." "Thank you." Tsugumi thanked her. "Thank you so much." She gave thanks for the 2 lives who'd been born safely. And those last words were directed towards the deep darkness beyond the window. The snow was falling. The 2 babies pressed to Tsugumi's chest with their eyes closed let out small yawns. The Cure virus. Soon after she'd given birth, Tsugumi's thoughts were turned to the possibility. If they got infected by Cure while they were inside of me? If their DNA was altered just like me? Tsugumi visited the illegal doctor. "Don't worry about it," he explained, laughing. According to the taxonomic classification, a pure human would belong to primates, Anthropodia. Continue. Tsugumi, whose genetic information was altered by the Cure virus, was not a pure human anymore, but rather a subspecies of it. Let's just call you subspecies Cure for now. Now, any kids born from Takashi the Homo sapien and Tsugumi the Cure would be hybrids. Now, by the way, I guess I should tell you that the Cure virus only infects pure humans, the Homo sapiens. So, there's no way the Cure virus could possibly affect your 2 little hybrids there. So, while not much is known about the Cure virus, some of the unique functions scientists have discovered, such as regenerating telomeres and regenerative healing, are inherited recessively. For blood types, without exception, all children born from a type AA father and a type 00 mother, for instance, would be on the type A0 with type A predisposition. Why? Because type A factors are inherited dominantly, type O factors are inherited recessively. In order for a child's blood type to be type O, you have to have a mixture of either AO-AO, AO-BO, etc., etc. It can only be one of the above, meaning that both parents gotta add that type O factor to the genetic milkshake. Same goes for the Cure virus. Any child born from a pure-blooded sapiens and Cure will be sapien Cure and inherit the dominant physical traits of both. For them rugrats to become full-blooded Cure, parents would have to be Cure. Sapiens Cure by Cure, or Sapiens Cure by Sapiens Cure. Any of those combinations, meaning that both parents have to be part or all Cure. Since these 2 little critters were born from pure sapien and pure Cure, they'll have the same physical traits as a pure human and won't possess the Cure traits like perpetual youth. They won't have any of the inconvenient things, just the convenient ones. So you don't have anything to worry about, alright? Tsugumi didn't know his background. He was probably been part of Lieblich's laboratory staff in the past, since he knew so much about the Cure virus. But he didn't seem to be one of them. Tsugumi figured she could trust him. Among outcasts, there was an unspoken law. You don't go nosing around in other people's pasts. Tsugumi didn't ask him anything more, and he didn't demand to know anything about her either. A year after giving birth, it was winter again. Tsugumi had rented a tiny room and lived together with the 2 babies. Of course, Charmy was there as well. It was a quiet, rustic coastal town. It wasn't a city or tourist town. No fishing or farming. Nothing. Just a dreary port town. During the day, Tsugumi worked for next to nothing at a sewing factory while the babies stayed at the daycare. She spent every day glued to a sewing machine from early morning to 4 p.m., and after that, she would spend time with the babies. Her wages were very low, so of course they were poor. She couldn't even afford disposable diapers. Tsugumi collected small scraps of cloth, leftovers from the factory, and sewed diapers and clothes for the babies. Despite the harsh living conditions, the babies were growing healthily. Their life was a peaceful one, and although they were poor, the poverty didn't threaten them. They were content. The three of them were always smiling. Mama! Mama! They were already beginning to talk. The boy had started walking a few steps at a time. The girl was able to stand barely as she held on to things. The girl had begun to speak. Oh, Chami! Unusual for a 1-year-old. The boy, it seemed, grew faster physically, and the girl grew faster intellectually. Tsugumi tenderly glanced over at their cute gestures. She was filled with happiness. May 7th, 2019. The two babies were 15 months old. Tsugumi had taken them to the beach. The boy ran around the sand, falling and getting back up over and over. The girl was sitting by the water, putting her hands in the waves. She was giggling, saying, "Cold." Watching out over the flat surface of the ocean, Tsugumi's thoughts turned to Takashi. So live. As long as you're alive, live. Don't worry. I'm not going to die. Those were Takashi's last words to her. It had been 2 years already. I'm not going to die. After saying that, he sank to the bottom of the ocean, protecting the woman he loved, protecting the children right in front of her. You fool. You're a liar, Tsugumi whispered to the ocean. But at the same time, she still hadn't given up hope. No, he must be alive somewhere. He's a man of his word. Just then, a wave swallowed the girl who'd been playing near the edge of the water. It was a small, sun-soaked wave from an adult's perspective, but for a 1-year-old child, it was a raging wall of water. The girl disappeared in a splash of water and was sucked out into the ocean like a piece of driftwood by the tide. Tsugumi ran as hard as she could, held back by the resistance of the sand. But before she could get there, something unbelievable happened. The boy, who was only 1 year and 3 months old, jumped into the water and saved the girl. Hardly able to believe what she'd seen, Tsugumi ran towards them. She carried them to dry sand. The girl started crying. The boy, seemingly unaware of what had happened, looked at his crying sister. A few seconds later, he fell over as if all his strength had left him. That night, both of them came down with a high fever. It was summertime. 1.5 years had passed since the birth. All of that time in the previous 1.5 years had been filled with happiness. Nothing special had happened, and that was why it had been so peaceful. The boy was a wild one, and Tsugumi could barely take her eyes off him for a second. He was constantly putting everything in his mouth, even Charmy. Any electrical appliance that he touched seemed to break, and he wouldn't stop jamming metal wires into the outlets. The girl wasn't quite as much of a challenge, since she moved about less, but Tsugumi still had to put up with her stubbornness. She refused to eat things she didn't like, and when she got in a bad mood, she wouldn't stop fussing. No matter how Tsugumi warned her, she wouldn't stop playing with her brother's hair. And she would always demand, "More Charmy!" Those days were filled with Tsugumi being buffeted about by her 2 rambunctious children. But no matter how challenging they were, even those days were filled with happiness. At night, all 3 of them slept together, cuddled up on a thin mattress. Mama! Charmy! Talking in their sleep, the 2 babies sought their mother's touch. Looking down at their sweet innocent gestures, Tsugumi felt bliss she'd never known. One day, her peaceful world was shattered to pieces. It all happened so unexpectedly. Caught up in her life of happiness, Tsugumi had forgotten to watch out for them. She didn't know how they found her. They had somehow gathered information and showed up without warning. Them, the people from Lieblich. With no time to collect anything, all Tsugumi could bring with her was her 2 babies and her hamster as she fled. So they ran, but it was obvious to Tsugumi that eventually Lieblich would hunt them down. As they continued running, Tsugumi thought to herself, even if I keep escaping, Would it really be happiness for the two children? They wouldn't be able to go to school. It would be too hard on them to keep moving from town to town. Besides, if we ever get caught, what would they do to my children at Lieblich? It's too dangerous for them to be with me. Tsugumi made up her mind. She researched an orphanage she could trust and decided to leave them there. The two children were just too young. Even if Tsugumi had tried to explain, they couldn't have understood. With no other option, she let the pendant she had kept with her, making a wish as she gave it. I'll come back for you. I'll come get you, I promise. Being too young to understand the situation, the two children just stared at their mother, crying. Weeping bitter tears, Tsugumi looked back many times as she walked away. All she had left was Charmy. From Tsugumi's chest pocket, Charmy looked up at her face in puzzlement. But even Charmy's cute gestures could do little to ease Tsugumi's broken heart. She spent many nights in the depths of despair, crying in her sorrow. A few years later, by the time Tsugumi went back to the orphanage, the children were already gone. From that time on, she'd gone through life, no more than an empty husk. Until that day, until that very moment, Tsugumi had kept searching for her children. Wandering through darkness, Tsugumi finished telling her story and closed her eyes gently. She never once mentioned the names Hokuto or Sarah in the story, because those names weren't the names Tsugumi had given them. Someone else had named them Hokuto and Sarah. I left Tsugumi and Sarah. If I could, I wanted to stay with them forever, but it wasn't possible. There were still many unsolved matters I needed to take care of. Listening to Tsugumi's story had caused me to suddenly remember something. I'd received a phone call before coming to Lemu. Over the phone, a voice had said to me, "If you come to Lemu, you can see your mother and sister." Oh, so that was it. Before the accident took place, I'd been waiting for someone at the rest area. It must have been my mother and Sarah. Tsugumi must have been roped into coming to Lemu in the same way I was. Wait, roped in? What for? I still didn't know the answer to that, but I had some clues. The voice on the phone had been male. Without a doubt, I knew whose voice it had been. I ran to him. You aren't Kurenari Takashi. Barging into the rest area, I demanded an answer from the man in front of me. I couldn't call him Takashi anymore. That guy had been deceiving us the whole time. Look, I don't have any clue what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. I know that the real Takashi is Sarah's and my father. That father? Me? You and Sarah's? No, not you. Sarah and I are the children of Takashi and Tsugumi. Wait, so Tsugumi and I keep telling you, you're not Takashi. I'm talking about Takashi from the other world. Other world? What the heck's that supposed to mean? The world back in 2017. 2017, huh? And when were you born? On January 21st, 16 years ago. In what year? In 2018. I see. So how could you possibly know what happened in 2017? I don't know, I just do. What do you expect me to do about it? Besides, we're not talking about me now. Who are you, anyway? And why did you lie about the year 2017? Why are you pretending to be Kurenari Takashi? What was the reason you tried to trick us by repeating the same incident as 17 years ago and using the same words? To trick you, huh? Think twice, will you, kid? For instance, if I was repeating the incident in 2017, how could I possibly trick you, someone who was born in 2018? Practically thinking, it's impossible to trick you into believing the same incident from 17 years ago is taking place.
わかるか？
Do you get it?
それより、どうして同じ出来事だとわかる？
Besides, how could you tell it was the same
どうして
incident?
同じ言葉を言っているとわかる？
How can you tell I'm using the same
どうし
phrase?
てお前は自分が生まれる前の歴史なんかを知ってるんだ？
How can you even know the history before you were even
そろそろ
born?
正体を表したらどうなんだ？
Why don't you reveal your true
お前
self?
は一体何者なんだ？
Who are you, anyway? For some reason, I couldn't say a word. Who am I, anyway? The same question repeated in my
そうか
mind.
そうか。自分の話になると突然だんまりですか。
No, I see. When it comes to your story, you clam up, huh?
わかったよ。
Alright then.
だったらまずは俺の本当の名前を教えてやろう。
I'll tell you my real name.
お前が言ったように、俺は倉成武史ではない。
As you said, I'm not Kuronari
俺の
Takeshi.
本当の名前は
My real name
冠城
is Kaburaki.
冠城
Kaburaki Ryogo.
冠城良吾思い出したんだ。
I just remembered
no,
my
no.
name. Excuse me, I was assured by somebody that they were not the same person. Not exactly. That was wholesale deception. I was wholesale deception by my wife who's supposed to love me. I was lied to? Not exactly. This is nonetheless exactly the situation. I asked you if what was going on. Well, I couldn't spoil it. Like two episodes in. And you said, no, that's not what's going on. And that is what's going on, ma'am.
Not exactly. I mean, again, keep going.
She lied to me.
I didn't lie.
句は
Boys were had.
古い木
I was misled.
涼しい剣
She lied to me. I see. Way to go. I smiled and patted his head. Young Kubaraki smiled shyly. Not a word, young Kubaraki went behind the statue and started scratching. He had a screwdriver in his hand. With thin, sharp writing, Kubaraki carved his name deeply into the statue. He must have been pretty happy to have remembered his name. Or was it that he wouldn't forget it again? Although I didn't know the reason, he carved his name into the statue. He continued on. Without stopping his hands, he also carved some more names. Yagami Koko, Hanaka Yubise Harukana, Komachi Sugumi, Akanegasaki Sora, Fudanari Takashi, Pipi, and Charmy. Kaburaki carved the names of everyone who'd been confined there. He smiled happily after finishing up. The statue kept silent, with its hand on its chest. That boy's name was also Kaburaki Ryogo? Which meant that the kid from 17 years ago and the guy pretending to be Takashi were actually the same person? He looked so young, it was hard to believe it had been 17 years. If the young Kaburaki was 15 years old, that would make him 32 years old in my world. But the Kaburaki I spoke to looked around 20. There was no way he could have been over 30 years old, which meant... Before I realized it, the man who called himself Kaburaki had disappeared. He'd left a while before. I'd been standing there, lost in thought for some time. I recalled the scene in 2017, which I had just witnessed earlier. I went around one of the statues as if being called over to it. On its back were carved childish stick figures. 6 human-like figures and 2 unfamiliar animal shapes were drawn there. What? I looked at the statue. The statue pointed south. I looked at the back of the other statues as well. Surprisingly, there were similar drawings on the statue pointing to the sky. There were also 6 people's names, as well as Pipi and Charmy carved into the statue as stood with its hand on its chest. There was no writing on the statue pointing east. Oh, what is this supposed to mean? What's up with this world anyway? Yeah. Fuck is this supposed to mean? I didn't know things that I was supposed to know. I knew things I wasn't supposed to. Must be why my head is so confused. I still hadn't recalled any of my memories. Some parts of it had come back, but nothing really important. To begin with, I still didn't know what kind of person Hokuto was. At the same time, I knew what I wasn't supposed to know, and could see what I wasn't supposed to see. For instance, the world 17 years into the past. The legend of Pygmalion, the Tiefblau virus, the Cure virus, Pee-Pee, and Charmy. I knew about all of them. I knew exactly what had happened during the dramatic escape 17 years ago, and what had happened on May 6th and 7th. The world in 2034. I could sense even the different history flows in my world. I knew about escaping using the principle of a siphon and swimming to the ocean surface from 34 meters underwater. The third eye, Blickwinkel. Those words were clear in my head. And then, I remembered running into Dr. Tanaka on the floating island. No, rather than remembering, it was better to say I could see it. Anyway, I saw her. The woman who was called Dr. Tanaka, Yubisei Akikana's mother. Meaning she was actually Yubisei Harukana. Although the relationship defied the norm, Yubisei Harukana and Yubisei Akikana were still mother and daughter. Pieces of my thoughts scattered. I tried gathering them and struggled to come up with some kind of conclusion. It's 2034 now, and Coco was in 2017. I whispered to confirm the facts. I was right, it was 2034. That was why Tsugumi had been so suspicious of us. Because the same thing that had happened 17 years ago was repeating. How about the others? Since Yubisei Akikana had been born 17 years prior, she couldn't possibly have known about the incident. And since Sarah hadn't been born yet, she didn't know either. Sora, being AI, couldn't lie, and she didn't seem to be lying either. Bullshit. So, that only left Kaburaki. Did that mean that Kaburaki was the mastermind behind the whole incident in 2034? No, wait. There had been two others who had survived the incident 17 years ago, Yubisei Harukana and Coco. On May 6th, 2017, Kaburaki, Yubisei Harukana, and Coco, who had been infected with the Tiefblau virus, had been rescued by the mini-sub which came to the pool in IBF. That reminds me. How did the three of them recover from the virus after they'd been infected? Because of the injection of antibodies made from Tsugumi's blood? But Coco hadn't received the antibodies. Because she had been under high-pressure oxygen treatment in the capsule pod at the time. Huh? No, even before that. Yubisei Harukana suffered from critical heart disease, right? But she was still alive and well. What is going on here? There was only one answer. It was the only explanation. Yubisei Harukana and Kaburaki must have been infected with the Cure virus. Their bodies must have repeated 5 years' worth of cell division, and when all their DNA had been rewritten, they stopped aging. That must be why they looked younger than their real age. And Yubisei Harukana's heart disease would have been fixed by the Cure virus. But still, is that really what happened? In a different history flow, Kaburaki couldn't see the image in the pendant. If he wasn't lying or acting, he must not have possessed infrared vision. And although I didn't have any proof, my instincts told me Yubisei Harukana didn't possess infrared vision either. And again, in the world of 2017, Tsugumi had mentioned she was special among carriers of the Cure virus. Perhaps she was a rare example of DNA replacement that had taken place safely over the whole body. That meant Yubisei Harukana and Kaburaki weren't complete Cure? But it didn't seem to me that there could be any such thing as incomplete Cure. Oh, it's no use. You can't figure it out. But I still had a far more serious and pressing matter to deal with. I needed to think about that problem first. The problem was, how was I able to sense incidents that had taken place before I was born or in separate time continua? And Why is the same accident as 17 years earlier taking place again? It couldn't have been a coincidence. And why are we only acknowledging that as weird now? Obviously, someone had planned it. There was only one clue. Coco. I wanted to see Coco. I felt that Coco would know everything there was to know about the incident. But how could I find Coco, who seemed to just pop up randomly? Oh, I know. I had a sudden inspiration. I had a hunch. At that hour on the 5th, Coco would show up. In the Cosmic Whale Room.
ねえねえクジラさんクジラさん今何時だ
What time is it?
午後9時だ
A whale of a time. You better not have asked me to come all this way just to tell me that stupid joke. And it's only 8 a.m. in the morning.
違うよ
Nope.
ココタケピョンとデートしようと思って
I just wanted to go on a date with you, and... Date? Yeah.
だってタケピョンココに告ったでしょ
Well, Takepyon, you like me, right?
だからタケピョンとココは恋人同士さんなわけで
So, that means we're going out.
恋人同士さんが愛を語らい合うのにうってつけの場所といったらなんといっても定番なのは満天の星空の下
When a boyfriend and girlfriend tell each other their true feelings, everyone knows it's best to be under a
だから
starlit sky.
連れてきたんだよこのクジラさんのとこに
That's why I brought you here, to Whale-san.
というのはうっすぴょ
I'm just teasing you.
ーんタケピョンにはもうお嫁さんがいるんだもんね
You're already married, right, Takepyon? Huh?
照れんな照れんな
Don't be shy.
タケピョンのことならなんでも知ってるんだから
I know everything there is to know about you.
タケピョンのことだけじゃなくて他のこともみんなわかるんだ
And not only you, I know everything there is to know about everything. Everything?
そうだよ
Yeah,
だってココ超能力者なんだもん
of course. I'm psychic.
ここにはね昔から別の世界の人とお話しできる力があるの
For as long as I can remember, I've been able to talk with people from different worlds. Different worlds meaning the other side?
ううんそういうんじゃなくてこことは違う別の世界のこと
No, not like that. Just another world that isn't this one.
そ
Ah.
の別の世界にいる人の視点を借りれば過去も未来もいっぺんにわかるんだよ
If I borrow the sight from people in the other world, I can see everything from the past and future. Oh, really?
例えば二次元平面に住んでる人たちにはその世界の全体像は見えないでしょ
Like the people in the second dimension, they can't see the whole world, right?
ナスカの地上絵は地上にいても見えないよね
You can't see those huge line drawings at Nazca from the ground, right?
ディスプレイに描いたかっちょいいメカの絵もその絵の中の1ドットさんには理解できないわけだし
Let's say you have a cool drawing of a robot on your screen display. One of the dots on screen, they can't see the whole drawing. Yeah.
それを見るにはどうすればいい
So, what can they do to see the whole picture?
ナスカの地上絵だったら上空から見下ろせばいいし
Well, for the pictures at Nazca, all you have to do is go up in the air and look
かっ
down.
ちょいいメカの絵だったら画面から離れて3次元空間内から見ればいいよね
And for the picture on the display, if you can get a little bit away from the screen right into the third dimension, you can see it, right?
ココたちがいる世界は3次元空間でしょ
We're in the third dimension, right?
3次元空間が時間軸方向に移動してるんだ
Only the third dimension keeps moving forward in time. That's actually the fourth dimension, but we'll roll with this.
でその様子を見るには3次元空間内にいたんじゃ無理じゃない
So, in order to see it moving, you can't just stay in the third
4 次
dimension.
元空間の中からココたちの世界を見下ろさなくちゃいけないの
You have to look down at everything from the fourth dimension. Come to think of it, didn't Sora mention something like
で
that?
もココは人間だし、時間の流れから脱出することはできないし、
But I'm human, and I can't get out of the flow of
だから
time.
4次元空間の世界に住んでる人から視点を借りるんだ。
So, I just borrow the viewpoint of the people from the fourth dimension. And then what you're trying to say is that the people from the other side are really people from the fourth dimension? That's the dumbest thing I've ever... Well, I can!
できちゃうんだ。
I really can!
実際にできちゃうんだから。
I really, really can!
しょうがないでしょ。
Great, huh? It's the third eye.
そうとも言う。
Yeah, you could call it that too. And you can tell everything about my past?
北端の場合はココのとは少し違うのかも。
Well, I don't really think I can help you, Hokutan.
北端は本当の北端じゃないでしょ。
Because you aren't really Hokutan, right?
北端は視点を借りてるんじゃないんだよ、きっと。
So you aren't borrowing anyone's perspective, I
北
think.
端の場合は視点そのものなんじゃないかな。
In your case, Hokutan, I'm pretty sure you're just perspective itself, right? What do you
ブ
mean?
リック・ヴィンケルさん。
Lickwinkle-san. What?
ブリック・ヴィンケルさんなら全部知ってると思うよ。
I'm pretty sure Blickwinkle-san knows everything. Yeah, we had some distressed military announcements about this. Blickwinkle. Just then. A massive boom rocked our eardrums. We all reflexively looked up. The ceiling of our world, the cosmos, had shattered. Immediately, a large amount of seawater rained down on us like an avalanche. Shards from the shattered wall cracked off and shot into the floor like bullets. I looked back, but Coco was gone. Nobody was there to respond. All the sound was drowned out from the water rushing in, such that we could hardly even hear our own voices. Droplets of water were falling from above. White mist was rising from below. The water level was rising quickly. An incoming jet of water from the ceiling struck the whale, which was suspended in the center of the room. It bent backwards hard, fell, and lay on the floor. Its big mouth flapped open, its pupils empty. The whale was dead. I turned around, cutting through the water, and fled from the room. The door to the cosmic whale room closed with a gurgling
お
sound.
兄ちゃん、大丈夫？
Oni-chan, are you okay? I spun around, drawn by Sarah's voice. She was standing there, shoulders
警報
heaving.
が鳴ったから飛んできたんだけど。
I ran here as soon as the alarm sounded, but looking over Sarah's shoulder, I could see people running towards us from the corridor. I returned my gaze to the door. It didn't appear to be leaking. The cosmic whale room was flooded, but it looked as though the other areas were safe for the time
ね
being.
え、お兄ちゃん。血
Blood. Huh?
出てる。
You're bleeding. Sarah pointed to my left hand. I looked at my palm. Where had I gotten a cut? Had a shard slashed me when it fell and I just hadn't noticed? Or had I snagged it on something when I was trying to get out of the door? At any rate, bright red blood was dripping from the side of my hand. You okay? Sarah took a white handkerchief from her pocket and took my injured hand in hers, binding the wound.
痛い？
Does it hurt? I shook my head. Truth was, I didn't feel anything. More important than the scratch on my hand. Blickwinkle.
え？
Sarah tilted her head questioningly. More than the injury, more than the flooding, more than anything, Coco's words were running through my head.
ブリック・ヴィンケルさん。
Blickwinkle? Who are you? Who am I? Again. I could hear that voice again. Was it my voice or someone else's? I kept staring at the palm of my left hand. A red stain spread slowly across the white fabric. Who are you? Who am I?
北端は本当の北端じゃないでしょ。
Because you aren't really Hokutan, right?
ブリック・ヴィンケルさんなら 全部知ってると思うよ。
I'm pretty sure Blickwinkle-san knows everything. Blickwinkle? Blood. The wet crimson stain spread, and blood fell in thick droplets, landing in the puddles at my feet. It spread out in the water like smoke to eventually dissolve into the seawater. Just then, my vision grew red. Hey, we're past the Cinco de Mayo. Wait a minute. I could see it. I could see everything. Everything in the year 2017. A continuous flow of fragmentary images. Pieces of the world flowed by without context. I was simply an onlooker of everything in the world. Yes, I couldn't take part. I could only watch. It was nothing more than a perspective. Coco groaned and pressed her hand against her mouth. Fresh crimson blood dribbled through the cracks of her fingers. It was the bleeding from every orifice disease, finally appearing. A red stain spread on the floor of the control room. This is bad. These symptoms are... Symptoms? Who cares about symptoms? Can't you tell if this keeps up, Coco's going to... Coco, hang in there. Kuranari, what are we going to do? Wait, don't panic. Everyone, just calm down. I was only a perspective and had no real sense of feeling. The link between my sight and consciousness had been broken, and all I could do was continuously gaze at the scene unfolding before me. I felt neither sadness nor anger, neither impatience nor despair. I was looking at the reality in front of me as one might stare at a meaningless jumble of numbers. Tief Blau, 2017. The LMRI was scanning Coco's condition, the Tief Blau virus. Coco, hold on. Don't you die on me! Coco's body lay on the examining table. Kaburaki held her thin arm intensely. Open your eyes, Coco! Please, wake up! The kid grabbed hold of Coco's shoulders and shook her violently. Hey, cut it out! Stop it, kid! Takashi pulled him back from Coco. What are you doing? The jackass, calm the hell down. What do you think that's going to accomplish, huh? But Coco's gonna... And if we don't do anything, Coco's going to die. Calm down, there's gotta be something we can do. Don't get crazy. Let's just calm down and think. Sora interrupted Takashi and the kid with her hand. Looking all of the people gathered in the face, she announced, "There's an installation called IBF directly below us. The management company that built Lemu is Lieblich Pharmaceuticals. Their research facility is IBF. Takeshi mumbled to himself. It seemed as if it was familiar to him. There is a medical center there that is far superior to this one. At least from the information I can get from Lemmy's database. It appears they have a new type of high-pressure oxygen treatment device there. And if we can treat her with that, her leukocyte, white blood cell activity, should
ココ
increase.
ちゃんの症状をある程度緩和することができるかもしれません。
That should ease Coco-chan's condition
よし、
somewhat.
わかった。
Alright then.
EBF。とにか
IBF.
く、そこに連れて行けば、ココは助かるんだな。
So, all we need to do is get her there and Coco can be saved, right?
でも EBF に行くにはヒンメルを通らないとヒンメルの扉は開かないんですよ。
However, in order to get to IBF, we have to get through Himmel, and Himmel's door isn't
と
opening.
にかく行くんだよ。
I don't care, we're going.
それ以外に方法はないんだ。
There isn't any other way there.
無駄かもしれないけど。
It might not work.
いや、とにかく、行ってみなきゃわからないだろ
We don't know that unless we try, right?
う。そら、案内頼む。
Sora, show me how to get there.
少年、ちょっと手伝ってくれ。
Hey, kid, give me a hand.
はい。
Takashi picked up Coco's inert body and carried her piggyback. They arrived at Himmel. The door was shut
そ
fast.
う、どうすりゃいいんだ。
Damn it, what are we going to do? The color of her face had gone translucent white, her lips parched, and her eyes looked feverish. Just then,
Die Tür von Himmel.
アナウンス。なん
what's
だ。
that announcement?
誰かがレミシステムにアクセスしています。
Someone is trying to access Lemmy's
この
system
部屋の中ヒンメルの端末からです。
from inside the room, from a terminal inside
なんだ
Himmel.
って。
What? The access indicator light for the electronic lock began to blink and soon changed to green. Thatch's lever rised and turned automatically. The door opened. It was pure white inside. Squinting against the brightness, they walked into the room to explore. It appears as if it was the computer control room.
おい、人が。
Hey, there's someone here.
こいつか。扉を開けたのは。
Did he open up the door just now? There was someone passed out on the floor. He was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat.
おい、おっさん、どうした。
Hey, buddy, you alright? Takashi rushed over to the man and lifted him into a seating position. The man didn't reply to Takashi's call. He just sat there with his eyes
そもそも
closed.
こいつ、誰なんだ。
Who is this guy?
彼が誰だかわかるか。
Sora, do you have any idea who this
Yeah.
is?
ID 照合できません。
No, I'm unable to verify his ID.
その服装からするとおそらく EBF の研究員の方だと思います。
But, judging from the way he's dressed, it's safe to assume he was a researcher at the IBF facility. The researcher let out a dry gasp and opened his eyes slightly.
あんたは下の研究所のスタッフなのか。
Hey, are you one of the staff from the research facility?
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah, that's right.
君は救助隊じゃなさそうだな。
Doesn't seem like you're here to rescue me. With a shaking hand, he grabbed onto Takashi. The hand was covered in
レビュー
blood.
にまだ人がいたのか。あれから6日は経っただろうに。
So, there are still people in Lemu, and it's been 6 days since.
こいつは驚きだ。
What a surprise. Blood trickled from his mouth, and he smiled wryly.
おい、あんま無理に喋るな。
Hey, don't strain yourself. You don't have to talk.
すまんな。我々のせいで。
I'm sorry. It's all our fault.
どうした。下で何かあったのか。
What happened? Did something happen down there? Everyone stood quietly, gathered around the researcher, and seemed to have lost the ability to talk. The research worker murmured and looked vacantly at all the figures around him.
どうしてこんな。
But why all
こんな。
this? This. After that, he was silent. His eyelids slowly
おい、
closed.
しっかりしろ。
Hey, hey, hang in there! Takashi shook the man's shoulders. There was no response, but at least it seemed he was
こうなれば
breathing.
彼も一緒に連れて行くしかないでしょうね。
We'll have to bring him with us. Takashi nodded and stood up, then picked up the unconscious researcher. Watching the situation, Sora began a quiet
皆
explanation.
さん、この部屋の奥にもう一つ部屋があります。あれは
Yeah,
私
the
の持つ
compression
EBF に
chamber.
その方が
Yeah,
皆さんに
more
はそして
atmospheres.
念のためここから先は
We've covered this
容易に
before.
後戻りすることはできません。皆さん、心してください。
Tiefe, 70 Meter, Tiefe. 119 Meter.
Alright, here we go. There's the little submarine pool. There's the pre-roll ad, so we gotta go on break. And I guess we keep on seeing the end of 2017 as it happens for Coco. I guess.